For days, no rain had graced the land, and the sun blazed relentlessly in the sky, casting its harsh, glaring light upon the earthen walls, baking their ochre surfaces into a thin layer of loose sand. A gentle breeze swept up the powdery dust, flinging it against the skin of passing pedestrians. A stench of sweaty sentinels, Roy muttered, pressing a silk handkerchief to his nose as he bent low to pass through the curved archway. This place is filthy. I detest coming to the military administration. An old plaque hung above the tawny archway, marking the entrance to the military administration. Beyond it sprawled a vast, drab parade ground, bustling with sentinels. On one side, an electronic screen flickered with some broadcast, drawing the crowd eager for distraction. Roy walked along the boardwalk on the opposite side, instructing his companion, "We're just here to go through the motions, get the paperwork done, and leave. If they make any demands you dislike, feel free to ignore them." The person following him responded with a soft murmur, an acknowledgement. She was a very young girl, clad in the exquisite uniform of the White Tower Academy, an ivory brocade gown paired with a white silk blouse embroidered with gold. The lace hem of her dress peeked out, swaying with her steps. She moved quietly through the sunlight, her face delicate and her body slender, her skin like porcelain or jade, akin to a flower kissed by morning dew. Her presence at the edge of this dusty parade ground was strikingly out of place. This was a guide nurtured with care within the high, white tower. Passing sentinels seemed to grow awkward upon seeing her. They nudged each other, whispering and stealing glances, while those with booming voices instinctively lowered their tones. The soldiers, stripped to their waists, due to the heat, discreetly pulled their jackets back on. Snippets of conversation drifted over. "Have you heard, sir?" the guide. "Our engagement with the matched sentinel was annulled. Do you think I stand a chance?" "Don't be foolish. What rank are you? Are you nobility? Guides are so rare now." "Can I just dream, since no one wants her anyway?" Roy heard these words and felt a surge of anger. A guide like her, and Jiang Yang Xiu, that fool, must have something wrong with his head, he thought, his gaze falling on Lin Yuan, mixed with sympathy. Or a girl, perhaps the blow was too great, prompting her to apply for such arduous work in the polluted zones. Truly pitiable. Yet the girl named Lin Yuan, following behind, seemed utterly oblivious to the surrounding gossip and the pity in her companion's eyes. She appeared calm, her expression almost blank, her gaze fixed somewhere beyond, as if looking at the far side of the parade ground. Roy followed her line of sight. On the other side of the ground stood a row of grim iron gallows. The rough iron frames were deeply embedded in the earth, their exposed surfaces rusted, as if stained with indelible blood. At that moment a man was suspended from the gallows, his upper body bare, hands bound and raised above his head, clearly having been tortured here for several days. Blackened, filthy blood obscured half his face, rendering his features unrecognizable. Yet from the taut muscles, lean physique, and the myriad old scars on his skin, it was clear he was a young sentinel. A young sentinel, hardened by battle. For some grave crime, he was hung here for public interrogation. Wei knew that public trials were customary in the barracks. Sentinels were the fiercest warriors, and also the most troublesome group. They frequently ventured into those nightmare-like polluted zones, seizing resources from mutated monsters, living with their lives on the line. Their overloaded senses and repressed, volatile emotions necessitated guidance or medication for survival, sometimes turning these formidable men into terrifying creatures. Those who became monsters, committed crimes, or erred gravely would be hung on these frames for public execution. For punishment, and to serve as a deterrent. Of course, with imperial officials' corruption running deep, no matter the severity of one's crime, sufficient funds with the right connections could often ensure leniency. Conversely, for those impoverished souls from distant sentry towers, possessing nothing, even a minor infraction of the myriad military regulations could lead to repeated humiliation or even death on such iron frames. Why, asked Lin Yuan, "Do you know him?" Lin Yuan withdrew her gaze and shook her head. Seems familiar, but I can't recall. They crossed the parade ground, ascending the steps of the administration building. Seeing the electronic screen by the gallows, it was playing a blurred video. Beneath the screen was a strange-looking device. Atop the device was a transparent hemisphere of unknown material. From Roy's vantage point, he could see inside the dome, and to his horror, he discovered it contained a human brain, isolated and alone. The brain was occasionally jolted by fine electric currents, even twitching slightly. Standing on the steps, Roy gazed from afar at that quivering piece of human tissue, feeling an unsettling chill. This peculiar apparatus, called the brain in a vat system, was a relic of the past. Its function was to retrieve residual memories from a human brain post-mortem. At this moment, the images playing on the screen were the memories stored in the brain within the vat. They were the final scenes left in someone's mind before death. Roy didn't understand why so many people in the world were fascinated by the memories of the dead. He had no interest in them. Yet this contraption was highly prized among the empires alike, even though humanity could no longer manufacture such precise instruments. They dispatched sentinels to venture into polluted zones, to salvage them from ancient ruins. These individuals reveled in viewing various death memories, never tiring of it. They even developed a myriad of uses for it, so much so that even the military administration possessed one. A crowd of sentinels gathered below the screen, watching. The images on the screen were blurry and strange, resembling scenes from a monster-infested polluted zone. There was an abundance of blood, shifting shadows, and eerie, piercing cries. These images differed from what one would see with the naked eye. Some parts were vividly clear and colorful, while others were hazy and chaotic. This was the perspective of the deceased, with the most shocking and vivid memories before death appearing particularly clear. Conversely, others were indistinct. In the center of the screen, the face of a sentinel appeared clearly. Young, blood-stained, eyes red with fury. The sentinel looked down, holding a gun, his expression as grim as a demon from hell. He aimed the black barrel unwaveringly at the screen. The image shook continuously, yet the gun remained steady, pointed directly ahead. In the background, fragmented voices emerged, the dead speaking amidst altered cries of pleading. Repeatedly begging, crying, desperately chanting pleas for mercy. From this first-person perspective, it evoked a sense of profound pity. Clearly, the deceased was killed by the sentinel. And this murderer was now hanging on the gallows. I'll give it to you, all of it. It's worth a fortune, so much, all for you, spare my life. Spare me, give me a chance to live. I beg you, please. The deceased's hands trembled, repeatedly offering a fist-sized, amber-like crystal. The stone's radiance was subdued, and upon closer inspection, it possessed a captivating beauty, with something seemingly alive wriggling at its core. He offered this priceless treasure, pleading for mercy from the deathly figure. However, the gun barrel facing the screen remained resolute and indifferent, slowly advancing, suffocating. Then the screen went black. After a flurry of snow-like static, the video looped back to the beginning. The entire video was but a short clip, replayed over and over. Pleading, weeping, the victim trembled in fear. Cold-blooded, grim, the killer exuded murderous intent. A pitch-black void, the gun barrel slowly approached, bringing despair. Despair and death played repeatedly. The onlookers empathized, inevitably feeling sorrow for the deceased. A sentinel recognized the crystal, gasping, "Isn't that an insect gem?" "Yes, an energy stone, extremely valuable. I've never seen such a large piece of living insect gem. How much is it worth?" No wonder murder and arson bring wealth. He ruthlessly harmed his entire team for this. Instantly, the gathered sentinels erupted in uproar. It was said that an entire team of sentinels entered the polluted zone. Ultimately, every member, including the Imperial assigned researcher, perished inside. Only a young and powerful captain emerged alive. Initially, no one knew what transpired. After all, annihilation within the polluted zones was common. By chance, another search team later entered the area, discovering the researcher's gunshot-ridden corpse near the exit. They brought back the deceased researcher's brain, inevitably exposing the villain's crime. Such incidents were not uncommon. The polluted zones were completely isolated from the outside world. Once inside, whatever transpired, whatever one did, was difficult for outsiders to know. In that enclosed, terrifying realm, it often resembled a true hell. Before entering, each was human. Once inside, in a twisted, dark world, some became monsters. A whole team of brothers, all betrayed. How ruthless, an elderly sentinel gritted his teeth. He was a veteran, having led teams and witnessed countless brothers' deaths. He couldn't tolerate such betrayal. Someone in the crowd spat, "I once lost to this guy. I respected him, thought he was remarkable. The blade of the ice field, the Empire's sword. I admired him greatly. Now I realize I was blind." The blade of the ice field, ah. I never thought highly of him. Just stronger, high-ranked, arrogant beyond measure, insufferable. Look, turns out he was a despicable scoundrel doing dirty deeds in the polluted zones. I say, interrogator, the evidence is irrefutable. What's there to question? Sentence him to death, let him atone with his life. The sentinels grew increasingly agitated. As soldiers who brave life and death on the battlefield, they loathed those who stabbed brothers in the back. In my view, death is too lenient. The officer in charge of interrogation leaned against a table of instruments, addressing everyone. He had interrogated the prisoner for days, employing every available method. Yet the man was tough, and despite his efforts, the matter his superiors wanted to know remained undisclosed. He was simmering with frustration. Now with the sentinels riled up, it was time to vent. So he drawled with a sardonic smile, "I think such a criminal should be sentenced to serve in the Rose Camp, to atone with his life until death." In the sentinel barracks, there were various numbered camps, but none truly called the Rose Camp. Yet everyone present knew what it implied. The crowd of sentinels burst into laughter, many whistling lewdly. The barracks loved nothing more than body topics, especially when such humiliation was directed at a once unreachable figure. From now on, the blade of the ice field is renamed the Flower of the Ice Field, a female sentinel quipped. She was tall, her strong shoulders shifting as she brazenly eyed the prisoner. "Rest assured, the brothers will take care of you," another burly sentinel chimed in, his muscles knotted, arms robust. He had once been defeated by the prisoner in a sentinel school competition. Now, seeing his rival in dire straits, he seized the chance to taunt, jumping higher than anyone. Just as he prepared to boast unabashedly, a sudden chill enveloped him. A creeping dread surged from within. It felt as though he was suddenly pressed beneath the coldest, darkest ocean, bearing an immense weight. In the distance, in the deep blue, a massive, terrifying whale seemed to glide, casting a distant glance. Under that gaze, an overwhelming sense of oppression swept over him, like prey caught in a predator's sights, filling him with uncontrollable fear, his bones weakening, nearly driving him to his knees. The muscular sentinel turned pale, sweat pouring, biting his lip to avoid collapsing in public. He cautiously lifted his head, meeting the eyes of the fallen prisoner on the gallows, who looked up coldly. That gaze pierced through the blood veil, like a blade that had tasted blood, cold and sharp. It was nothing like someone who had been tortured on the gallows for days. Was this the pressure of a high-ranking sentinel? How could he suppress it so? What level had he reached? The sentinel's confidence wavered. Despite his disbelief, he shrank back, retreating quietly from the crowd, no longer daring to utter those insulting words. Having distanced herself from the parade ground, Lin Yuan suddenly seemed to hear something, turning back. It was as if she heard the familiar sound of ocean waves. Lin Yuan stood beneath the scaffold, gazing up at the sentinel bound above. The man's head drooped, his face a mask of blood, hands tied cruelly above his head, toes barely grazing the ground. The scorching sun loomed overhead, casting the scaffold in an unforgiving light, rendering him a pitiable sight, like a rag hung to dry on an iron frame. Lin Yuan recalled the sentinel's name, an odd one. Neji. Yes, that was it. Neji was unrecognizable now, a far cry from the clean-faced cadet in the elite uniform of the Sentinel Academy years ago. The black form-fitting attire had accentuated his lean, muscular build, the boots crunching through snow, sending a cascade of white crystals into the air. Back then, the young sentinel had been like a blade, sharp and unrestrained. Yet now, if not for that distinctive sound of the sea, Lin Yuan would never have connected the two. For reasons unknown, the sound of the sea always evoked a sense of familiarity in her, stirring a restless excitement within, urging her to explore. When Lin Yuan appeared at the execution ground, the sentinels observing from below were taken aback. They parted to let her through, curiosity piqued, low voices buzzing with excitement as more gathered. No one had expected a guy to be sent as an interrogator. In a camp where interrogations were routine, a guide was a rarity. Neji heard the growing murmur and opened his eyes, catching sight of a young girl parting the crowd. She was a guide, clad in an ivory dress, her figure slender, her features gentle, walking with a grace that seemed harmless. But at first glance, Neji's heart sank. Why her of all people? Neji wasn't afraid of the guys sent by those people. Growing up in the capital of the empire, he had seen many guys from the White Tower, raised in luxury, living soft, indulgent lives like hothouse flowers. Despite their innate power to influence sentinels, he never believed they could easily breach his mental defenses, even in his weakened state after days of torture. The military's methods were filthy. He had seen a sentinel driven to mental collapse, a man once as strong as steel. They would break the body first, wear down the will, and when one was at their weakest, they would strike the spirit with humiliation. And they had sent this girl. If there was any guide from the White Tower he feared, it was the girl he had met years ago, a child with a formidable mental strength that had startled even him. And now she was here, and he had once gravely offended her in carrying out orders. Neji managed a bitter smile, tasting the metallic tang of blood on his cracked lips, a sudden thirst overtaking him. They had left him hanging here for days, not a drop of water to drink, his throat parched as if aflame. Was it failure, then, unable to even take the first step of his plan? The sun above was blinding, his consciousness blurring. So many had died, so much blood spilled, yet fate offered not a glimmer of mercy. Only those at the pinnacle of the White Tower seemed to receive its favor. If only he could have a sip of water. He knew such thoughts were futile, yet his body screamed for it, the thirst an unyielding loop in his mind. Just a sip, he thought. If only he could drink, perhaps he could endure. The officer in charge of the interrogation was pleased to see Lin Yuan. Her presence meant hope for completing a task that had long eluded him. He eagerly offered her tea, arranged a comfortable chair, and selected the thickest wood from the table of instruments, gripping it with enthusiasm. "Please rest, I'll soften him up for you," he said, eager to please. The guide accepted the tea, sipping slowly, her pale hand waving him away with cool indifference. "No need, you may leave," she said curtly. The officer, despite his irritation, dared not protest, retreating with his displeasure hidden. In his mind, he thought, this young girl was too arrogant, this hard case would not be easy for her to crack. In the office upstairs, a few officials and Roy had pulled up chairs by the window to watch the spectacle below. "Lin is young, but her academy scores are quite impressive," Officer Wu remarked, flipping through her file with satisfaction. Wei thought to himself, "You don't know, she excelled in only one subject, failing the rest. This girl is an oddity, but then again, who in the special research department isn't?" He craned his neck to watch below, wondering if Lin Yuan could really handle it. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see what methods the new guide would use to break the stubborn prisoner. Would the man, who had endured so much, finally crumble under her delicate hands? The guide raised her hand, her fingers clasping the sentinel's jaw, forcing his face upward. Then, she picked up a cup from the table and gave him water. In full view, it seemed a normal, unquestionable procedure. "What is she doing?" Officer Wu nearly jumped in surprise, pointing below. Beside her, Roy propped up his feet, casting her a disdainful glance, as if this was the obvious course, and only the ignorant would be shocked. Officer would dislike losing face before Roy, her equal. She suppressed her words, forcing herself to remain composed. It wasn't a big deal, she told herself. Maybe it was a special method. After all, those in the special research department were all peculiar, the department itself an anomaly without a proper head, filled with eccentrics. She couldn't understand. She glanced at Roy, who lounged back, uninterested in explaining, though inwardly, he was just as puzzled. What was the girl up to? He didn't know, but it didn't matter to him. The girl was on their side, and whether these military fools succeeded was none of his concern. Lin Yuan held the man's jaw, ensuring he drank every drop. She watched as he emptied the cup, his cracked lips parting to exhale. The man shook off her grip, raising his eyes to meet hers. His face was a mess, hair matted with blood, yet his gaze was as defiant as the youth she remembered in the snow. Bold, proud, fierce, like a blade reflecting the snow's gleam. Lin Yuan rubbed her fingers, wiping away the bloodstains from her pale fingertips. Then, she spread her hand, covering his eyes, pressing against his forehead. Lin Yuan found herself in an endless sea, the water a distant blue, near an emerald green. Without hesitation, she dove into the ocean. Waves surged around her, sunlight piercing the surface, gilding each crest with gold. Immersed, it was as if she swam within a vast, pure emerald, a dreamscape of beauty, boundless and awe-inspiring. This was Nijay's mental barrier, an ocean. Sentinels had their own mental landscapes, fragile and private, embodying their emotions and hidden memories. They erected walls to guard this inner sanctum. Lin Yuan had seen many such barriers, often solid and defined, like iron walls or stone fortresses. But never an endless sea. The sea was soft, yet powerful and tumultuous. Lin Yuan thought, had it been anyone else, no guide would dare plunge into the deep sea so recklessly. She dove deeper, sunlight filtering weakly, threads of gold falling upon her. The surrounding water seemed calm and gentle, showing no reaction to her intrusion. Yet she knew this was Nijay's mental world, where waves and whirlpools could rise at any moment to attack. She felt no fear, awaiting the moment of conflict as she swam deeper. Her skirt floated behind, moving with the water like a creature of the deep. Invisible shadows, like tentacles, extended joyfully from beneath her, reaching in all directions. Lin Yuan felt oddly happy, even amidst such danger. She hadn't felt such emotional stirrings in a long time. Xin Yangshu often said she lacked emotion, unlike a normal guy. She had tried for years to be normal, to live as others expected, to maintain the facade of a typical guy. All in vain. The sea was silent, comfortably so. Distant, ethereal sounds drifted from the depths, like the calls of ancient ocean creatures, beckoning her onward. Lin Yuan saw the seed and the garden hidden there. Soft seaweed, vibrant corals, a forest breathing with the ocean's pulse. Schools of fish darted among them, sea snails and shells resting in the sand. The towering coral reefs glowed with iridescent light, their depths unfathomable. This was a sentinel's mental world, rich and mysterious, alluring. Her tendrils longed to dive into the sea, to roam and explore, to break something, to roam the coral reefs. Lin Yuan restrained the urge. A guide should be gentle and serene, filled with love and compassion for beauty, not like her. A clear whale call echoed from the depths, and a giant whale emerged from the seaweed forest. Its back was black, its belly white, a powerful tail, a dorsal fin like a spear, with white eye patches beneath its eyes. An orca, the ocean's predator, strong and formidable. This was the prisoner's spirit form, the sentinel's mental embodiment. Lin Yuan hadn't expected the sentinel to allow her passage, only to confront her at the mental landscape's edge. A madman, she thought, strong and daring. She felt a thrill, wanting to bite her fingers. A crack appeared in the facade she had built over years, something sprouting from within, quickly suppressed. A guide shouldn't be like this, she thought. The battle began instantly. Huge tentacles burst from the seed, wrapping around the orca's tail, dragging it toward the depths. Another tentacle coiled upward, wrapping around its smooth belly and dorsal fin. Suddenly, a strong hand gripped the tentacle. A man's hand, bruised and battered, but unyielding. A sharp blade pressed against the tentacle. Amidst the swirling seaweed, the murky water cleared, revealing the scene. The orca's tail was ensnared, its upper body a man's. The sentinel's face she knew. He held the tentacle, pressing a sharp knife against it. Bubbles of memory floated up, fragments of the sentinel's past smiling, drinking with comrades, fighting on the battlefield. This was his memory-formed world, where excessive damage would destabilize his mind, causing pain. Yet the sentinel, half man, half whale, remained calm amidst the swirling bubbles, facing Lin Yuan with unyielding resolve. One arm held the tentacle, the other gripped a sharp knife, muscles stuck with strength. No one doubted he could sever the tentacle with a single stroke. "It will hurt," he said, eyes fixed on Lin Yuan. In the mental landscape, pain is worse than reality. This was his mental sea, where he could wield a knife if he believed he had one, where the blade could harm if he believed it could. The sharpness of the blade against her skin was a clear sensation, bringing a hint of pain. The scene overlapped with that snowy night, dangerous and lethal, heating the blood within. "A night shouldn't be like this," she thought. "But to hell with what should be. To hell with serenity and gentleness." Lin Yuan told herself, "I like this. I have this desire within me. I don't like waiting passively. I like taking the initiative, attacking, breaking the rules, doing things a guide shouldn't do. I'm not a normal guide." Lin Yuan often saw battle scenes into dramas. Those battles were spectacular, full of twists and turns. The opposing sides would exchange blows, pausing at the beginning and midway to express their inner thoughts. But on a real battlefield, Lin Yuan discovered everything happened swiftly. Almost the instant Naiji's words landed, a sharp pain of skin being sliced by a blade shot through her arm. Lin Yuan clutched her hand over the wound. It hurt terribly so. Though there was no actual injury, the sensation of skin being cut and blood flowing was undeniable. The pain felt by her tentacles was transmitted directly to her. Now she understood that Naiji's words were not mere threats. If that sentinel slashed off a tentacle, she would truly experience the agony of having her arms severed by a blade. The tentacles wrapped around the orca slightly relaxed due to the pain. The slippery fish seized the moment, struggling free and swimming away. Once liberated, it charged straight at Lin Yuan with astonishing speed. Its powerful tail rose high, bringing a massive wave crashing down upon her. Even in the sea, the overwhelming force of the water was terrifying. If struck by such a tail fin, half her head would be gone instantly. Lin Yuan didn't know what would happen to her body outside if she died here, in Naiji's mental sea. No one had taught her that. Yet she seemed to belong to this mental world by nature, quickly becoming familiar with everything amidst the extreme danger. In the dense seawater surrounding her, she sensed the faint threads of the sentinel's consciousness. Exceptionally subtle, like dust scattered in the vast ocean. Yet Lin Yuan caught them, with keen precision. She captured those motes, using them to glimpse into the warrior's mind. Thus, she could predict his attacks in advance, narrowly evading the overwhelming assaults. A tremendous force grazed her face, though she barely dodged it. The ensuing powerful whirlpool swept her far away. Lin Yuan tumbled awkwardly in the sea. Dizzy, unable to discern up from down, surrounded by flying memory bubbles formed from scattered fragments. Each bubble contained countless unfamiliar faces. In the midst of her tumbling, Lin Yuan turned back to look. In the murky water, a pair of pale purple eyes glowed, like two cold flames burning in the deep sea. They belonged to the orca, which was closing in fast. Those purple flames pursued her relentlessly, moving so swiftly they almost left purple afterimages. Naiji's colossal mental presence was rapidly approaching. Lin Yuan was astonished. This person, tortured to the brink, injured and weary, seemingly weak, yet possessed such a formidable mental presence, launching such powerful attacks. Lin Yuan had seen sentinels before. In the White Tower, There were plenty clad in military uniforms, pulse guns at their waists, strutting about daily. Each tall and imposing, eager to display themselves before guys like peacocks spreading their tails. But their mental presences were tame and docile, their mental landscapes small enough to see the end at a glance. Unlike this fish, this was a soldier forged in the depths of the abyss and swamps, a warrior battling monsters in the contaminated zones every day, emerging from blood and wounds, fighting with such decisiveness and ferocity, disregarding everything, almost staking life itself. In the real world, Lin Yuan wouldn't stand a chance against the sentinel. But here, in the mental realm, she felt she would lose. In the mental landscape of this mental construct, the body was a spiritual entity condensed from will. Here, she was never the weak one. She even felt herself growing stronger as the battle progressed. Her evasions became more agile, her vision sharper, gradually learning to control everything. Something seemed to be awakening, her tentacles restless. Those entities usually restrained grew larger, surging excitedly in some unknown hidden space, constantly breaking through to become tangible. Riding the currents backward at high speed, Lin Yuan saw the black and white giant, finally ensnared again by the tentacles. They coiled around his wrists, tail, and inky black body, pulling in different directions. Then they cheered, working together to flip the sea beast over, dragging it into the ocean's depths. The half-man, half-whale sentinel struggled desperately in the water, disturbing the delicate seaweed and crushing countless, beautiful corals. Tentacles wrapped around him one by one, finally pinning him against the course, gravely seeped. Lin Yuan hovered in the water, watching the whale bound by tentacles, pinned to the ocean floor. The strong body initially struggled a few times, then gave up, allowing the tentacles to cover him one by one. The tentacles seemed to have found a rare treasure, roaming freely, even diving into the sentinel's tangled black hair to stroke it. The fish, or rather the sentinel, did not resist. Resignedly, he closed his glowing purple eyes, and when he reopened them, they had lost their luminescence, returning to an ordinary black. He was entwined in the tentacles, displaying a demeanor of having done his best and leaving the rest to fate. It seemed Lin Yuan had won this battle. Yet she felt something was amiss. There were several moments when she was sure the sentinel had the chance to sever a tentacle or two. She even braced herself for the impending pain, but nothing happened. The sharp blade seemed to hesitate at that moment, concealing an emotion Lin Yuan didn't have time to decipher. This beautiful and mysterious underwater world had been thoroughly disrupted by the recent battle. The lovely corals were broken, the delicate seaweed crushed, and the varied shells overturned completely. This was the world constructed from the sentinel's psyche. Those shattered, unstable things turned into bubbles of memory. Countless memory bubbles rose from the sea, scattering in all directions, floating and drifting, allowing Lin Yuan, the intruder, to read them. This was merely the outermost layer of the mental landscape. Deeper within lay winning reefs and hidden, shadowy palaces to explore. They held infinite mysterious treasures, now bereft of their sole protector, forced to open their doors to the intruder. Lin Yuan could easily enter, explore, rid, manipulate, even destroy at will. Yet she knew she didn't need to delve deeper. The answer she sought was already close at hand. Lin Yuan floated amidst the scattered bubbles, witnessing countless stored memories. Ferocious monsters, blood-stained soldiers, innumerable dead bodies. She turned her gaze to the bound orca. The man also looked up at her from within the entwining tentacles. His gray-black eyes, through the layers of interwoven tentacles, fixed steadily on her, as if awaiting an outcome. So it was all his deliberate design. Lin Yuan suddenly understood everything. This was Naiji's plan, a gamble of his own making. Lin Yuan was a calculated part of his scheme, but he was wagering his own life. This man was too ruthless to himself, Lin Yuan thought. To escape his predicament, he had staked his life on the table. Everything Lin Yuan saw was what he was willing to hand over, willing to show others. And Lin Yuan, even knowing it was all part of his plan, couldn't help but make a choice after seeing it all. Large and small bubbles rose before Lin Yuan's eyes. She saw countless past faces of this sentinel. There were smiles and sorrows, blood-stained rage and murderous ferocity. Unlike now, pinned at the deepest seed, with a face of lifeless gray, resigned to fate. On the training ground, more and more idle sentinels gathered from all sides. The crowd clustered together, watching the guide step onto the platform, standing before the criminal in chains. She extended her delicate, fair hand, soft as a green onion, pressing it against the bloody forehead of the convict. Soon, the sentinel, who had endured days of torture without a sound, suddenly began to struggle violently. His body, suspended on the torture rack, swung wildly, causing the sturdy iron pole to sway, the chains clashing with a loud noise, like a wild beast gone mad. Yet the guide, the young and graceful girl, stood firm in the face of such a beast. She closed her eyes, her pale hand unmoving, covering the man's entire brow, refusing to let him escape. Moments later, Neji seemed to collapse, defeated. His head drooped, his struggling body went limp, allowing the chains to tighten and hold his arms. Oh my God, is that a guide? Can a guide do that? Such a high-level sentinel. Subdued by her. Maybe Neji was already close to a mental breakdown, has been hanging here for days. My God, it's still unbelievable. The crowd murmured in astonishment. The guide on the platform opened her eyes, looking around, extending her other arm. She placed her hand on the brain cylinder system, the machine connected to the screen, storing and playing the memories of the dead. On her wrist was a watch-like device. As her palm made contact with the brain cylinder system, the watch screen lit up. Several small virtual screens projected out, rapidly scrolling lines of fluorescent text. The technology of this device far surpassed the era, clashing with the earthen walls and iron frame structures surrounding the training ground. What is that thing, idiot? Never seen the world. That's a personal electronic terminal, can connect to all electronic devices. High-end stuff only found in ancient ruins. Well, this girl is super rich. Though how many guides are poor? They're either matched with royalty or nobility. While they continued to chatter, the large screen beside the torture rack, which had been looping a video, fell into static. After a moment, the screen flickered through several unstable images, then resumed playing a video. The video seemed to still be in the contaminated zone, but the perspective was entirely different. The twisted buildings, snail-covered dark paths, and towering spores within the zone were all clear and vivid, as if carefully observed and etched in someone's mind. A small squad of soldiers gathered near a campfire to rest. Most were sentinels, wearing tight uniforms and carrying weapons of various forms. Among them, a man with glasses, appearing to be a researcher, was protected at the center by everyone. Even with only a brief display, the veteran soldiers watching the video nodded internally, acknowledging this as a well-trained, disciplined, and rare elite force. They had chosen their resting spot cleverly, in a high-visibility ruin, with a vast open area ahead where any dangerous creatures would be spotted from afar. Despite this, they had set up sentinels in the distance, and hidden sentries in the nearby treetops. The female sentinel responsible for the hidden sentry was so still, she seemed to merge with the tree. If not for the special effects of the main perspective on the screen, the audience might not have noticed her. Around the campfire, the sentinels conversed quietly, drinking water, eating, and replenishing their strength. The firelight reflected on their faces, young or weathered. Even in this relaxed moment, they held food in one hand, while the other habitually rested at their side, ready to draw a weapon at any time. This was a battle-hardened team, capable of handling any sudden situation. They must have developed a deep camaraderie over years, led by a meticulous and cohesive captain. This is the dead researcher's memory. Whose memory could this be? Officer at the window stood up, stepping forward in confusion, murmuring, "Could it be?" The sentinels on the training ground were still puzzled, each looking up blankly at the new video playing on the screen. The video playing on the screen connected to the brain cylinder system was a memory scene seen through someone's eyes, lingering in their mind. The young guide stood beneath the screen, one hand controlling the convict's head, the other on the brain cylinder system's interface. The audience noticed the researcher, seen in photos and presumed dead, appearing in the video, mingling with the crowd. How could he appear within another's line of sight? Whose memory was this? On the screen, a tall sentinel near the campfire stood up and walked toward the screen, smiling as he crouched down, saying to the screen, "Captain Neji." The video that played was a memory from Neji's mind. The guide had forcibly invaded the mental landscape of the criminal, extracting his memories, and, using himself as a medium, broadcasted them live in front of everyone through the brain tank system. But could a guide really do such a thing? The audience wasn't sure. Most of those present were low-ranking sentinels born as commoners. To them, the rare guides, kept within the White Tower, seemed like creatures that only existed in newspapers and television. They had always thought that those elegantly dressed guides were merely flowers adorning the empire's splendor, delicate and docile decorations kept in an ivory tower. Yet at this moment, the guide before them left them dumbfounded. They felt a chill on their foreheads, watching the prisoner on the platform, restrained and pale, and that delicate, fair hand. Imagining if the hand were to press down on them, everyone couldn't help but shiver. Can a guide really do such a thing? The officer standing by the window murmured in disbelief, beginning to feel deeply regretful. If she had known Lin Yuan was this formidable, capable of directly invading a sentinel's mental landscape and broadcasting memories, she wouldn't have allowed her to do it in public. After all, some things, if played out, might not look too good. But then again, as long as they could find the insect jade and complete the task assigned by the higher-ups, some minor imperfections didn't really matter. It was a whole piece of living insect jade, not a dead one or a small, worthless fragment. Who knew how such a treasure ended up in that polluted area? Thinking of this, the officer cheered up and nudged Roy, sitting beside her. "You have such a powerful guide in your special research unit. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Roy rolled his eyes in a signature manner, as if mocking the military administration's people for being inexperienced and easily startled. Yet, who would know that Roy himself was biting a handkerchief in his heart? The little girl had hidden her talents so well, making him misjudge her completely. On the screen, a burly sentinel walked over and sat down beside Neji, handing him a steaming cup of drink. "Captain," the towering sentinel said with a slightly embarrassed smile, "when we return from this mission, could I take some time off?" Neji turned his gaze toward him. "My wife is due next month," the big sentinel said, scratching his head with a smile. "This is our second child. Leaving her alone at home is really tough." He was ruggedly handsome, with 3 scars slashing across half his face, making his smile look distorted. Yet he loved to smile, grinning to reveal a set of white teeth. Neji took a sip of the steaming drink, his gaze lingering on that smiling face for a moment. "Sure, this mission was completed successfully. There will be a bonus, which you can take home." Neji's voice echoed from the screen, a voice so pleasant, like a serene, steady stream flowing through a mountain ravine. If one only heard this voice, they would never imagine it belonged to someone capable of blowing a person's head off with a single shot. The shift change time arrived, and the female sentinel, who had been lurking high in the trees, slipped down like a shadow. She had a high ponytail and powerful long legs. As she landed, she casually crushed a human-faced spider the size of a wash basin that crawled out of the shadows. Another short-haired female sentinel and the team approached happily, handing her a cup of heated food. The 2 girls sat by the campfire, holding hands. "Sister," the captain said, "there would be quite a bonus for this trip," the short-haired girl said happily. "I want to buy some candy for the brothers and sisters at the orphanage." "No," the sister said, holding her gun steadily in one hand and drinking soup with the other, not even looking up. "Why not? I really want to see those kids rushing over, cheering." The short-haired girl snuggled up, rubbing her slightly rough face against her sister's shoulder, acting coquettishly, shaking the soup in the cup with a clink. "This winter will be very cold. Madame said the yard lacks coal and food," the long-haired girl said, putting down her cup and counting on her fingers. "And buy some cotton. If there's any money left, I want to buy some frostbite medicine. Madame's fingers swell terribly every winter." The short-haired girl whimpered in discontent, lowering her head, looking dejected. The sister glanced at her, reached out, and tucked a strand of her short hair behind her ear, finally making a gesture, saying, "Just a little." The short-haired girl, rough-skinned and covered in dirt, clapped her hands like a true young girl. Noticing Naiji's gaze, the two girls stuck out their tongues, made an apologetic military gesture, and the sister gave her sister a reproachful look. A few young sentinels by the campfire made a bit of a commotion. One of them, blushing, was caught in a headlock by his comrade. This guy says he wants to propose when he gets back," his comrade said. "Really? You've solved your personal problems so early. Where's the girl from?" Laughter erupted around them, with everyone chiming in. "This guy can't know anyone decent. It's the girl from the flower street, older than him," someone said. The young sentinel caught in the headlock blushed, mustering the courage to explain, She's a good girl. A good girl would take a liking to us. You fool, you haven't been tricked by a woman, have you?" The atmosphere began to warm up. Neji got up and walked over. Captain A." As the perspective moved forward, the screen displayed the vivid faces of the sentinels, looking at him with either reverence or trust. Only the bespectacled researcher seemed out of place with the rest of the team. He wore expensive non-standard clothes, clutching a black backpack tightly in his arms, sitting alone by the fire, looking a bit absent-minded. Naiji's gaze lingered on him briefly before moving on, finally stopping in front of the campfire. "At dawn, we leave this polluted area and end this mission. I've said it many times, the closer we are to the end, the more vigilant we must be." Naiji's voice was not loud, concise, yet highly efficient. Everyone immediately restrained their relaxed expressions and became alert again after hearing this. "Sorry, Captain. Apologies, Captain." The sentinels, who were the first to make noise, lowered their heads in apology. Naiji's gaze landed on the young sentinel whose face was still flushed, the youngest recruit in the team. "Don't listen to their nonsense," Naiji said, pressing a hand on his shoulder. "For people like us who live with our heads on our belts, if there's a girl who truly wants to marry you, treat her well. Background doesn't matter." The young sentinel's face turned even redder, but his eyes became bright and shiny. Naiji's gaze swept past him, looking into the dense darkness in the distance. His vision was exceptionally strong, capable of seeing extremely far in minute details. He scanned every corner of the darkness thoroughly, finding nothing unusual, then retracted his gaze back to the sentinels around him, who were about to complete their mission and return to safety, already starting to feel happy. The orange-red firelight cast warm hues on the faces of the murmuring warriors, gradually warming the tone of the entire screen. Outside the screen, all the spectators watched the scene, able to empathize and feel the warmth growing in the heart of the owner of the gaze. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but have a thought rise in their minds. Would such a captain really be willing to kill the people in his sight? Humans are sometimes creatures easily swayed by emotions. Watching the dead researcher's memories, everyone empathized with the deceased's perspective, feeling that the gun-wielding killer was heinous, cold-blooded, and unforgivable villain. But now, watching from Naiji's perspective, even without knowing the full story, many couldn't help but murmur in their hearts. This was clearly a very gentle captain. Could he really bear to harm his brothers? Could there be some injustice? The memory-formed video wasn't continuous. After a large patch of static on the screen, the next scene cut in. Still within those ruins, Naiji stood high, stepping on the edge of the ruins, gazing into the pitch-black world in the distance. From that darkness came faint, strange noises, as if something was rushing toward them in hordes. Though still far away, those things were extremely fast, surging forward like a torrent. Beside Naiji stood the tower-like man and the high ponytail female sentinel. "Many, very many, heading straight for us," the tower man said sullenly. "How could this be? Why did such a large number of mutants suddenly appear?" The pony-tailed girl frowned. "No time to think," Naiji spoke. "Give me the lure. Captain, it's too dangerous." The two warriors beside him objected in unison. "Stop talking, give it to me," Neji extended his hand. In moments of crisis, this person was a decisive captain. He took what he wanted, drew a short knife, and sketched a rough route map on the ground. Take this path. We'll meet at the exit. After saying this, his gaze moved back and forth over the faces of the two before him, hesitating slightly. Brother Tower leads, my sister and I will cover the rear, the female warrior said first, confidence in her voice belonging to a strong woman. My sister and I are the strongest combination in the team, besides the captain. Neji no longer hesitated, waving his hand in agreement. He turned away, opened a bottle of lure, and poured it over himself, from head to toe, then ran toward the dense darkness. Running toward the direction where the monsters were coming. He's crazy. Is he insane? Does he have a death wish? That's a whole bottle of lure. The audience watching the screen was shocked. As sentinels, they all knew what that bottle of lure was. Using it in a polluted area was extremely dangerous. Even a tiny bit applied somewhere would attract nearby monsters. Pouring the whole bottle on oneself was a disaster. He would become a moving target, medley and firmly attracting all the monsters along the way. Not even a madman would dare to do such a thing. But by doing so, the entire team would have a chance to evacuate safely, leaving only him in extreme danger. The following video was chaotic, with the camera spinning rapidly. It was filled with battle scenes that swayed back and forth. The screen was full of bizarre, mutated creatures from the polluted area. Scythe-bearing, long-haired beasts, writhing flesh, giant blood-red eyes. They surged forward layer upon layer. Severed limbs flew continuously, piercing screams covering the heavens and earth. The screen was repeatedly covered in thick blood. The boundaries of the world and the screen disappeared. In everyone's eyes, only the captain fighting bitterly remained. This captain, with his flesh and blood, single-handedly lured all the monsters away. Alone, he fought amidst the overwhelming horde of monsters. When the bullets ran out, he drew his long knife. When the knife broke, only his body remained. A captain worthy of the name. Don't die. Hold on, Captain. Break through, Captain. This was the cry of the audience before the screen. At this moment, no one called him a murderer. No one hoped he would fall, even though everyone knew he would ultimately survive. A giant well appeared beside him. Initially like a calf, then like a house, quickly becoming as majestic as a mountain. The black and white fish, with purple, glowing eyes, hovered in the air, his powerful tail fin swatting away the monsters in droves. The whale song resonated, like a melody, in such a fierce battle, as if a call from a distant homeland, breaking through the thick despair. Men and whale, with their scared bodies, opened a gap in the monsters' encirclement. Right through. The screen darkened and then brightened again. The terrifying battle had ended. Neji walked through the streets filled with flying spores, several times reaching out to wipe away the blood obscuring his vision. He walked quickly, his breathing audible, with a hint of unease. At that moment, when he saw that place, the breathing in the screen suddenly disappeared. The world was deathly silent. It was gray there, no longer belonging to the living. The sister tightly embraced her sibling. A gigantic, wooded finger pierced through both young bodies simultaneously. It was unclear who had severed the monster's enormous finger, freezing the sister's lives in such a posture. In the sky, countless fluffy spores gently fell, like petals, softly landing on the deceased. The long-haired girl's braid had come undone, her hair cascading down, gently covering the one she protected in her arms. It looked as if the sisters had fallen asleep together. Neji's gaze froze on the two intertwined bodies, yet his steps did not halt. He stepped over them, withdrawing his gaze, and sprinted. The air currents around him were chaotic, the sky filled with spores stirred by the turbulence, like chaotic ashes at a funeral. Shadows of ruins and plants rapidly retreated in his vision. Neji sprinted through the night. The corpses of warriors gradually increased, mixed with the remains of monsters. How could this happen? All those outside the screen asked in unison in their hearts. Clearly, their captain had risked his life to lure the monsters away. Clearly, they were close to the safe exit. Why were there still so many monsters chasing them? Why were so many people dead? So much blood spilled. Some lay on their backs amidst the floating gray spores, their hollow eyes gazing at the sky. Some were incomplete, their appearance unbearable even for battle-hardened warriors. But on the outside screen, in the memory video displayed before everyone, every dead face was seen clearly by Neji as he ran. In his eyes, the colors of the entire world vanished. The earth was a vast expanse of gray and black. Only those tragically dead bodies stood up vividly, leaving a deep imprint in his memory. He stopped before a still-breathing sentinel, though there was no hope of saving the warrior. It was the youngest sentinel in the team, barely more than a boy. He was shy and wanted to marry a girl from the Flower Street as his wife. Captain, the young sentinel saw him. Neji, who had been sprinting non-stop, halted for him. "Anything you want to say?" he asked, standing there, speaking in an extraordinarily calm tone, as if he were still the calm, composed, strong captain capable of resolving any crisis. "I have a letter under the pillow in the dormitory. Take it, to that girl." Neji asked. No, the boy wanted to raise his arm, but he had no arms left. "Burn that letter. Don't let her see it, don't let her be sad for me." Neji looked at him, biting his lip before saying, "Okay." The boy cried, Give her all my savings. Let her live well, live differently. "Okay, Captain. I still want to be your soldier. He had no more words. Neji waited for a moment, hearing no other sound, then turned and walked away. Red blood repeatedly covered his vision, and he no longer raised his arm to wipe it away. The entire world was a blood-red world. Chaotic breathing filled the screen, filled the ears of every spectator. The square before the screen was silent, the black mass of sentinels pursed their lips, eerily quiet. The last warrior to be found was one who died standing. His lifeless body, grotesquely enlarged beyond the realm of normal human form, resembled a bizarre amalgamation of creatures, or a twisted, colossal statue. In essence, he bore no semblance to humanity. Only one scared half of his face retained its original appearance, with lowered lashes as if serenely gazing at his belated comrades. Neji stood in the shadow of the towering structure, looking up at that familiar face. Everyone in the training ground followed Neji's gaze, collectively observing the warrior's final form. This sentinel had gone berserk. The word echoed softly in the recesses of everyone's mind. In his last battle, the sentinel overextended his abilities beyond what he could endure. Crossing that boundary, he lost control of his mental faculties, his consciousness slipping into the abyss, descending into utter madness. In his frenzied world, his spirit and body fused chaotically, transforming into a complete monstrosity. Berserk. A nightmare looming over every low-ranking sentinel. Each one danced on the edge of a knife, never knowing when they might misstep. A single misstep, and the fuse blows. Thus, they become a grotesquely distorted creature. The berserk sentinel had long been dead. Yet he loomed like a towering black monolith, casting a shadow over everyone watching from the screen. The training ground was filled with hushed whispers. Some rookies quietly wept. Others began to curse. More engaged in earnest discussions, seriously contemplating the reasons behind these soldiers' tragic deaths. The world on the screen remained deathly silent. The captain quietly pried open the dead comrade's hand, took the gun from his palm, and loaded it with bullets. He remained silent, saying nothing. With the gun ready, he stepped over his comrade's corpse and continued forward. Beneath his fallen comrade's feet, 3 words were etched in blood: researcher. The scene shifted, appearing at the boundary of the contaminated zone, just a few hundred meters from the gate leading out. The researcher clutched his backpack tightly, standing before Neji with a sycophantic smile plastered on his sweat-drenched face. His expression was not particularly panicked, as if he believed everything was still within negotiable control. I'll talk, just put the gun down first," he said, wiping his forehead and opening the corner of the backpack to show Neji. "Do you know what this is? A living piece of insect jade this big." He glanced around nervously, even in this desolate place, fearing someone might spy on him. He lowered his voice and leaned closer to Naiji. It's very rare, worth a fortune. The bigwigs up top got wind of it and specifically sent me in to retrieve it. Insect jade is a special mineral found only in heavily contaminated zones. Some say they are the core of the contaminated zones, while others claim they are the eggs of a twisted deity. The monsters would never allow anyone to take the insect jade away. For whatever reason, whenever someone approached the gate with insect jade, the entire contaminated zone's creatures would awaken, driven to madness, rushing toward the jade's location. This is why insect jade is exceedingly rare in human hands. Only if you understand its properties. Naiji's calm voice broke the silence. I see. I found it odd that they insisted on pulling so many sentinels from the post to protect just you, and the rewards were higher than ever. His voice was as calm and clear as before, seemingly devoid of any particular emotion. That money is nothing, just a drizzle, a mere ruse, the researcher laughed. With this piece of insect jade, we can have anything we want. Money, positions, or you want a guide. I'm telling you it's all possible. The massive screen was filled with his greedy, smug face. What he called a drizzle was the hope in countless soldiers' hearts. For this, they risked their lives to protect him. Why didn't you tell everyone beforehand? Naiji asked, needing to understand the situation fully. It's standard procedure. You wouldn't know, the researcher said, rubbing his fingers together. It's a private job, you know. It has to go into those fuse pockets, so how could it be publicly announced? Besides, if those soldiers knew in advance, it would only cause trouble. Perhaps it was Naiji's calm demeanor, or perhaps he genuinely didn't see the death of a few sentinels as a big deal. As he spoke, he even dared to reach for Naiji's shoulder. Captain Knight, you're capable. I'll introduce you up the ranks. Do you want to transfer to the capital? Your soldiers are impressive. The previous teams that came in here, I heard they all failed. You didn't see it. One of your soldiers, in the last moment, beastified into a giant iron bear as tall as a tower. It startled me. He killed the remaining monsters, allowing me to escape successfully. A sudden gunshot interrupted his words. The man screamed, clutching his bleeding knee as he fell to the ground. The priceless insect jade rolled out of his backpack, landing in the dust at his feet. Naiji's dark gun barrel shifted, aiming at a certain part of his lower body. No, no, you can't do this, the researcher croaked in fear, speaking quickly. Don't shoot, don't shoot. I was forced to. I can't defy those people, huh? The second shot elicited a more horrific scream. That shattered wail didn't travel far, unable to comfort the countless wronged souls. It merely made the male sentinels watching the screen tense, some unnaturally clenching their legs. The scene that followed had already played out repeatedly before everyone's eyes. It was just from a different perspective now. Initially, everyone thought the pleading deceased was pitiful. Now, from a different angle, everyone felt Naiji's hand wasn't heavy enough. The man wept, crawling on the ground, cradling the insect jade obtained at the cost of countless sentinels' lives, thinking he could trade it for his life. I'll give this to you, all of it, spare me. You can take it out and exchange it for a lot of money, a lot of money. It can elevate you to a higher position, to the monster-free capital. Everyone must look out for themselves. Why get angry over a few low-ranking sentinels? They always die quickly anyway. The third gunshot rang out in the silent contaminated zone, striking the ember stone. It shattered the priceless stone, piercing the man who begged with it in his hands. Amber shards scattered across the ground, and a nascent, strange creature emitted a shrill cry, wriggling out from the fragments, dragging an eerie umbilical cord, crawling a few steps on the gray-black earth before losing life, stiffening into stillness. The scene abruptly ended, followed by a scream full of static. My God, it's true, he really shattered the insect jade. The official by the window leapt up, clapping and cursing. That fool, idiot. No, he's a madman. She had watched the entire event, indifferent to all the death, sacrifice, and injustice. Only upon seeing the stone shatter did she clap and shout, heartbroken. The sentinels on the training ground were also taken aback by Naiji's actions. Heavens, he smashed that piece of insect jade. Isn't he foolish? That thing is valuable, right? You're the fool. That thing once taken out would eventually end up in those people's pockets. Why should they get their way? Or do you think Naiji would bring out that jade handed over himself, stepping on his brother's corpses as a ladder for promotion? Captain Knight isn't that kind of person. The sentinel who said this forgot that not long ago, they had claimed Naiji wasn't a good person. Soon someone realized, he's been wronged. Release him. Yes, you wronged him. Release him now. Yes, it's too much. You actually tortured him like this. Release him. Release him immediately. A clod of yellow earth struck the office's second floor glass. More clouds followed. The sentinel's anger had long been ignited, spreading like fire across the field. Some directly marched toward the scaffold. The officer in charge of the interrogation tried to stop them, but the female sentinel, who had been the loudest earlier, stepped up and slapped him to the ground. You scoundrel, where did you say you sent him? She straddled the fallen officer, raising her fan-like hand, slapping his face until it was swollen. You falsely accused like this, such a strong man, nearly tortured to death by a scoundrel like you. I'm furious, watch me slap you. Completely forgetting she had joined in earlier, making crude jokes about taking care of business. Another veteran captain came over, pressing her shoulder, whispering, not here, drag him to the corner. So, 3 or 5 people dragged the swollen-faced interrogator to the corner. Others surged onto the scaffold, starting to smash the chains, trying to release the barely breathing Naiji. More people, with anger bottled up, surged toward the military administration's office building. They smashed glass, demanding release, demanding an explanation. The crowd's emotions flared like fire. They were all ordinary sentinels from the lowest ranks. At such a moment, when they gathered and roared together, it made those sitting in offices, high above, feel fear. The broadcast soon crackled with the official's timid voice. Indeed, he was wronged. We were deceived too. We will immediately release Naiji. Yes, immediate release without charges. Everyone, please calm down. Once this chaotic farce concluded, Lin Yuan's employment and exit procedures were finally processed. By the time she emerged, the sun was setting in the western sky. Wei stood with Lin Yuan outside the military administration's main gate, waiting for the passing bus. He looked at the street bathed in the orange glow of the setting sun, still somewhat dazed. I say Yuan, Roy asked. I feel something's off. Did you deliberately help him? No, Lin Yuan replied calmly. Everything was factual. She remained as before, quiet, seemingly uninterested in anything. After a while, she raised her fair hand, making a gesture with her thumb and forefinger. I only helped him hide a little bit. Really? Roy's eyes lit up. I felt some scenes were abruptly cut. Tell me, what was it? Lin Yuan didn't answer his question. She turned her head to look at the alley by the military administration's side door. Roy's gaze followed. In that narrow alley, a small door opened. 2 people carried out an injured sentinel, setting him down before quickly retreating inside. The sentinel, draped in a soldier's coat, leaned against the earthen wall for a moment, then, seemingly unable to support himself, slowly slid down to sit against the wall. Roy squinted for a moment, surprised. It's him, that Neek. Gee, the military administration went too far. Such torture. Then discovering he was wronged, they just bandage him and toss him out. Roy was a compassionate man, and he suggested to Lin Yuan, he doesn't seem to have family coming to pick him up. Tia Yuan, should we help him? Lin Yuan looked at the dim alley. There, the sentinel leaned against the earthen wall, sitting in the half-light, his expression unreadable. Lin Yuan watched for a moment. Something secretive returned to her feet from the alley's direction. I don't think it's necessary, Lin Yuan finally said, withdrawing her gaze. The person he's waiting for isn't us. Emerging from the military administration office, Lin Yuan bid farewell to Roy and boarded the bus home. Leaning against the window, her head tilted, she watched the scenery outside retreating rapidly. The glass reflected a delicate, indifferent, and utterly bored face. The bus itself was an odd contraption, a patchwork doll stitched together from a hodgepodge of materials, rickety and wheezing, emitting sounds of strain at every turn. In this era, human technological prowess had regressed significantly. Acquiring parts for most machinery required scavenging through relics of the past. Complete items were a rarity, patchwork was the norm. The sun hung low in the sky, like a melting salted yolk, casting a faint orange hue over the sprawling, bloated capital of the empire. Even from this distant suburb, one could glimpse the white tower standing tall, a symbol of the empire, its alabaster form piercing the sky. "Mom, look, it's the white tower," a young boy on the bus exclaimed, pointing excitedly out the window. He opened a large picture book he clutched, comparing the illustrations of the white tower within. "Mom, this book says it was the White Tower and the king who saved humanity during the great catastrophe centuries ago." The weary mother beside him absent-mindedly patted his head. Her thoughts were far from kings and towers, preoccupied instead with tonight's dinner and tomorrow's survival. "This book says the clouds used to be white, like sugar," the boy continued. "It says there used to be as many sentinels as guides, and they would go hand in hand to the battlefield." His innocent voice echoed through the bus, drawing indulgent smiles from the passengers. Children, with their naive ignorance, often spoke the most amusing things. How could clouds possibly be white? Everyone knew they were either purple or green. And the notion of delicate guides going into battle was pure fantasy. The bus jostled along, picking up and dropping off passengers, as the scenery outside evolved from crowded, chaotic mud huts and shanties to orderly, opulent structures. The White Tower loomed ever larger and more sacred in view, an undeniable presence. The closer one got to its vicinity, the more affluent the neighborhoods became, home to the wealthy and noble. Lin Yuan alighted here, walking slowly up the clean, cobblestone path. It was late, the street lights flickered sporadically, casting light on the sparsely populated streets. In a corner, a couple with a young daughter guarded a small fruit stand. On their rickety cart sat 3 green apples, wilted and unappealing. Yet, the family was reluctant to pack up and leave. In these times, fruit was a luxury, and they waited in the quiet night, hoping to sell even one more. Lin Yuan had no interest in apples. She continued with her measured steps, lifting her skirt as she walked. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind, not in words, but in a strong, pure emotion: "These must be the best apples in the world." Despite not actively seeking it, the intensity of the feeling was so clear it reached Lin Yuan's consciousness. She glanced at the source, finding the voice emanated from the scrawny little girl behind the apple stand. The girl, 4 or 5 years old, stared intently at the green apples, her eyes bright as though she could transform them into gourmet delicacies. Lin Yuan looked at the girl, then at the apples, and continued on. Yet the voice persisted: "If you take a bite, the sweet and sour juice will burst forth, flowing over your tongue, quenching and satisfying." Lin Yuan hesitated. "It would fill your belly, and bring sweetness to your heart. I really want a bite. I want to eat it so much." The phrases rang clear and loud. The tendrils of her mind turned, focusing on those apples. Could they really be that delicious? Lin Yuan stopped, turned back, and returned to the stand. She studied the 3 apples for a long time, before finally taking out a few imperial coins and bagging them. As she was about to leave with the bag, a loud, clear drooling sound echoed in her mind, so vivid that Lin Yuan couldn't help but pluck an apple by its stem and place it in the little girl's hand. Walking along, Lin Yuan, tempted by the imagined sound of saliva, took out an apple, polished it on her clothes, and bit into it with anticipation. So incredibly sore. Lin Yuan's home was large, enclosed by walls of blue brick and white plaster, with ornate gates. The garden was lush, a riot of flowers and vines climbing over the walls. In the distance, behind the canopy of trees, a triangular, vintage roof peeked through. Finding no one to open the door, Lin Yuan took out her key and let herself in. The creak of the door echoed sharply in the silent, cool night. Closing the heavy door, she walked inside, through the overgrown garden, along the barely discernible path. The main house rose 5 stories, topped with a pointed roof attic. All the windows were dark, standing silent in the garden's depths, like a long abandoned mansion. Only the foyer on the first floor was lit, a dim glow breaking the dense, deathly stillness. Lin Yuan entered, shedding her cumbersome ivory coat in the light. From a shadowed corner of the ceiling, a pale female hand reached out to take her coat. Was everything smooth? Came a voice from nowhere. Yes, very smooth. All the paperwork is done, Lin Yuan replied, not looking up as she bent to untie her boots. I can stay home from now on. I'm sorry, the voice said timidly. I accidentally got seen by the cleaning lady today. She screamed and ran off. She might not come back. It's okay, I'll ask her. If she doesn't return, we'll hire another. Perhaps the house needs a gardener too. Lin Yuan finally freed herself from her troublesome boots, kicking them off. A pair of white arms picked them up. She stripped off her heavy attire, leaving only a thin silk slip, and barefoot, she ran up the oak stairs. Midway, she remembered something and tossed down an apple. Here's an apple for you, I bought it on the way. A hand from the shadows deftly caught the apple. The white apron of a maid's uniform flashed in midair. Thank you, miss, the hidden voice said. It's so sore. Lin Yuan's bedroom was in the attic. The room was small, with a soft bed by the window. The bed and all the cabinets were cluttered with odd and varied items, filling the little room to the brim. There were wind chimes made of energy stones, fluorescent signs from ancient ruins, broken robot heads, and dolls and plush toys of all sizes. It resembled a child's room with peculiar collecting habits. The window was large, offering a view of the White Tower, the staggered rooftops, and the street lamps below. On the cobblestone road, the apple-selling family was heading home. The mother carried the daughter, the father pushed the cart, and the three shared the apple Lin Yuan had left, savoring it as if it were a different fruit entirely. Lin Yuan pressed her fingers against the cold glass, watching the small figures from her high perch. A raindrop struck the glass, and she realized it had begun to rain. The father shrugged off his coat, shielding his wife and daughter. The small figures huddled together, running quickly through the rain. Lin Yuan stood there, watching until the rain obscured them from view. Why did they seem so happy? She recalled what the people in the White Tower had said. She suffered from an emotional deficiency. Most of the time, she felt nothing, neither joy nor sorrow. An emotionally deficient guide. She stood dazed for a while, then climbed into bed, rummaging through the toy cabinet until she found a palm-sized, slightly worn orca plush. I knew it, I've seen it somewhere before. She felt a flicker of happiness, lying back and playing with the round plush. She couldn't remember when she got it. Her room was filled with such forgotten items. Lin Yuan had no memories of her childhood. They told her that when she was very young, a fire had claimed her family. Her parents perished, shielding her from the flames. Yet no matter how she tried, Lin Yuan couldn't recall the fire or her early years. It was a blank, shrouded in a white mist that obscured her attempts to see. She only knew she was raised in the White Tower, her mental prowess ancestrally matched with a fiancé of notable lineage. Only recently had she been allowed to return to this long-abandoned home. Playing with the little orca, its tail unraveling to reveal a tuft of white stuffing, she poked it back in. The plush was adorably chubby, its black back and white belly, the white patches on its head resembling smiling eyes, as if it could chirp at any moment. Poking it felt pleasantly bouncy. It was different from the orca she had seen in the Mantle Sea earlier. Lin Yuan opened her palm, mimicking the grasping motion, recalling the sensation from the tendrils. That fish had been too thin, its bony frame marked with scars, not particularly pleasant to touch. Lying in bed, fiddling with the plush and pondering the day's events, Lin Yuan drifted into sleep. In her dreams, she found herself back beneath the ocean, wearing a white dress, standing in an unfamiliar room, the deep sea outside the window, with a giant whale passing by. The whale's mournful calls seemed to remind her of something, or perhaps it sang a sad song. Say Yuan, someone called. Lin Yuan turned to see a couple rushing in, their faces indistinct, sweeping her into their arms. At least send Xia Yuan out, she heard someone say. Our had erupted around them, burning fiercely. Lin Yuan was cradled tightly in a warm embrace. So this was her father and mother. Her mother, a powerful sentinel, her father, a gentle guide. The fire blazed around them, her mother holding her tightly, striding through the inferno. Little Lin Yuan curled in her mother's embrace, unafraid. She felt neither heat nor pain, only a profound peace. Her guide father had shielded her senses, dulling her perception of pain and fear. Time seemed to stretch, as if they ran forever through the flames. Lin Yuan heard her father's gentle voice, "Say Yuan, let daddy teach you how to control the Sentinel's world." She couldn't see his face, but his tender voice resonated in her mind. "Say Yuan, you're a genius, you can do it. The rest of the journey is for you and Mom to take together." Lin Yuan awoke with a start. The dream faded, its memories slipping away. She lay in bed, her heart pounding. Outside, the rain had intensified, the night thick as ink. Old raindrops pattered against the glass, tracing countless winding paths. Lin Yuan sat up, staring blankly into the rainy night. Suddenly, she wondered, was that Fishno, that sentinel, still sitting in that alley? On a rainy night, most people had already left work early and returned home. Kenshu folded his umbrella, meticulously brushed the raindrops off his shoulders, and walked down the long corridor to knock on the door of the Chief of Public Security's office. "Come in." Behind an imposing desk sat the officer, Ko Junmin, engrossed in reviewing documents. His face was square, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, and his lips bore the traces of a smile, exuding an air of authority tempered with a touch of scholarly grace. "Teacher," Tanshu addressed him, as he stood by the desk. Tanshu had once been a student under Ko Junmin's tutelage, when he served as the headmaster of the Sentinel Academy. After Ko Junmin was promoted to Chief of Public Security, he brought several of his hand-picked students into his inner circle. As a trusted confidant, Tanshu always addressed him as teacher in private, as a sign of endearment. Ko Junmin, writing swiftly without lifting his head, asked, "What is it?" "It's about Naiji." Tanshu leaned closer to the desk. "He's been detained at the military administration for several days now. That kid was bound to face this sooner or later. It's good for him to suffer a bit," Ko Junmin replied, picking up a signed document, blowing on it, and examining it closely before finally raising his head. "What's the matter? You were classmates back then. Are you thinking of pulling some strings for him?" Tanshu hurriedly replied, No, I follow your instructions, teacher." Seated behind the extensive desk, Ko Junmin interlaced his fingers, smiling warmly at him, much like a benevolent headmaster concerned about a student punished for breaking school rules. Tanshu's thoughts swirled as he tried to gauge Ko Junmin's intentions, uncertain of how to align his own words with his mentor's wishes. If it were up to his own selfish desires, he would prefer never to see Naiji again. Naiji had been a looming shadow during his student years. Back then, Naiji was dazzling, almost blindingly so. In every Sentinel Academy tournament, he would invariably bring back the title of single combat champion for the school. Wherever he was, others were overshadowed, rendered insignificant. For years, Tanshu had endured countless hardships, nearly sacrificing his dignity, currying favor with Ko Junmin like a dog, just to become his closest confidant. What if Naiji returned? Would he usurp Tanshu's current position? He knew that Ko Junmin harbored both love and resentment towards Naiji, still nursing grudges over past defiance. "It's not that I'm heartless," Ko Junmin said slowly from behind the desk, his tone reminiscent of a headmaster concerned for his students. "In youth, people tend to be overly proud, especially someone like Naiji, with a bit of talent, always thinking nothing in the world is worth bowing for. Only after suffering and having his spirit broken will he understand that living isn't so easy." He lowered his head to review the documents again. Let him endure a few more days with those people at the military administration. Once he realizes his past mistakes and seeks my help, then we can bring him out. Tanshu watched his subtle expressions closely and whispered, "But I just heard he was released without charges." Ko Junmin raised his eyes, looking at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. Tenchu's heart skipped a beat, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. He hastily waved his hands, explaining, "Teacher, I truly didn't know. I was following your orders, keeping an eye on the situation. Today, by coincidence, I heard someone proved his innocence, and the evidence was made public. The military administration had no choice but to release him." Having followed Kojaman for many years, Tenchu knew his teacher was notorious for being a smiling tiger. Always appearing gentle and courteous, speaking with a smile, he was, in truth, extremely petty. He wanted to use Neji but desired first to break his spirit, to make Neji humble himself, just as Tenchu had. So, even knowing what the military administration was like, knowing how they would handle someone as stubborn as Neji, he pretended ignorance, waiting for Neji to be tormented until his will was broken, before appearing as a benefactor. Understanding his teacher's intentions, Tenchu quickly said, "Though he's been released, in the capital, he has nowhere to go. After being tormented at the military administration, he's likely still sitting outside injured." Kojaman stood and patted Tenchu's shoulder. "I'm not blaming you. After all, you were classmates and close back then. Since that's the case, go bring Neji back, clean him up, and tell him I haven't forgotten him. See what he's thinking now." Tenchu nodded in agreement, feeling both relieved and dissatisfied as he left the office. Kojaman watched his retreating figure, a sneer playing at his lips. Still too young, with little thought so easily seen through. Back in the Sentinel Academy days, Tenchu had been Neji's constant companion, trailing after him. Many other achievements were thanks to Neji's leadership. Now, it seemed Tenchu harbored no sentiment for Neji, even hoping he wouldn't survive this ordeal. Otherwise, with Tenchu's shrewdness, he could have maneuvered in the military administration, a place where money talks, to ensure his old classmate wasn't left unable to walk. The rain intensified. Neji sat in a dim alley, watching the rain fall from the dusty sky. In the capital, the weather was still hot. If it were the northern frontier, it would be snowing by now. By this time in previous years, they would have fortified the walls, stocked up on winter supplies, and gathered around the hearth. He closed his eyes, pushing away thoughts of those he'd never see again. Footsteps splashed through the puddles outside the alley. Neji smiled inwardly. Finally, they had come. A uniformed officer, holding an umbrella, jogged over from the end of the street. His face was a mix of disbelief, worry, and urgency. "Jay, is it really you?" Tenchu bent to help the rain-soaked man up, his voice a blend of concern and reproach. "I just heard the news. I couldn't believe it. How could you, with something this big, not contact us right away?" Neji remained silent, allowing himself to be helped up. Listening to the voice of his former best friend, who supported him with one arm, continuously talking. "You really should have reached out to teacher. No matter what, we're all his students. Even though you and teacher had your differences back then, he still cares about you. See, as soon as he heard, he sent me to bring you back. It's outrageous, those people at the military administration, treating you like this. Someday, I'll settle the score with them." Neji was gravely injured, barely able to stand without support, relying heavily on Tenchu. As he listened to these words, he gazed at the puddle forming at his feet. His vision was sharp, and in the water's reflection, he could clearly see the face of his concerned-sounding classmate. In the murky water, that face looked down at his battered self with a sidelong glance. Seeing him so wretched, his former friend's lips curled into a twisted, uncontrollable smile. Neji found it laughable, but chose not to expose him, merely leaning his full weight on his former classmate. "Yes, I was just thinking, you and teacher would surely come for me." Tenchu carried the injured Neji, who could barely walk, to the clinic. It was one of those expensive places boasting treatment pods that promised to heal all wounds with just a night's sleep inside. Reluctantly, Tenchu knew he couldn't present a bloodied mess before his mentor. His teacher was a man of refined taste, currently ascending the social ladder, eager to ingratiate himself with the aristocracy. He had high standards for the appearance of himself and everyone around him. Even when visiting his teacher, Tianchu would meticulously wipe away even a few drops of rain from his shoulders. The doctor at the clinic fussed over Jay's horrific injuries for quite some time, expressing that their clinic was fortunate to have the latest healing solution, freshly retrieved by a search team from polluted zone No. It guaranteed effective treatment for the critically injured sentinel now lying in the treatment pod. Lucky he's a sentinel. A regular person would have died 100 times over, the doctor said, shaking his head as he adjusted the data on the control panel. He has many old injuries that haven't been properly treated. In the room, there was an old, repeatedly repaired sealed treatment pod. Neji lay inside, eyes closed, wearing a breathing mask, his body submerged in a special liquid that bubbled continuously. The yellowed control panel displayed rapidly fluctuating body data. These joints are obviously deformed, clearly from severe injuries. They must age terribly in damp weather, and his lungs, corroded by inhaled toxins, haven't been treated properly. I don't know how he survived. It will take a lot of money and time for full recovery. The doctor turned to Tianchu, who stood beside him. Should we take this opportunity to fix some of those critical old injuries as well? The man, who had just rushed in with the injured Neji through the rain, looked concerned and anxious. They seemed to be close. Can he hear us from inside? Tianchu asked, changing the subject entirely. Hear? How could he possibly hear? The doctor laughed. This is genuine relic tech, specifically modified for treating sentinels. The soundproofing is excellent, ensuring a peaceful treatment inside. Even in a class sentinel wouldn't hear a thing from outside. A strange sense of satisfaction welled up within Tianchu. The myth of his student days had now become this, far inferior to himself, almost making it hard for him to control his expression. Pathetic, he thought. Has he fallen so low that he can't even afford treatment pod fees? Having offended the teacher, and been sent to the Northern Sentinel post, he must regret it now. The doctor continued to chatter. It would be best to handle these old injuries during this treatment. The man beside him interrupted coldly. Shut up, mind your own business. The doctor shrugged, fell silent, and after adjusting the data, they both left for the adjoining room. After all, once the machine's operation data was set, the treatment process required no further human involvement, making it very convenient. Except for the high cost, which most grassroots sentinels couldn't afford, there were no other issues. After the footsteps faded, Neji opened his eyes inside the treatment pod. He had heard the conversation just now and could even hear a patient's family member speaking from a distance, as well as the increasingly heavy rain outside. Lying in a sealed treatment box, enveloped by the translucent treatment liquid, the continuous bubbling sounded like the familiar depths of the sea. Neji recalled the battle he fought today beneath the sea, and the girl suspended in the deep ocean. He hadn't expected to encounter such a guide. Her delicate frame, indifferent demeanor, and layers of white dress unfurled in the water, piercing straight into the deep sea of his mental landscape. Her spirit form was terrifying even to a battle-hardened sentinel. Those vague, interwoven spirit forms floated behind the girl in white, enormous, cold, terrifying, and mysterious. It felt as though even a glimpse of them would exert immense pressure. When he was dragged to the sea by the tightening tentacles, Neji even thought of death. Death, to him, wasn't a significant matter. Since everyone else was gone, it seemed only natural for him to die at any moment. Eternal sleep might even be a form of peace and release. Yet after being bound to the sea rocks by those cold, slippery things, they did not inflict the expected torment. They didn't even hurt him. After seeing the memories he had deliberately placed on the periphery, the guide suspended in the deep sea remained expressionless, devoid of any visible emotion. But those tentacles climbed up his muscular frame, somewhat roughly patting his head in turns. Perhaps having endured too much despair and suffering, even the slightest warmth from others would be instinctively grasped and magnified by him. Moreover, he saw those memories being publicly displayed, seemingly impartial, devoid of personal emotion in their reading and playback. But he knew the guide had deliberately cut and concealed a bit. This cold, Even previously offended guide treated him gently after invading his mental landscape. A stranger's bit of tenderness protected what the fallen warriors had desperately wished to shield. The rain outside poured heavily, droplets drumming against the window glass, leaving winding trails. Neji closed his eyes, thinking of the northern sentinel post where he had fought for years. In this season, it would be snowing heavily, the world vast and white, the land frozen. The cold winter had long arrived, survival becoming more difficult than ever. The memory fragments publicly displayed at the training ground had a short tail cut off. After the researcher was killed and the living insect jade shattered, there were still a few subsequent scenes. The avenging sentinel bent down, painstakingly picking out the scattered insect jade fragments. Though shattered and dead, the insect jade had lost most of its value, and would no longer be noticed by those high and mighty figures. But in the impoverished northern sentinel post, they could sustain many people, becoming essential winter survival supplies for numerous families. He collected the blood-stained fragments, took them out of the polluted zone, and exchanged them on the black market for charcoal, cotton, food, and candy. In the snow-covered northern sentinel post, a small wooden house glowed warmly. A pregnant woman sat by the table, knitting a sweater while patting her sleeping little daughter. The door was knocked at this moment. "Who is it?" she asked, supporting her belly as she went to open the door. It was a service soldier from the sentinel post, an elderly woman with both arms replaced by mechanical prosthetics. She braved the snow, dragging a cart full of winter supplies. "These are your family's share," the elderly woman with disabled hands said with a smile, moving things into the house with her slightly rusty mechanical arms. "Your husband and the others might not be able to return when you give birth, but don't worry, I'm here." After moving everything, she took out a bag of imperial coins from her bosom, placing the warm coins into the pregnant wife's hands. "The captain specifically asked me to give you this." "Oh my wife so much." The pregnant wife was both surprised and delighted. Sad that her husband couldn't be with her to await the child's arrival. But fortunately, there was so much food and money. She and the child could safely get through the winter. She looked outside, where there was only deep darkness and swirling snowflakes. No sign of the tall, unattractive man who was so gentle to her. The woman felt a mix of vague unease and maternal courage. Not far away, at the mouth of a dim alley, a girl with permed hair opened a cigarette box, using her black painted fingernails to draw out a cigarette. She lit it, took a puff, and sneered. "What's he mean by this?" she asked, blowing a smoke rain. "Not coming himself, sending you with this money, is it a breakup fee?" "No, he..." The sentinel standing before her had red eyes, choking up, unable to continue. He stubbornly extended his hand, offering the bag of imperial coins. The girl, seasoned from years on Flower Street, first showed disdain, then confusion, before realizing. She stood dazed for a while, her hands trembling as she finally managed to place the cigarette accurately in her mouth, taking a deep drag, exhaling the smoke in a fluster, raising her face to the wind and snow as if to dry her tears. Did that person leave any words for me?" she asked. "He did," the sentinel replied. "He said he hopes you take this money and live well, find a new way of living." The dim grimy alley was especially quiet on the snowy night, with only a woman squatting on the ground, her cigarette holding hand covering her beautiful eyes, crying and cursing, "Bastard, the bastard." Here white snowflakes gently fell from the sky, softly landing on her shoulders like a comforting touch. Outside a dilapidated orphanage, a cart full of winter supplies was parked. The children rushed out, cheering as they received and distributed the candy. They had never tasted such sweetness before and were as happy as if it were a festival. But they didn't see the usually smiling headmistress standing in a corner covering her face and sobbing in front of a stranger, an old soldier. After a night of heavy rain, the sun shone brightly again. Lin Yuan sat in the living room of Ko Yunyun's house, watching her busily feed dinner to her twins. Ko Yunyun was Lin Yuan's only friend from the Guide Academy, 2 years older, who had early on married a state-matched sentinel, freeing her from the obligations of a guide, allowing her to focus on being a wife and mother. The television on the cabinet was broadcasting a news segment, showing Viscount Klein, in formal attire, distributing relief to the families of fallen sentinels amidst sunshine and flowers. The soldier families displayed on the screen were neatly dressed, gratefully receiving gifts from the Marquis. It was a scene of benevolence and joy, bustling with activity. The entire world seemed bathed in sunlight, under the sacred glow of the White Tower, filled with love and tenderness. "It's all just for show," Ko Yun said, opening the oven to retrieve a piece of braised beef, slicing it and arranging it in her husband's lunchbox while speaking to Lin Yuan. "According to the investigations we conducted back then, most sentinels who died in the polluted zones received almost no compensation. Their compensation was so heavily deducted that what finally reached the families was appallingly meager." In the Guide Academy, she was a swift, decisive girl, authoring numerous reports on sensitive topics. But now she had left that world, her focus confined to her family, becoming a gentle wife and mother. As she spoke, she scooped 2 spoonfuls of fruit puree into the twins' bowls, insisting they finish it, while instructing the household maid to fetch her husband's evening suit. In between tasks, she spread a generous dollop of homemade blueberry jam on a freshly baked small cake, handing it to Lin Yuan. Despite their financial struggles over the years, maintaining the appearance of a noble family in public, they had reduced all household expenses, keeping only one maid to manage the trivialities of noble interactions. Lin Yuan took a bite of the cake, savoring the rich layers of the blueberry jam and the soft, sweet cake. She greatly admired guides like Ko Yun, who could efficiently handle so many trivial and complex tasks while caring for a sentinel, maintaining emotional optimism and tenderness. If it were her, even with all her tentacles helping, she doubted she could manage it. Of course, each of those creatures possessed small, not very useful brains, contributing significantly to the chaos. "Oh dear, are you really going to those polluted zones?" Ko Yun finally found a precise moment amidst her busy schedule to sit down with Lin Yuan. "My goodness, I can hardly believe a guy would apply for such a job, but then again it's so like you." They had differing life philosophies, but always managed to understand and tolerate each other, which was why they remained friends for so many years. "Yes, I have a reason I must go," Lin Yuan showed her the pass. "Besides, once I'm there, I won't have to endlessly attend these banquets anymore, right? You know I'm not good at handling them." Guys in the White Tower had certain obligations to fulfill each year, including attending those unbelievably lavish banquets hosted by the nobility. After all, guides were the most precious flowers cultivated by the empire, required to adorn the splendor when necessary. "Why, the banquets," Ko Yun nodded, successfully diverted from the topic, clapping her hands. "Are you really going to the banquet tonight dressed like this?" Lin Yuan glanced at her clothes and shoes, finding nothing amiss. She was in formal attire, wearing shoes that made it hard to walk. "You know, Jiang Yang Shou, that bastard, will be there tonight," Ko Yun said, pressing her hands on Lin Yuan's shoulders with a serious expression. "Especially at times like this, we must stand tall. We can't let those bastards look down on us. Say Yuan, this is a battlefield. Our battlefield is guides. A battlefield." Though she felt a bit guilty for drifting off during her friend's passionate speech, Lin Yuan's thoughts wandered back to the memories she had seen in the depths of the ocean a few days ago. The body pierced by gigantic fingers, flesh smeared on the ground like mud, those eyes refusing to close in despair even after death. That was the battlefield, Yun. The real battlefield was like that. Could fighting over a sentinel, pulling each other's hair, really be called a battlefield? Ko Yun coaxed the twins into the bedroom, and adorned herself with makeup and a gown. Descending from the second floor, she found Lin Yuan still perched on the windowsill, lost in a world of her own. She appeared to be a docile and quiet guy, perhaps just a little prone to daydreaming. Yet, deep down, Ko Yun sensed that this was merely a facade, a shell that allowed her to superficially conform to the rules of this place. After all, who in this world doesn't wear a shell? It's just a matter of having the courage to break free, Ko Yunyan mused. Where did you get that dress? It doesn't seem to fit quite right, Ko Yunyan asked. Lin Yuan usually wore the white gowns issued by the academy. Today, however, perhaps because she had come from home, she had unearthed a black dress from somewhere. Seated on the windowsill, the smoky black hem of her dress accentuated her long limbs and porcelain skin. Yet it was too sharp, too aloof, not the attire of a guide. I don't know, found it at home, probably my mother's, Lin Yuan replied. See, this girl knew she needed a gown for the banquet. For her, it was enough just to have a dress to put on. Whether it fit or highlighted the gentle demeanor of a guide, she didn't care. It's a bit too big. Let me adjust it for you, Ko Yunyan sighed, fetching a sewing kit to alter the waistline and hem of Lin Yuan's dress. Your mother, she was a sentinel, wasn't she? Ko Yunyan asked while biting the thread, aware of some details about Lin Yuan's background. Yes, Lin Yuan gently smoothed the dress's fabric. She was very tall and ran extremely fast. A strong person. I dreamed of her a few days ago, Yunyan. Once the dress was adjusted, Ko Yunyan twirled Lin Yuan around. The raven-colored coat, ash-gray underskirt, and gradient hem were simple and neat, adorned only with a line of descending rhinestones along the waist. Lin Yuan, naturally aloof, was now like an ethereal being, almost ready to transcend this world. Ko Yunyan was momentarily dazzled by her appearance, feeling that even as a guide, she looked stunning. She quickly shook her head to dispel such thoughts. No, this was inappropriate. She swiftly helped Lin Yuan retie her hair and reached for her makeup kit. Lin Yuan clasped her wrist, declining. Makeup is also for pleasing oneself, Ko Yunyan thought it amusing. At these banquets, even the male guides and sentinels dress up beautifully. If it's to please myself, I must first want it. Lin Yuan shook her head repeatedly, disliking the sensation of things smeared on her face, and her tentacles disliked it even more. The tentacles lifted their heads, nodding with their various sized suckers to express their disapproval. Ko Yunyan produced a lipstick to coax her, at least wear some lipstick. I made it myself, with beeswax and rose essential oil. It's fragrant and a bit sweet. Lin Yuan, hearing the word sweet, licked her lips and agreed. Having adorned themselves, the two girls lifted their skirts and hurried out. Time was tight, and they almost ran. The garden at Ko Yunyan's home was beautiful, with layers of blooming flowers. Champagne-colored roses filled the garden this season. Hand in hand, they ran through the dewy flowers, feeling the cool, slippery touch of each other's skin. A snow goose followed them out. It was Ko Yunyan's spirit animal. The pure white bird skimmed over the tall and low branches, letting out a clear cry as its small form soared into the sky, circling high above. Ko Yunyan thought, who knows why, but over the years, this bird seldom spread its wings and flew like this. She saw Lin Yuan had turned back, stepping on the smoky dress, with spirit animals faintly stirring in the shadows beneath the flowers. In the dim evening light, her slightly colored lips curved as if about to smile. In all these years, Ko Yunyan had rarely seen Lin Yuan smile. She was about to leave this place, to live the life she wanted. The thought suddenly flashed through Ko Yunyan's mind, leaving her inexplicably startled and reluctant. Inside the lounge of the Count's mansion, sentinels busied themselves ironing clothes, grooming hair, and some even applying foundation in front of mirrors. They wouldn't go overboard with makeup, but a touch of powder, a hint of eyebrow, and a dash of lip color were common. Tonight, an opulent and extravagant banquet would take place here, attended by numerous nobles, dignitaries, and even members of the royal family. Security was of utmost importance, and as sentinels of the capital security bureau, they had to be on high alert. The capital of the empire, protected by the holy light of the White Tower, would never be threatened by terrifying pollutants. Living here, a dignified appearance and handsome visage were more valuable to sentinels than combat prowess. Although they were merely responsible for security patrols at the banquet, who would want to lose face in such a gathering of distinguished guests? Appearance was crucial, and everyone thought so. If one were to catch the eye of some noble, life might change forever. Rather nigh, let me help you tidy up, a sentinel named Sun Yuan offered. He was a junior whom Naiji had mentored at the Sentinel Academy. Naiji sat in a chair, crossing his long legs, and shook his head, gripping Sun Yuan's wrist. Sun Yuan glanced around. The others were busy grooming themselves, paying no attention here. Just let me fix you up a bit, senior, he coaxed softly. Look, everyone's doing it. He knew that since Naiji had returned a few days ago, people here had been cold towards him. It wasn't because Naiji had been away for long and everyone had forgotten him, but because the principal's attitude towards Naiji remained ambiguous. Yet Sun Yuan had never forgotten how, when he first entered the Sentinel Academy, he was accredited constantly bullied. It was Naiji, already renowned, who had extended a hand to stop those bullying him, pulling him from the abyss of torment. He whispered, "Teacher, he likes people like us." Naiji held his wrist tightly, staring at him for a moment before slowly letting go. Sun Yuan was pleased. He was skilled with his hands, had a good aesthetic sense, and was adept at such tasks. It was the skill that had caught the eye of the then principal, now the head of the security bureau, Ko Junmin, who had brought him here. Dressing up and applying makeup were seen as humiliating tasks for a sentinel like Naiji, fresh from the battlefield. But what choice did they have? To survive in this city, in this shamefully opulent place where flowers and wine were wasted, one had to abide by its rules. Bend one's back, paint one's face, and become an ornament at the nobles' banquets. He was glad Naiji listened to him. A bit of softness might make life a little easier for his forever senior. He knew that over the years, Naiji must have faced some terrible experiences. What kind of hardships could transform a once sunny and cheerful person into someone so silent and reticent? He blew Naiji's bangs upward, styling them neatly, trimmed his sideburns sharply, and applied a thin layer of foundation to even out his skin tone. Naiji leaned back in the chair, eyes closed, allowing Sun Yuan to work. It wasn't until Sun Yuan brought out lip gloss, intending to apply it, that Naiji opened his eyes, shook his head, and stopped him. When Naiji removed the barber's cape and stood up, every gaze in the lounge was drawn to him. He was tall, even among sentinels, towering above the rest. As he stood, his lean, upright figure exuded something none of the other sentinels possessed. Whether walking, standing, or casting a glance, he was steadier, more formidable, carrying a hint of the battlefield's blood-soaked essence ingrained in his bones. Previously, he was merely seen as fierce. And now, after Sun Yuan's touch softened some of his ferocity, his refined features were suddenly noticed. The infamous imperial blade, it turned out, possessed a face of striking beauty. That captivating blend of beauty and strength stood up, fastened his uniform, and his gaze, like the cold sea, swept over everyone. He donned black gloves, clipped on his sidearm, and strode out. Ko Junmin was briefing Tan Shu and others on the evening's tasks. As the head of the security bureau, he didn't need to handle specific details. He had many capable confidants. All he had to do was give orders and offer guidance at key moments to assert his authority. Ko Junmin had a standard for selecting people. All sentinels he personally promoted had to be handsome and well-built, regardless of gender. He knew that to mingle in the hedonistic upper world, everything had to align with the interests and preferences of those above. This was his way of handling things, one of the secrets of his rise from academy principal to his current position. At that moment, he saw Naiji walk in. Everyone present couldn't help but look at the striking sentinel. With his rare appearance and silent demeanor, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs, he walked with a military stride to stand before Ko Junmin, bowing his head and calling him teacher. Ko Junmin sat there, looking up at him. Seeing Naiji's carefully styled hair and groomed face, he smiled. In all his years of training sentinels, this one was the most outstanding genius. Back then, he was as dazzling as the sun, impossible to conceal. But he was too proud, aloof, wild, and unruly, disobedient. Cao Junin recalled how many times Neji had brought back the single combat champion from the Sentinel Academy League, and many wanted to meet him. Cao Junin asked Neji to dress up, tidy himself, and accompany him to banquets. Those high-end gatherings ordinary people couldn't dream of attending. Yet Neji always ungraciously refused. Every time, asking him to comb his hair or change into a gown was like asking for his life. That unruly student always disappeared at critical moments, regardless of his face. No punishment effective. Ultimately, due to some intolerable matters, the teacher-student relationship completely broke down. He actually liked Neji. Neji was a good blade, fierce and formidable, very useful at crucial times. But he wanted a blade, a dog, not a young man who constantly opposed him. What did it matter how proud and unyielding one was back then, Cao Junin thought. Who hasn't been young, who hasn't been proud? But who can live purely and untainted in such a world? No one. So when he saw Neji, like everyone else, obediently dressed up, standing before him, he felt a deep satisfaction, as if every pore in his body was breathing freely. For such sensible and capable kids, he was always a forgiving elder. So he deliberately stood up from behind his desk, walked over to Neji, patted his shoulder, and smiled benevolently. Seiji, you've been back for several days. Tonight at the Count's banquet, you and Tanchu will accompany me. As night descended, many in the city had long slipped into dreams. Exhausted from a day's toil yet still unable to fill his stomach, the master of the house lay down early, hoping to stave off hunger. His wife, restless and turning in bed, worried about the empty rice barrel and where tomorrow's meals would come from. Even the child, murmuring in dreams, yearned for a shriveled little apple. Yet far from the tenements, at the heart of the city, the true nightlife was just beginning. The Count's ballroom was a dazzling spectacle of light. Desserts slathered with cream and syrup were spread lavishly across every corner, surrounded by the freshest fruits, freshly picked blossoms, perfectly seared lamb chops, and oysters being pried open by chefs. The scent of various wines flowed among the crowd. Holographic displays, unseen in the poor districts, were projected with abandon here. Glasses clinked, lights shimmered. Guests in exquisite attire moved with polished grace, as if the world was inherently abundant, a dreamlike opulence. It was as if the polluted wastelands and the monstrous aberrations that roamed them did not exist. Before raising their glasses, everyone murmured, thanks to the White Tower. The White Tower protected the city, carving out humanity's last sanctuary, the Soul Eden. Its holy light forever bathed the earth, dispelling corruption, guarding the Empire's glory. This was not like the outposts on the frontier, where people lived in constant danger of being swallowed by the polluted zones, their lives precarious and fraught with peril. Here near the White Tower, the world remained safe, reliable, a place to indulge and revel. Cao Junin, flanked by two sentinels, wolfed through the crowd, raising his glass to greet familiar colleagues and superiors, exchanging pleasantries with a smile. Her Majesty the Queen has not appeared for some time. I do hope for the honor of her audience, someone remarked. There seems to be a newly discovered relic in zone, another mentioned. The Countess expressed quite an interest in its contents. Cao Junin hailed from a fallen noble family, rising from a lowly sentinel to the head of the Sentinel Academy, and eventually to the position of Chief of Security. Now in his 50s, he still maintained a robust physique, embodying both the traits of a sentinel and the elegance of a long-serving headmaster, cutting a dashing figure. His presence, accompanied by two handsome, tall guards, drew attention. Many approached, eager to converse with him. The Countess, lifting her skirt, led a group of ladies past, her fan concealing her face, her thick lashes barely fluttering in their direction. Cao Junin discreetly set down his glass, smiling as he excused himself. Please excuse me, I should patrol a bit. The Count's banquet must not suffer any mishap. All praised his diligence, and understood, knowing well that his current position was thanks to the Count's patronage. The Count's estate was expansive, with gardens, walkways, ponds, and numerous elegantly appointed lounges beyond the main hall. On such nights, under the influence of alcohol and enchanting lights, certain unspoken things were bound to occur. As the Count's confidant, the chief of security even had his own private lounge, furnished with fine sofas, a comfortable bed, wardrobes, and a wine rack. Cao Zhenmin selected 2 glasses from the rack, playing with them in his hands. Tan Chu, familiar with the surroundings, opened a drawer, retrieved a secret blend of incense, and lit it in the burner. A faint, sweet fragrance drifted through the room. Neji stood there, his expression unreadable, a slight frown creasing his brow. As a sentinel, as they all were, his senses were keen, his sense of smell particularly so. The scent, penetrating his nostrils and seeping into his being, seemed capable of decaying bone and nerve, leaving him distinctly uncomfortable. Hensha pulled him aside, leading him out of the bedroom to stand guard outside, winking at him with a look that said, "You'll get used to it." Before long, the esteemed countess, face hidden behind her fan, arrived alone. Hensha quickly bowed low, holding the door open for her. She entered without a word, without a glance in his direction. Hensha closed the door, maintaining his bow for a time, ensuring no further instructions came from within, before straightening up and exhaling. He led Neji to the adjoining tea room to rest. "Relax a bit, Neji, don't be so tense," Tenshu said, sprawling into the room's only armchair, propping his legs on the table. "Why are you standing so stiffly? This isn't the military." To thrive in such a place, the key was to be like him, flexible, ready to attend to every personal affair of one's superior. "Now you must listen to me, I'll teach you slowly, after all we have quite the history together." He found Neji amusing, this man still standing erect like a frontier soldier, hands clasped before him in black gloves, like a tightly wound string. "It's no big deal, among these people, it's quite common. The Count has his own lovers too. Other than relying on the Count's patronage, our teacher leans more on the Countess's favor. For now, we can have some tea, rest, even take a nap." Tanshu chuckled, nodding towards the soundproof door of the bedroom, indicating his intimate knowledge of Cao Zhenmin's affairs. "They'll be in there for quite a while, 1 or 2 hours. Do you know how many layers the Countess's skirt has? And there's the incense to savor. Oh, it's exquisite. You surely haven't experienced it. The scent can intoxicate, make one forget all worries. Time passes so swiftly there. You should experience it when you have the chance." He sat there, legs draped over the table, watching Neji as he spoke. Neji, prompted by his words, moved. He approached the table, using his gloved hands to prepare a cup of tea, adding milk and sugar, presenting it to Tanshu. "Once a man's spirit is broken, his descent is swift," Tanshu mused. In the past, he was the one trailing behind Neji, serving him tea. Having Neji obediently make tea and present it was something he never dared to imagine. Tanshu sat, gazing at the teacup before him. The slender fingers in black gloves held the delicate porcelain cup, waiting deferentially for him to take it. He accepted it with satisfaction, sipping slowly. The tea was rich, sweet with a hint of bitterness. In the cup, amidst the swirling milk mist, their reflections wavered. In that ephemeral haze, Tanshu vaguely recalled their student days. The young Neji, gloved hands gripping the wall's edge, twisted his waist and vaulted over the Sentinel Academy's towering wall. He was a rebellious champion, crouched atop the wall, looking down at him, laughing. "Hurry up, Tanshu, are you coming or not?" Back then, Neji was an unattainable moon in the sky. He dared do anything he desired. He defied rules to thrash a scoundrel harassing a female student, defied teachers to rescue a wounded comrade on the battlefield, even defied the principal. Such a character was legendary among the students. Perhaps it was the warmth of the tea, or Neji's compliance, but Tanshu relaxed. For reasons unknown, he began to doze, eyelids growing heavy, impossible to keep open. In a drowsy haze, he saw a pair of black-gloved hands take the cup from him, gently placing the fragile, exquisite teacup in the sink for cleaning. This fellow, could he still be up to something, like in the old days? Henshu wondered inexplicably before succumbing to a deep sleep. Neji believed he could endure the ordeal before him. Throughout his life, he had gritted his teeth through every hardship. Once, in a contaminated zone, he lay in ambush for 3 whole days at the edge of a swamp to capture a mutated creature with formidable psychic strength. The sun rose and set thrice, while he, clad in stifling tactical camouflage, lay unmoving amidst the damp reeds. There were blood-sucking leeches, gigantic mosquitoes, and snakes. In such an environment, he meticulously sealed off all his emotions, and during those 3 days with sheer will. Birds mistook him for a dead branch to rest upon, toads sang above his head, and he regarded himself as nothing more than a lifeless object. He waited until the powerful mutant let down its guard and leisurely passed overhead, finally seizing the opportunity to strike. After the mission concluded, he discovered his legs had become severely macerated. That environment was far harsher than this ventilation duct. It was merely a small tentacle. If he could just endure for a moment, it would soon depart. Neji closed his eyes, inhaled slowly, encapsulating all his emotions, sinking them into the deep sea, fortifying his mental barrier. In his mental landscape, the rolling sea fell into complete silence. A solid layer of ice sealed the surface, locking away the slightly restless underwater guard. When he opened his eyes again, he found there was another tentacle. 2 tentacles were now perilously close, hovering just before him, almost brushing his nose, watching him with curiosity. He could even see clearly the soft suckers writhing. The 2 small appendages touched their tips, as if conferring over who would go first. One of them swam towards him. It was about to climb up. Neji wanted desperately to close his eyes. But he couldn't, not in this situation. If he shut his vision, the emotional fluctuations from touch and hearing would be amplified manifold, making it even harder to contain. He could only watch as the soft limb approached, its small tip rising, bending, poking his face. Don't move, Neji told himself. Don't be afraid. It doesn't matter. It won't even hurt. He held his breath, lowering his heartbeat to the barest minimum. His sentinel's superior physical condition allowed him to achieve this, making him appear as though he were a lifeless object. After the tentative prodding, the moist sucker adhered to his facial muscles, beginning to crawl upward. It traversed his brow ridge, the tip burrowing in, dislodging the headscarf wrapped around his hair. Don't move. It climbed up, burrowing into his hair, patting his head like a child, tussling his hair. Don't move, endure it, Neji told himself. Another tentacle, at some unknown time, had swum to his ankle, its cold touch coiling around it, starting to peel off his sock. Tentatively, it lightly circled the arch. A subtle, elusive itch permeated through his skin, seeping into his bones, burrowing into his heart. In a garden beneath the sea, the seaweed curled up restlessly. It was harder than enduring torture. In the cold, quiet depths of the sea, the orca, a manifestation of his mental state, opened its previously closed eyes. With the caressing of the tentacle, the injured whale emitted a small, pleasant whale song. A soft sound, quickly stifled. A guide is naturally able to soothe a sentinel's mental wounds. Even such unconscious touches alleviated the pain of the orca whose tail was exposed to the bone. How comfortable, wanting it to touch a bit more. The lonely whale, disregarding its host's wishes, emitted such thoughts. The tentacle buried in his hair seemed to hear something, lifting abruptly from the tousled hair. Just now it seemed to have heard a pleasant sound, a kind of spiritual fluctuation, but for some reason, it was gone. Bewildered. Unable to understand. Summoning more companions. In the deep sea, Neji transformed into a half-human, half-whale form, covering the spiritual entity's mouth with his hand. But it was too late. In the dim dot, one tentacle after another poked their heads out, appearing before Neji. They squirmed with curiosity, eager to explore around him. They all seemed like small segments, wriggling happily, their tiny suckers crawling. As if harmless. Yet Neji knew very well that in that unseen, nameless space, their bodies, vast and terrifying, lay hidden, ready to pin him down. Meiji felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "You must be feeling quite sad, right?" said the male guide to Lin Yuan. "It's truly unfortunate." He dabbed the corner of his eye with an exquisite handkerchief, gracefully wiping away tears rich with empathy. "I can't even imagine what I would do if such a thing happened to me." This was the fifth one today. The fifth person at the banquet to approach Lin Yuan with those words. Lin Yuan found herself unable to recall the guide's name. Perhaps he was a classmate from the Guide Academy at the White Tower. She wanted to earnestly ask him what sadness and sorrow felt like, but she knew such words were inappropriate. She was a guide with emotional deficiency syndrome, her memory not particularly good, and she hadn't experienced so-called sadness, anger, sorrow, or happiness emotions that belonged to normal humans in a long time. Others wouldn't understand. All she could do was disguise herself as best as she could, trying to react appropriately when she was supposed to show some emotion. So Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's truly saddening." Finally, the guide left, satisfied, allowing Lin Yuan to return to her peace, sitting by the window, lost in thought. The tendrils were excited in the fresh environment, lurking in deserted corners, exploring. In her mind, Lin Yuan constantly heard their faint, whispering chatter. She listened to those dream-like words, gazing at the water lilies in the artificial lake, their varying shades of purple petals slowly closing under the night sky. Jin Yangshu saw Lin Yuan, sitting by the lakeside. His friends pointed her out to him. "Look, there's your ex-fiancée," a friend deliberately elongated the X, his tone dripping with mockery and sarcasm. "Look at what she's wearing, does she look like a guide? I always said Yangshu should have broken up with her long ago. Even the giant family status, it's not hard to find a well-matched guide. Why bother accommodating such a dull person?" In the past, these people also mocked Lin Yuan, and Jian Yangshu didn't mind. Lin Yuan was indeed an odd guide, not very likable. Now that it was over with Lin Yuan, he found these words somehow grating. His ex-fiancée sat by the window near the lake, wearing an overly austere black dress, devoid of any jewelry, her porcelain white face only touched with a hint of red on her lips. Her delicate, porcelain-like wrist supported her chin as she stared blankly at the lake view outside the window. Indeed, it wasn't the attire of a typical guide. She had always been so willful, barely maintaining basic etiquette. Yet, there was a peculiar beauty to it, Jian Yangshu admitted to himself. It was striking, making one unable to look away. Jin Yangshu was a high-level sentinel, with exceptional vision. A mere glance was enough to notice several sentinels in the banquet hall casting surreptitious glances at Lin Yuan, eager and intrigued. Lin Yuan was very beautiful. This was something he knew from the first time he saw her in his youth. Back then, his father had brought him to a banquet, pointing out a little girl sitting alone on the terrace. "Go and try. That child's mental strength is very strong. If the compatibility is high, she will be your fiancée." The young girl, dressed primly in a white dress, tilted her head, sitting alone by a sea of flowers, lost in thought. The sunlight softened her outline, making her look as beautiful as a fairy. Even the fragrance of flowers became mysterious because of her. Young Jian Yangshu's heart pounded fiercely at that moment. Their tested compatibility was high, reaching a rare high match in the current environment. Jian Yangshu's father was pleased. He himself was pleased too. He had heard that her parents had both passed away. No matter, he would take good care of her from now on. The young boy had thought, blushing. But somehow as time flowed by, the two of them ended up where they were now. Jian Yangshu pushed aside his joking friends and stepped towards Lin Yuan. "I heard you've applied to the Special Research Department." He summoned a waiter, took a glass of juice, and replaced the wine glass in Lin Yuan's hand with it. Lin Yuan's hand was suddenly empty, the low-alcohol drink taken away, replaced with a glass of juice. She looked up, realizing the man before her was the only familiar person she had known over the years, once called her fiancé. In this flower-scented lakeside, Lin Yuan remembered how this person had once held her hand, saying many sweet things to her. He promised to accompany her for a long time, patiently waiting for her to recover and become a normal person. He also said he wouldn't let her have nightmares from her childhood again, wouldn't let her be alone. He said they would hold hands, supporting each other, walking along long road together. Lin Yuan had almost believed it. But not long ago, this person appeared before her, holding another guide's hand. Just like everyone said, they weren't suitable and would end eventually. So their matched relationship was over, wasn't it? Lin Yuan let out a distracted ah. She hadn't even had time to speak. At this moment, the tendrils, who knew where they had climbed to, sent back some strange information, distracting her. All right, I did apply for a new job, Lin Yuan replied while trying to discern the information. Jane Yangshu frowned. The sentinel was tall, his shadow elongated by the light, enveloping the small guide in front of him. He braced one hand against the wall, looking down at Lin Yuan sitting in the shadow. Her eyes in the darkness were lovely, like they were sprinkled with tiny stars. But those beautiful eyes weren't focused on him at all. There was a barely noticeable excitement in her bright eyes, yet her thoughts were elsewhere. She was thinking about her own matters again, never like a normal guide, only having eyes for her sentinel. This was what Jian Yangshu disliked most about Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was always absent-minded, uninterested in things guides should be concerned with, not even placing him, her fiancé, in the most important position. Thinking of their broken relationship, Jian Yangshu suppressed his inner irritation. Even if we're over, you don't have to do this, Jian Yangshu said, frowning in a low voice. Lin Yuan, you don't have to deliberately mistreat yourself, those border-polluted areas aren't places a guide can adapt to. It's not because of you, Lin Yuan wanted to explain seriously. Furry feeling, I seem to have touched it before. A tendril's voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. What furry thing? Lin Yuan accidentally said aloud. Jian Yangshu's brow furrowed completely. Oh, sorry, I wasn't talking about you, Lin Yuan apologized to him. I mean, going to the border for research has always been the job I wanted to do, not because of you guys. Jian Yangshu frowned and said, if you can't stand the rumors, there's no need. Even though we're no longer related, if anyone dares to bully you, you can still come to me. No emotions, not a living thing, but it feels warm. Another tendril's voice came through. Not a living thing, yet warm, how strange, what could it be? Lin Yuan's thoughts were distracted again. A bit familiar, it's not furry, very soft, nice to touch, elastic, I want to touch it a bit more, very smooth, with a thin layer of skin, and protruding bones. One after another, voices continued to echo in her mind. Emotionless, warm, furry, elastic, smooth. What on earth had they discovered in such a place, like the ventilation duct? Did you hear it make a sound? Nonsense, how could a dead thing make a sound? I heard it too, I heard it, a very cute sound, like it's acting coy. Maybe it likes us, really, let me touch it too. I want to too, really very nice to touch, brings a comfortable feeling. I think it feels sweet to the touch, sweet, I like sweet things, move aside, I want to touch it a bit longer. The chaotic voices clamored, completely capturing Lin Yuan's attention, making her entirely miss the self-important words her ex-fiancé thought he was delivering with heartfelt sincerity. Too excessive. In the abyss of the deep sea, a spirit half-human, half-whale, closed its eyes, hands clamped tightly over its mouth, allowing its entire being to drift downward into the ocean's depths. Its tail fin, exposed to the bone, quivered uncontrollably amidst the swirling bubbles. On the ocean floor, the giant kelp and corals, like a forest, reached out to him, gently catching him, drawing him into the shadows of more concealed depths. Moments ago, he had slain an enemy, and with his own hands, strangled an innocent, suffering life, leaving the luxurious room a grotesque tableau of blood and flesh. Still carrying the steaming aura of death and a heart stained with blood, his entire body now felt weak. I should have killed that guide. Yet, his tone had long lost its murderous intent, so soft it was almost inaudible. Had he not kept his mouth covered, allowing the words to be caught by those tentacles, they might have licked their tongues and said, this consciousness is sweet. She was too much, undoing his headscarf, removing his socks, slithering and crawling, wrapping around him from every corner. Michi felt a wave of humiliation. A soldier who hadn't yet left the battlefield, halfway through, was swept away, stripped of armor and weapons in a few swift moves, transformed from a ferocious beast of war into a fish laid out on a platter. But his spirit, that ever-loyal companion, now seemed uncharacteristically spineless. Not only did it emit a contented whale song, it even attempted to break free of his control, to swim to the surface, to bow to those tormenting his physical form. Indeed, it was too comfortable. Touched by those strange, damp creatures, he inexplicably felt his tightly wound spirit begin to relax. His entire spirit seemed to be soaking in warm seawater. The long-strained cord in his mind eased, the pain that gnawed at his marrow began to abate, and the accumulated filth at the ocean floor started to dissolve. Is this a guide? Are all guides such creatures? No wonder everyone longs for one. Michi had rarely interacted with guides. He disliked those weak strangers touching his mental landscape. During the only counseling session at the Sentinel Academy, his assigned guide fainted at the sight of the vast, boundless sea in his mind, nearly causing an accident. Since then, he had never sought out a guide. In the northern regions, no guide was willing to venture to such a harsh, cold place. Sentinels at the border posts, even when nearing Menace, could only be sent back to the capital for treatment. If they survived the journey, they could then enter the costly counseling rooms to have their mental landscapes cleansed of accumulated darkness by guides. In truth, most lower-level sentinels couldn't afford the exorbitant fees of the counseling rooms, and could only watch helplessly as they spiraled out of control, turning into monsters, let alone acquiring a lifelong companion guide. Michi, like all his brothers, relied on the guide essence, distributed by the Empire to barely suppress their mental power surges. He had never entered a counseling room, never received treatment from a true guide. Our guides really like this. Michi gritted his teeth, enduring bitterly. A tentacle continuously caressed his head, ruffling his hair, infiltrating with a consciousness. Hey, you can relax a bit. No need to force yourself, don't push so hard. You look tired, you seem exhausted. These weren't clear words, but fragmented consciousness conveyed from the spirit's extremities. Massaging his hair, sometimes instilling a bit, sometimes seeping in. Simple, naive thoughts, unfiltered by the brain. Yet they could innately understand the human heart, capturing the deeply hidden pain and fatigue with sharp purity. Like an untainted child, holding a lollipop, attempting to comfort a battered, formidable killer. No, I can't. I don't deserve it. Michi silently responded in his heart. Hey, you really can, you should rest a bit. As if hearing his inner voice, the voice quickly replied. Did he speak? This time I'm sure I heard it. A bit bitter, like the thing called coffee. Oh my, this is a person. Sentinel, well, the one we touched once. The tentacles seemed startled, raising their pointed tips in unison. Michi closed his eyes. He could no longer pretend. If he did once more by this guide, for the second time, utterly and embarrassingly defeated, he reached out, pulling off the startled tentacles, retrieving his headscarf and socks, his body slightly limp, struggling for a while before managing to put them back on. Silently dressing, wiping away the traces left behind, he pressed his lips together, crawling forward as if no one else were present. No matter, he thought, resigned to the shame, unafraid of death, why fear disgrace? After all, it wasn't the first time in front of that person. The tentacles, startled by the suddenly revived sentinel, retreated to the sides, leaving a path for the silent, determined fish. Lin Yuan, too, was overwhelmed by the sudden emotions of the tentacles, standing up with a start. In the ventilation duct above, a sentinel with a wounded spirit lay hidden. And it was someone she knew. Lin Yuan looked up at the ceiling. The tentacles seemed to have done something inappropriate. Distracted while talking to Jiang Yangshuo, she hadn't kept them in check, letting them do something impolite. Jiang Yangshuo, with a darkened expression, watched Lin Yuan suddenly stand, a surge of humiliated anger rising within him. In this fragrant, secluded corner, as he finally opened his heart, she was distracted, suddenly standing, looking up at the ceiling. Perhaps her heart truly has no place for me, Jiang Yangshu thought bitterly. The heartbreak after their breakup, the sleepless nights, it seemed she hadn't tasted any of it. Only I sleepless, thinking of her every day. When he heard Lin Yuan had applied to go to the border, a surge of secret joy rose within him. No matter how indifferent and aloof she seemed, his guide's heart ultimately cared for him. After the breakup, she was still heartbroken and jealous, so much so that she was willing to go to such a dangerous place, making such a foolish decision to avoid him. Jiang Yangshu often laughed quietly at night, the secret joy somewhat pathetic and pitiable, unspeakable to outsiders. There was a bit of guilt, knowing that a guide like Lin Yuan, rejected for marriage, might suffer criticism and have a difficult time in the circle. He thought of talking things over with Lin Yuan tonight, calmly and openly. He even considered telling her there was nothing between him and that woman. If Lin Yuan was so aggrieved, living so hard, perhaps they could reconcile. Though the engagement was annulled, they could still reconcile, as long as Jiang Yangshu was willing. After all, Lin Yuan had no one else but him. But now he knew, Lin Yuan, this person, truly had no heart. No self-pity, jealousy, or sorrow would ever appear in her. Just like that day, when she saw him holding another guy's hand, as her partner, Lin Yuan showed no hesitation or reluctance. She merely watched him coldly for a moment, disdainfully, and then took off their engagement ring, tossing it into the sewer. Decisive and calm, without a trace of hesitation, not even a word of accusation or reproach. As if eager, relieved, to rid herself of something she despised. Has she truly let go of me? In such a short time. Even talking to me, she's absent-minded. Jiang Yangshu suddenly felt a pang in his heart. A needle-like sting, vaguely sensing that something irretrievable had happened. Even if she scolded or hit him. Better than this cold indifference, this absent-mindedness, treating him almost like a stranger. He grabbed Lin Yuan's wrist, biting out each word. Lin Yuan, do you have no heart? The wrist was too slender, pale, gripped by a sentinel like him, as if it could break with a squeeze, never to escape. On such a dark, alcohol-filled night, a sentinel could easily do something to a guide within reach. Lin Yuan stood in the shadows, looking at him, clad in black, eyes cold, behind her a pond with blooming lotuses, filled with floral fragrance. A stark contrast to the girl in white, amidst a sea of flowers, in the sunlight, when they first met. Jiang Yangshu felt that perhaps this was the true Lin Yuan, eerie and mysterious, captivating and chilling. Something unknown, eerie, stirred beneath the smoky, misty hem of her dress. In the dim, hazy night, those unseen shadows crawled and gathered. They surged displeased, their cold gaze fixed on Jiang Yangshu. It belonged to Lin Yuan, her unique spirit. Jiang Yangshu's heart trembled, swayed forming on his grip on Lin Yuan's hand. He never told anyone, but he was always a bit afraid of Lin Yuan. A secret he never dared admit. As a sentinel, fearing his matched companion was a deeply shameful thing to confess. He didn't dare tell others, not even Lin Yuan, that every time she guided his spirit, his legs would tremble with fear. Lin Yuan, she possessed a vast and terrifying spirit, one he hadn't fully glimpsed despite knowing her for years. Each time those immense beings appeared like monstrous creatures outside the door, impatiently opening the door, extending a tentacle, sweeping away all filth effortlessly. Wealth, powerful, efficient, the mental guidance ended almost instantly. The guide spirit left coldly, leaving the sentinel alone in fear. They only ever had the most superficial treatment, like mental cleansing. Never a deeper exchange. The problem wasn't with him. Whenever it was Lin Yuan's turn to be on duty in the counseling room, there were always notably fewer sentinels seeking help. Those who had no choice but to receive Lin Yuan's treatment emerged one by one, supporting themselves against the walls, absent-minded. Asked about their experience, they would only shake their heads blankly. Too strong, I didn't even see her spirit clearly, and it was over. In short, indescribable, unforgettable. Her mental guidance is as rumored, very efficient. My mental landscape is now fresh, without a trace of accumulated darkness. But it was too overwhelming. My legs went weak with fear. Next time, I'll find another guide, even if it takes more sessions. This was too terrifying. It wasn't his fault, Jian Yangshu thought. No sentinel would like such a powerful companion. He just made a small mistake, seduced by a soft girl. That gentle girl looked at him with admiring eyes, her heart filled with him alone. Her spirit was a white rabbit, meek and weak, nestling by his side, making him lose his balance for a moment. Just a mistake, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan withdrew her arm from Jian Yangshu's loosened grip. In that moment of skin contact, she almost understood all of Jian Yangshu's thoughts and emotions. Suddenly, she felt a bit of disinterest, yet as if truly relieved, liberated. You seem to remember wrong. Lin Yuan rubbed her reddened wrist. The one who did wrong wasn't me. The one who should be blamed isn't me. Though many say it's my fault, that I didn't do well, they blame and pity me, but I think they're wrong, I did nothing wrong. She lifted her smoky black dress, leaving with a faint sentence drifting in the cool, pervasive night. Jian Yangshu opened his mouth, wanting to call her again, but his throat seemed blocked, unable to speak. Those shadowy things left with Lin Yuan's steps, one by one casting disdainful, contemptuous intentions. Jian Yangshu had a feeling he had lost something immense, precious in that moment. Something that should have been cherished. Now possibly never to be grasped again. Shu was awakened by the chaotic sound of footsteps, pulling him from his muddled dreams. He saw Niji, just as before he slept, fully dressed, his black gloves removed, washing his hands at the sink. Strange, how did I fall asleep? He murmured, shaking his head in confusion. How long did I sleep? It seems noisy outside. For a while, Niji replied, drying his hands, donning his gloves, offering a slight smile. Something seems to have happened outside. I was about to wake you. Shu knew that ever since following the teacher in using those spices, his physical condition had been deteriorating. Falling asleep during the day when relaxed was now common. But he felt that at this moment, Niji seemed somehow different. More relaxed. Yes, relaxed. Since returning here, Niji had been like a bowstring pulled to the extreme. At any moment, he exuded a somber aura. Now he actually smiled at him. His face and hair were slightly down, as if freshly washed. His hair had been rearranged, with a few strands falling loosely across his forehead, softening his features, his cheeks faintly flushed. Did something good happen to him? Shu wondered suspiciously. The alarm blared at this moment. A line of the Earl's personal guards hurriedly ran past the corridor. Hao Junmin, disheveled, pushed open the door, poking his head out, frowning. What's going on? Shu felt a bit nervous. He certainly couldn't admit he had just been asleep and knew nothing. He wondered if Niji might take the opportunity to trip him up. They say there was a murder somewhere. I just asked a passing sentinel, but he wouldn't say. Niji explained from behind him. We were about to go out and find out when you woke up, sir. Though we included Shu, gently covering up his negligence while on duty. Shu glanced gratefully at Niji. This person truly seemed different, even handling matters so smoothly now. The Countess emerged from the room, casting a reproachful glance at Hao Junmin. She quickly tidied her hair and hurried off. Hao Junmin led Shu and Niji to the hall, the path filled with sentinels rushing about in a panic. Shu stopped a subordinate from the security department to inquire about the situation. The sentinel, in a fluster, said, "It's bad, sir. The Earl James, was assassinated in his bedroom just now." "What did you say?" Hao Junmin exclaimed in shock, eyes wide, grabbing the sentinel by the collar. "It's true, sir. I heard the scene was horrific, unrecognizable." The sentinel swallowed. The royal guard from the White Tower happened to be there. He sealed off the scene, and now we're all being gathered in the hall. No one can leave, even us from the security department are on the suspect list. Hao Junmin released him, letting the panicked sentinel go. He stood there, his face shifting between blue and white. This news was a bolt from the blue for him. Over the years, he had climbed so quickly by riding on the Earl and Countess's coattails. For this, he had endured, serving them with utmost subservience, licking their boots, doing countless things for them both openly and secretly. To think that overnight, this great tree to lean on had fallen. All his efforts and schemes wasted. No, this wasn't the time to think about that. The immediate problem needed solving. Kojan's sinister gaze swept over Tanshu and Niji, finally resting on Niji. Then he quickly smiled again, returning to the composed, elegant headmaster. When someone asks where we were just now, Xioji, what do you think we should say? The teacher was napping in the lounge, and Tanshu and I were with you the whole time, never leaving your side, Niji replied. Very good, we three were together the whole time. Kaojan then patted Niji on the shoulder with a smile. Xioji, you've improved, this is very good. The commander of the royal guard, Luther, was a stern and silent man. It was said that he was personally promoted by the queen from a border outpost sentry, a true powerhouse, who was accountable solely to the royal family, loyal only to Her Majesty. If not for his sudden arrival, no one would have even discovered that the Earl had been brutally murdered in his own bedroom. Luther stood in the opulent bedroom, now smeared with blood and other unspeakable substances, disdainfully nudging a rolling energy stone at his feet. Fool, he muttered, and a class sentry, and yet he couldn't even trigger the alarm before being taken down. An officer under his command entered, stood at attention, and saluted before reporting the investigation results. It was a professional. He used the Earl's personal terminal to erase all video records and disabled most of the security systems. The work was clean, and the data is mostly irrecoverable. We probably won't find any information about who he is or how he got in and out. Knows a bit of everything, has an invitation, familiar with the layout here, and can take out a class sentry without alerting the guards, Luther mused, crouching down to inspect the traces on the floor with his fingers. He also knew to destroy the brain to prevent us from tracing the deceased's memories. Interesting. He stood up, pointing to a collapsed sofa in the bedroom, which was so deformed that it left a dreadful dent on the floor without a single drop of blood. Here there are signs of a mental battle. The perpetrator is likely a sentry. He won't be unscathed. James wasn't that incompetent. He removed his gloves and strode out, issuing orders, gather all the sentries in the banquet hall, including those from the security department and the manor's guards. Have them stripped down to check for fresh wounds. Immediately, and don't miss a single person. The decadent music in the hall ceased, and the lights blazed brightly. Guests gathered in corners according to their status, whispering to each other. The Countess, her face pale, sat at the head of the table, hiding her face behind a feather fan, lost in thought. All the sentries were summoned to the center of the hall, standing in unison, ordered to remove their outer garments to check for wounds. Though they grumbled, they all, both men and women, calmly stripped to their vests or undergarments. The sentries were nonchalant about undressing, even eager to show off their athletic bodies to the numerous guides present. However, the guides, huddled in the corners, blushed and averted their eyes, embarrassed to look. Only a few daring ones snuck a peek. Sentries could flaunt their physical beauty, while guides were expected to be gentle, loyal, and modest, as was the consensus of this world. Neiji removed his coat and shirt, leaving nothing else underneath. His black vest and headscarf, stained with blood during the operation, had long been cut into pieces and flushed down the sewer while Tanshu was still asleep. As his outer garments came off, his bare torso, with its taut muscles, drew many eyes. Neiji appeared thin, but once undressed, he was quite a sight. Broad shoulders, a strong waist, and a tightly clenched abdomen, crisscrossed with scars old and new from the battlefield. Many watched him, but he stood there calmly, his gaze discreetly falling several times toward the corner where the guides were gathered. The guides had been herded into a corner of the banquet hall, deemed the least likely suspects, and thus the last to be investigated. Lin Yuan, blending in with the crowd, quietly craned her neck, hoping to spot the person who had just hidden in the ducks. The Earl had been murdered, a sentry hid in the ducks, and those blood feuds from memory. Lin Yuan had a vague feeling she had guessed something. Was that sentry also looking for her? Would he want to silence her? She thought that logically, a normal person committing such secretive and dangerous acts wouldn't leave an outsider who had glimpsed the truth alive. But then again, who could say for sure? That person, like herself, was a gambler with a somewhat abnormal mind. Lin Yuan didn't recognize him the first time. She had only seen Naiji many years ago, and a few days ago, he was bound to a torture rack, his face smeared with filthy blood. She hadn't equated the handsome, neatly groomed sentry in the crowd with the disheveled prisoner from a few days ago. It was the tendrils that pointed him out to her. They all bent sharply in the same direction. That one, it's the big fish that won. There. He's also watching us, I've noticed. Lin Yuan saw him, tall and lean, with a straight posture. As a sentry, he was even more handsome than many guides. Sensing Lin Yuan's gaze, the handsome, bare-chested sentry cast a look of embarrassed anger her way. Embarrassed anger? Why such an emotion? Lin Yuan wondered if she had misread it. Not murderous intent, not a threat, not even anger. But something complex, with a touch of resentment, a hint of embarrassment, and a trace of gratitude and goodwill. Lin Yuan knew she often misread people's emotions around her, it had always been so, and this time she was utterly clueless. She blamed her mental tendrils. No, I just touched his head, tickled his feet, that was me. I just touched his fingers, crawled into his collar, just a little, people like the moon and ankles, you know. I didn't do anything, I promise. How he's sweet. Finally, they all swore in unison, no, it's not our fault, we didn't do anything impolite to him. Lin Yuan covered her head with her hands. This must be what they call a feeling of shame, right? She seemed to understand this emotion a little now. Anyway, she would soon leave this place and never see this person again. Never see. Don't care about him. It's okay. She finished her mental suggestion, exhaling a big sigh of relief, easing the rare emotional fluctuation. In the sentry's ranks, Jian Yangshu happened to be positioned next to Naiji. The man standing beside Jian Yangshu, legs apart, hands behind his back, was as still as a statue. A body covered in scars that would make anyone shudder. His aura was entirely different from theirs, clearly a sentry from the border. Jian Yangshu extended his hand. Naiji, I've heard of you. The hero of the northern outpost, the blade of the ice field. When did you return? Naiji heard his voice, turning his gaze away. He immediately recognized the man by his voice. Just moments ago, he had been lying in the dark, cramped up, listening to this man's entire conversation with her. Naiji smiled faintly, shaking hands with Jian Yangshu in a manner neither cold nor warm. Yet a strange, complex emotion rose within him. It came without reason, like a thorn lodged in his heart, impossible to remove or touch, lodged there uncomfortably, igniting a strange fire in his chest. This man was truly lucky to be meshed with that person. He actually didn't want her. Couldn't handle it, could he? Is the less fool. The officer in charge of the inspection went around without finding a single wounded sentry on the scene. Then it must be the mental body, Ludler said after hearing the report, scanning the entire room. At the crime scene, the only traces of a fight left were caused by mental bodies. James' mental body was a giant crocodile. For the killer to break through it in an instant and kill James, it's hard not to pay a price. If not the body, then the mental body must bear obvious bite marks from the crocodile. He glanced around, thinking most of the sentries at the banquet, including the much publicized emerging star from the giant family, were just empty-headed fools. If not for this murder challenging the Queen's dignity, and if he hadn't been on the scene, he wouldn't have bothered to open his senses to look at these people. Among this crowd, only a few were somewhat noteworthy. One tall, lean young man caught his attention the most. Ludler squinted, scrutinizing the scared young man. That person quickly sensed his gaze, calmly returning it, open and unafraid, showing no fear of his pressure. An interesting fellow. Hopefully, he's not the killer. One by one, the sentries' mental bodies appeared. Everyone seemed to compete, letting their mental bodies transform into their most fierce and majestic forms. For a moment, eagles, wolves, brown bears, and giant crocodiles displayed their shapes in turn. Roars and howls echoed through the spacious banquet hall. Rarely was there such an opportunity to compete on strength rather than family background or appearance. High-ranking sentries deliberately released their mental bodies' pressure, causing the lower-ranked sentries' mental bodies to tremble and crawl on the ground, unable to raise their heads. Thus, some raised their eyebrows in triumph, while others were deeply ashamed. Jian Yangshu's mental body was a mighty leopard. The golden-eyed beast stepped out of the void, its massive size several times that of an ordinary leopard, even reaching the size of an African elephant, occupying nearly half the banquet hall. The imposing giant leopard surveyed the crowd, baring its teeth and growling, causing a stir among the onlookers. The stronger the sentry, the larger they could make their mental body. Jian Yangshu maintained a calm exterior, secretly pleased, gesturing to Naiji that it was his turn, while glancing toward the guides, hoping Lin Yuan was watching him. Among so many sentries, his mental body was unrivaled. Did Yuan see it? Was she regretting it? As these thoughts floated in his mind, the arrogant leopard shuddered, its massive form visibly shrinking, even tucking its tail, hiding behind Jian Yangshu. Everyone on the scene simultaneously felt a chill. It was as if cold seawater, with its tides, swept through the entire banquet hall, the icy water lapping at everyone's ankles. A unique and haunting call sounded, as if from the netherworld, from the deep sea, penetrating everyone's eardrums and echoing in their minds. The high dome turned into a starry sky, connecting the 9 realms. The void ascending. A gigantic whale, as vast as a mountain, poked its black and white head through the dome. Accompanied by mysterious, ancient whale songs, the massive fish's head pressed down on the crowd's heads, slowly appearing in mid-air. Everyone stared blankly, mouth agape, at the slowly emerging colossal body. There, the orca's head nearly filled the entire ceiling, displaying those beautifully contoured patterns. The unscathed upper body and the powerful, robust mental body couldn't possibly belong to an injured mental body. Besides, it was too large, almost unable to fit into this room, making further inspection unnecessary. All right, put it away, Leather waved, not allowing the entire orca to continue showcasing its immense form. He understood the sentries' little thoughts in front of the guides. One after another, like peacocks spreading their tails. What's the big deal? If this whole fish squeezed in, wouldn't it tear the house down? Naiji calmly retracted his mental body, seemingly with a hint of regret. No one knew that if they waited a moment longer, the tail fin bitten by the crocodile, exposing the white bone, would have been revealed to everyone. But he had won the gamble, hadn't he? He smiled, glancing at Jian Yangshu beside him, subtly shifting his gaze to where the guys were. That person, did you see it? The news of Earl James's demise in his own bedroom swiftly spread, becoming the hottest topic in the streets and alleys over the past few days. It was said that the murderer was still at large, and the sentinels of the security hall were overwhelmed, with even Her Majesty the Queen, who had not been seen for a long time, taking an interest in the matter. She dispatched the commander of the royal guard, Lothair, to personally oversee the investigation. Yet, regardless of who it was, no matter how illustrious they were in life, death extinguishes the light, leaving one to linger in the spit of others for merely a few days. Soon, as time passes, they fade into oblivion, no longer remembered. The blood-red long night of revelry passed, and the sun rose anew. In the wilderness, far from human settlements, vegetation grew wantonly, and the earth brimmed with vitality. A dirigible slowly appeared on the horizon. The exquisite goddess statue at the prow of the airship glimmered with the cold light of a special material in the sunlight, and its oval body could accommodate hundreds of passengers. The massive shadow of the dirigible cast upon the green-clad earth startled a herd of deer hiding in the forest. The beautiful herd galloped across the green expanse, accompanied by the rumbling of the airship. Soon, the deer dashed into a ruin covered by vine plants, stirring up a few fluttering leaves, and vanished into the depths of the long-abandoned structures of yesteryear. "Look, those are ancient ruins," a young man on the airship pointed out the window. He wore the white uniform of the Guide Academy, with delicate lace peeking from his cuffs, his demeanor exuding an ingrained sense of propriety. His appearance seemed very youthful. Several guides dressed similarly crowded over to peer out the window. This luxurious airship from the old days consumed a significant amount of energy stones per voyage, making it an unaffordable mode of transport for ordinary people. At this moment, the interior of the airship carried over a dozen young guides, protected by numerous sentinels, slowly heading towards the border. Nowadays, the situation at the border was becoming increasingly perilous. The pollution zones expanded and shifted at any moment, and powerful anomalies appeared everywhere. No guide was willing to be stationed long-term at those dangerous and resource-scarce outposts. The rare and physically weaker guides could not withstand the toll of the battlefield. Yet, to appease the sentinels stationed in the harsh cold lands, the Empire annually dispatched a portion of the guides from the White Tower to inspect and reside at various border outposts for a few days. Ostensibly, this was to help treat those sentinels with severe mental issues. After all, the Empire publicly claimed that it would not easily abandon any sentinel. However, over the years, this had become almost a mere formality. Every year, the Empire symbolically sent guides. Wherever they went, there were flowers and fanfare, with videos and recordings made on a grand scale. The guides hurriedly stayed in those harsh conditions for a day or two, complaining all the while, and quickly returned. They rarely actually removed the mental pollution for the humble and impoverished sentinels on the borders. The sentinels in need of help were as numerous as mountains and seas, and a few young guides indeed could do little, only going through the motions. The young guides sat in the spacious and bright dining room, dining while enjoying the boundless beauty of the wilderness through the large glass windows. No matter how reluctant they were at the outset, after all, they were a group of young people who had never left the White Tower. Everything in the outside world was novel and interesting to them. Beneath the vibrant greenery lay a vast expanse of human remnants. The overpasses and streetlights that once spanned entire cities had mostly collapsed, like a dead dragon, half buried in the yellow sands, with a fragment of its broken silhouette frozen in time, gazing up at the bright sky. Countless skyscrapers, over hundreds of years, had their steel bodies corroded by time. They stood in the wilderness like hundreds of gigantic tombstones, draped in green, silently. Well, are those the places where ancient humans lived? Do you see those tall, tower-like buildings? Those tiny black holes are said to be the homes where people used to live, the sentinel who first called everyone's attention explained. Well, why did they build such tall houses and live in such cramped spaces? The land is obviously vast, and I heard there were no pollution zones back then, right? During that period, there were so many humans on this planet, so many that you can't imagine, to the point where there wasn't enough land to live on. People could only build their houses taller and taller, one layer on top of another, like bees crowded together, just like what you see. No wonder you're Xu Jintang, the top student in the academic assessment. You even know ancient history so well. A companion praised the young man. Xiao Shu, aren't you first in every subject? Xu Jintang, sitting in the airship's dining room, withdrew his gaze from the window, elegantly laid out his napkin, and smiled modestly. Not at all, there are certainly others who perform better than I do. Jintang should have dominated all subjects, except for the mental strength test, right? Every year, that person beats you in that. You mean the person? Yeah, who else could it be? She's terrible at everything else. She can't arrange flowers, fails tea ceremony, and during cooking class, I was in the same room and watched her set the trash can on fire. How could Jintang lose to someone like that? Could it be she pulled some strings or cheated? Exactly. Aside from her mental strength, her grades in all subjects are so poor. How did she end up with such an excellent partner so early? It's the only son of the giant family, who has already passed the B-level sentinel test at a young age. His mental form is a very impressive leopard, and he's reportedly handsome with a good personality. Shu Jingtang raised his hand to stop his companions from continuing. Don't speak like that. She indeed surpasses me in mental strength. We should complete with the White Tower's arrangements. As an outstanding student who grew up in the Guide Academy, constantly influenced by teachers' teachings, he developed a character of self-restraint, courtesy, and humility, becoming a role model in both academics and morality among his peers. He knew that as a guide, humility and gentleness were the most important qualities, and he felt it inappropriate to speak ill of others behind their backs. Even though he had once harbored dissatisfaction and doubt in his heart, he had quietly asked his mentor why he always lost to that person in the subject. Teacher, I just want to know how much difference is there in mental strength between her and me, so I can work hard to catch up with her. At that time, the teacher merely sighed and patted his head. Although the teacher said nothing, the look of pity on the teacher's face once stirred a rebellious feeling within him. Later, he spent a long time reflecting and adjusting his mindset, restoring his heart to peace and gentleness, so he wouldn't feel competitive whenever he heard that name. A guide should not have such a competitive spirit. It's not right. That's not something the guide should focus on. The teacher's earnest teaching still echoed in his ears. The most important thing for a guide is to learn to control mental strength gently and meticulously, to be able to channel negative emotions for the partner the empire assigns to you in the future. That's enough. A guide being too strong is not a good thing. He took the teacher's words to heart, letting go of those inappropriate thoughts. The most important qualities for a guide are tranquility, gentleness, and beauty. Selflessly dedicating one's life to one's partner is the virtue of a guide. This is the universal value, isn't it? Shu Jingtang believed so and acted accordingly, year after year, carefully demanding of himself in every word and deed, striving to become a perfect guide. Several fellow guides, upon hearing gossip, leaned over, chattering away. Are you talking about Lin Yuan? Does she have some sort of background? She's quite mysterious, not sociable at all, always cold and alone. I don't think any sentinel could tolerate her. Exactly. I think they'll break up sooner or later. Who would like a guide who can't even cook properly? Don't you know, Lin Yuan and the Jiang families here have already annulled their engagement. A girl sitting at the table put down her golden fork, gently wiping her mouth with a napkin. It happened not long ago. It said Jiang Yangshu was caught by Lin Yuan with another guide. Really? Then what happened? Tell us more, Neko. Everyone has a penchant for gossip, even the gentle and dignified guides. Countless ears perked up, and even Shu Jingtang, the top student in the school, couldn't help but lean slightly. Neko was a girl with a head full of explosive curls, her eccentric hairstyle juxtaposed with the academy's dignified uniform, looking somewhat out of place. But she came from a noble lineage, her father serving as the royal spokesperson, holding a baron's title. So the girl lived more freely than ordinary guides, and no one dared to control her. It was a case of being caught in the act. Nothing to explain. Lin Yuan, to her credit, took off her wedding ring on the spot and threw it into the sewer right in front of those two traitorous sentinels, Neko said. It's already spread in the circle, you just didn't know. Really? She really threw that ring into the sewer? Someone asked incredulously. I heard it was a family heirloom from the Jiang family, worth a lot of imperial coins. Of course it's true. That banquet a few days ago, the day James died, I saw Lin Yuan, and she already wasn't wearing the ring, Neko said with a pout. Honestly, I quite like her character. It's better than crying and clinging to a traitorous sentinel when something like this happens. By the way, isn't Lin Yuan here too? I heard she joined the Special Research Department. She's on the same airship with us to the outpost. Why not ask her directly? Neko looked around the crowd and soon spotted the person she was looking for, waving in that direction. Lin Yuan, come sit here. Before anyone could stop her, they saw the one who after so many years in the academy was still unfamiliar with everyone, the legendary oddball, carrying a tray of food, walk over with a bewildered look. Did you call me? She asked. Like all guides, she had slender limbs and fair skin from rarely being in the sun. Yet she wasn't wearing the academy's intricately patterned uniform. but rather a deep blue tracksuit suitable for activity. The material of her clothes was high quality, though it seemed slightly ill-fitting. She had cinched a belt around her loose clothes, her long legs clad in hard-soled high-top shoes, her sleeves rolled up to her elbows, revealing her white forearms, spinning a tray full of food on 2 fingers. Having recently experienced her partner's betrayal, she appeared to have no particular emotions. She stood openly before everyone, her face expressionless, asking, "Did you call me for something?" "Not really," Nico smiled at her, making room for her. "We've been classmates for so many years and never really talked. I heard you applied for a position in the Special Research Department's overseas assignment, so I called you to join us for a meal." Lin Yuan then sat down beside her with her tray. In truth, she couldn't remember Nico's name, even though the girl acted as if they were familiar. In fact, she couldn't name most of the people at the table. She only vaguely recognized the male guide sitting by the window as her classmate. That was from years ago, probably after a semester exam, when this person inexplicably appeared and stopped her. He stared at her with eyes that seemed to have cried, "Can you show me your mental form?" Lin Yuan was baffled. "I just want to see how much of a gap there is between us." The boy seemed to muster all his courage to say this. Then, a fluffy purebred chinchilla appeared by the male guide's side. The fluffy kitten tried its best to make its body appear enormous, about the size of a husky, which was rare among guides. The enlarged chinchilla meowed fiercely at Lin Yuan in a soft, tender voice, even extending its chubby paw. Lin Yuan stifled all her emotions, diligently suppressing all the restless tendrils in the darkness, completely ignoring the guide, and walked past the snow-white kitten with a cold expression. Walk faster, walk faster. The tendrils could hardly be contained. She wondered if the ignored little kitten guy behind her was crying. In front of a table full of academy classmates, Lin Yuan was too embarrassed to ask for their names. She at least knew that not remembering others' names was somewhat impolite. So she had to put on a fake cape, as if she knew who they all were, just too aloof to speak. The table, which had been buzzing moments before, suddenly fell silent, plunging into an awkward quiet. Although everyone had been fervently engrossed in the latest gossip, as compassionate and etiquette-conscious guides, they found it somewhat inappropriate to expose someone's wounds in Lin Yuan's presence. So, after an awkward silence, they shifted the conversation to discuss the current journey. "What bad luck, why was I chosen?" Someone sighed. "I'm really scared. I've heard those places are dangerous and the living conditions are quite basic." "Yes, I've heard they don't even have flushing toilets. I wouldn't survive." The guides, pampered within the White Tower, were apprehensive about the harsh environment they were about to face. Though compelled by orders to depart, a pervasive melancholy clouded the journey. "They say the sentinels there are very rough, uncultured, and filthy. There have even been incidents of guides being harmed in the past. It's terrifying. Everyone must remember to protect themselves." "I would never provide mental counseling to those people. Why should I offer their pay to lowly civilians?" The guides discussed their impending trip. The thought of interacting with coarse, barbaric sentinels rather than polite nobles was particularly repulsive to them. "Exactly, I don't understand why we have to go. After all, those people can survive with guide pheromones, can't they?" "Are you really planning to complete the mission?" "I am just going to go through the motions." "Exactly, I plan to show my face and come right back, not staying a second longer than necessary." At this, they couldn't help but envy those guides who had already found partners and entered the sanctity of marriage. Most of the time, guides with partners weren't required to take on such perilous tasks away from the capital. The rarity of guides meant that even those from civilian backgrounds could be matched with nobles or even royalty, leading to a stable life without the need for work. What a desirable prospect! The young guides quickly forgot their worries and began fantasizing about the future. They enthusiastically discussed the remaining unmatched noble sentinels in the capital. Lin Yuan sat among them, smiling when they laughed, remaining silent when they quieted down. Though she didn't understand the humor in their topics. In truth, socializing wasn't that difficult, Lin Yuan thought. Just read their emotions and mimic their expressions. That way they would feel you were one of them. It's rare to be with so many classmates, and I think I'm doing okay, she encouraged herself. However, sometimes, she thought she should take the initiative to say something. So she glanced around at everyone and spoke to the only classmate she knew, sitting by the window. Xu Qingtong, do you have something to say to me? I've noticed you've been sneaking glances at me several times. She hadn't seen it, but her idle tendrils had noticed the classmate's subtle movements. Xu Jingteng's face turned crimson. Sitting next to Lin Yuan, Nicole collapsed onto the table laughing. No wonder everyone says you're a weirdo. You're just too funny, she nudged Lin Yuan. I thought I was the most blunt person in the school, but it turns out there's a guy here even less subtle than me. Lin Yuan's face remained expressionless. She didn't know what she had said wrong. It was the truth, wasn't it? Although she hadn't noticed, her idle tendrils had clearly seen the classmate's secretive actions. Nicole came to Xu Jingteng's rescue. He's just curious about you, actually. We all want to ask, did you really break off the engagement with Jian Yangshu? Yes, Lin Yuan said, secretly counting with her tendrils. I've answered this question times already. Haha, Nicole laughed again. Okay, I won't ask about that. I just want to know if you really applied to work at the Special Research Department. Lin Yuan took out her work badge to show Nicole. Whoa, Nicole leaned over to look at her pass. I heard you often have to be dispatched to the contamination zones. It's very dangerous. Why did you apply for such a job? Xu Jingteng, whose face had just regained some color, couldn't help but ask. No guide has ever applied to survey the contamination zones. Is it because you're very confident in your mental strength? No matter the reason, it looks really cool. Nicole placed her hand on Lin Yuan's shoulder. I'm envious of you. I actually want to leave the White Tower and see the world too. Unfortunately, my family doesn't agree. Even for this trip, I had to fight hard to get my father's approval. A curly-haired guy by the window listened to their conversation, rolling her eyes internally. What's the big deal? Isn't it just because she got dumped and couldn't stay? So she found an excuse for herself. She whispered to her companion sitting next to her. What guide would truly want to work? I'm just hoping to be matched with a rich and powerful partner soon, so I never have to work again and can live comfortably. Sitting next to her, separated by the glass, was a pretty girl with long, straight black hair. She nodded with a smile, seemingly in agreement with her viewpoint. Seeing someone echo her thoughts, the curly-haired girl was about to continue when she suddenly froze. A chill crept up her back, causing goosebumps to rise all over her body, rendering her immobile. She had just realized she was sitting by the window. Outside, it was thousands of meters up in the air. How could there be someone? If not a person, then what was it? Outside the window, the girl with long, flowing hair gently swayed in the breeze, her dark pupils shining, her face smiling, nodding continuously. The curly-haired guide felt her limbs turn cold, as if something icy was crawling up her skin, making her body go limp, unable to move. Her teeth chattered as she stiffly reached out to tug at the classmate, sitting on her other side. What are you pulling me for? Her companion turned around, annoyed. The curly-haired girl, trembling and frozen, couldn't form complete words, only shakily pointing outside the window. Her companion laughed, following her hand to look outside. She saw a floating head with long hair. The head-like creature hovered outside the window, pressed against the glass, grinning at her with a giggle. A piercing scream echoed inside the airship. Tables were overturned, food scattered everywhere, some people fell from their chairs, and others started running. The entire airship was filled with uncontrolled screams. The head-shaped monster outside began to mutate, its long black hair sticking to the glass, allowing it to crawl along the surface. Its nose and mouth elongated into a sharp proboscis. The monster stood on its hair outside the window, nodding rapidly, its long proboscis pecking at the glass like a woodpecker. Tap 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 tap. The dense, eerie tapping filled the air. The glass, set to withstand grenades, quickly developed spiderweb-like cracks. The chaotic screams inside the cabin eerily quieted. All the passengers huddled together in groups, staring in terror at the growing cracks, as if their gaze alone could stop their spread. In the silence, only the tap tap tap, tap 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 of the tapping remained, like a death knell from hell. Yet, this was not the end of despair. At that moment, not far off in the sky, against the blinding sunlight, a black cloud wobbled closer. As it neared, they realized that floating in the sky like balloons were head-shaped monsters. The creatures had disturbingly human-like faces, making them even more terrifying. Faces with moles, stubbly middle-aged men, elderly women with sagging skin and lipstick. They looked like ordinary pedestrians on the street, neighbors in the hallway. Ordinary and mundane, yet so eerie. Face after face, hair disheveled, drifting closer to the airship. Mutants, they're mutants, someone said hopelessly, looking out the window. We've accidentally entered a contamination zone. The faces, both large and small, quickly surrounded them, pressing against the windows. Some giggled, others cried with furrowed brows. Some vomited, while several guides fainted on the spot. The red light of the airship's internal warning system flashed repeatedly, accompanied by a piercing alarm. Alert, alert, the airship has entered a high-altitude contamination zone. Everyone remain calm, take cover, and wait for rescue. All Sentinel teams, assemble immediately. Repeat, all guys take cover and wait for rescue. All Sentinels, assemble immediately. In a green wilderness just passed by the airship's shadow, several fully armed Sentinels parted the dense foliage, reaching an open vantage point. Where did it go, the airship? One Sentinel asked, gazing at the green clouds floating in the sky above. Moments ago, a massive luxury airship had been there, a relic of high technology, gleaming in the sunlight, a testament to humanity's past glory, conspicuous. But in the blink of an eye, that conspicuous giant vanished into thin air. Looking around, the vast wilderness and low sky, except for a few wispy clouds, held nothing else. The sun was warm, time seemed peaceful, as if everything was an illusion. The leading officer stepped forward, none other than Tan Shu, the most trusted aide under Security Chief Ko Junan. Tan Shu frowned for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "Naichi, what do you think?" Behind him, the foliage parted, and a tall, young sentinel emerged. The man stepped out of the jungle, leaping up the rock face, his face grave as he gazed into the distance. He was the one Tan Shu had called Neji. "It's a newly formed contamination zone," Neji said after a moment, his expression heavy. "It appeared recently, hovering in the air, hard to detect. The airship flew right into it. I heard it's a ship of guides being sent to the border." The Sentinels shook their heads sympathetically. "Poor souls, I wonder if they'll have a chance to make it out alive." Tan Shu stood there pondering for a moment. In theory, their duty was to the security department, and upon encountering such an event, they should immediately offer assistance. At the very least, they should report back to the White Tower for rescue. Tan Shu's face shifted several times before he waved his hand. "Let's go, it's not our concern. The principal's mission takes precedence." He had been sent out by Ko Junan, leading a few skilled hands from the security department, on a private mission away from the capital. Seeing the sudden disaster, he just wanted to act as if he hadn't seen it and leave quickly. "Aren't we notifying for rescue?" As Sentinel muttered, "That's a whole ship of people." Tan Shu glared at him, annoyed by such thoughtless, oblivious individuals. "If we're delayed here, and the teacher's task goes awry, will you take responsibility, Lin Yuan? "Lati, only we saw it. If we don't report it, they're finished." Lin Yuan's voice grew smaller under Tan Shu's cold gaze, until it was barely audible. At least we should send a distress signal," he whispered like a mosquito. He knew that if they sent a distress signal, they, as duty-bound security officers, couldn't just ignore the matter. Saying it out loud would surely displease Tan Shu. But that was a ship full of lives. As security officers tasked with protecting the region, if they didn't even send a distress signal for those people, how could they sleep at night? Tan Shu was about to scold him. Suddenly, Neji, standing beside him, leaped off the high rock without a word. His lean figure fell swiftly, and as he neared the ground, his toes lightly touched the rock wall, dissipating the falling force. His body followed the momentum, charging forward, leaping towards the direction where the airship had disappeared. Without even leaving a word. "I'll go take a look too, after all. We have to wait for Neji anyway," Lin Yuan stammered, not daring to look at Tenshu, and ran off after Neji. Tenshu was left fuming, his face flushed with anger. Though Neji had returned, the teacher still entrusted him with leading the team. He felt quite proud, eager to assert his authority as team leader in this mission. He wanted Neji to understand that their positions had reversed, and it was time for him to follow orders. Who knew Neji, usually well-behaved, unassuming, and quiet, would disregard him completely when it came to the crunch. Without even bothering to discuss, he just walked away. Tenshu ground his teeth in frustration. That guy was still so arrogant, doing whatever he pleased without a care. He had no respect for him whatsoever. Tenshu thought bitterly, he should never have let that guy come back. Once they returned, he would definitely report this to the principal, make him pay. Better yet, let him die out there during this mission. Yet the remaining sentinels, after exchanging glances, approached him and said, "Neji was too out of line, Captain. Why don't we send a rescue signal to the White Tower?" "Yes, we can't leave anyway, have to wait for them. Maybe we should go over there and take a look, help out a bit on the periphery. After all, it's so many lives. And there are quite a few guides." Tenshu felt even more suffocated. Shu Jingtang knelt on the ground, dazed. Before him, a large pool of bright red blood slowly spread, already reaching his feet. He knew a corpse lay in the crimson pool, a classmate of his, her delicate white dress thoroughly soaked in dark red blood. She had curly short hair, a few freckles, and sometimes spoke a bit sharply. Moments ago, they had been sitting at the same table, eating. He hadn't even figured out how it all happened. First, the initial window was packed through by the strange creature. As everyone screamed and retreated, the creature with long black hair seized the opportunity, smashing through the glass from behind and rushing in. In one swift motion, the sharp, mosquito-like proboscis pierced through the girl's soft abdomen. Even now, the mutant still perched on the deceased guide, emitting a clear and terrifying sound. Right next to him. He didn't dare look, nor did he want to see that scene. He knew he should hide. But his body alternated between cold and hot, his limbs weak and powerless. He couldn't tell how many had died, or how many more monsters had entered. All he knew was the constant sound of screams, running, and falling around him. Right before his eyes, a massive head rose from below. The monster had the face of a balding middle-aged man, a few sparse white hairs floating atop his crazy head, sagging eyelids beneath his eyes, and murky eyes staring hungrily at the people inside the glass. With a plop, it pressed its entire face against the glass, drooling a sticky saliva down the window. What to do? What should he do now? His whole body was frozen, unable to move, yet his mind raced chaotically. Think of something, he told himself. Countless images flashed through his mind. Growing up, he had seen many scenes of humans fighting mutants. Those movies, novels, broadcasts, even commercials, were filled with stories of humans battling monsters. But in those well-produced films, in those twist-filled literary works, whenever guides encountered such dangerous creatures, they would uniformly collapse to the ground, trembling beautifully, or scream. And by doing so, they would inevitably be rescued by a sentinel hero. From childhood, that's what he had seen and heard. At such a critical moment, that's the only way his mind could think to react. Just cry. Would calling for help work? Shu Jingtang's teeth chattered, right, maybe he should maintain his appearance, cry beautifully and pitifully. Deep down, he knew the answer. In those movies, the crying and screaming guides always got rescued by heroes. But in reality, it wouldn't work. In his peripheral vision, the head with the muscular proboscis lifted from his classmate's corpse. The monster had grown much larger since it first appeared, its skin bulging with strange pale red veins, giggling as it crawled towards him. Move, he told himself. Near the exit, a multitude of clouds drifted by. Here, all the clouds were pure white, resembling dollops of cream squeezed from a tube. Unlike the outside world, where clouds in the sky were green and purple, no one had ever seen white clouds. The orange-yellow sunlight gilded the clouds, making them appear as if they were topped with golden syrup. The rectangular doorway stood silently amidst these syrup-coated clouds. It was like a world from a fairy tale, if not for the long and terrifying ordeal they had just endured. The human-headed creatures had been shaken off, with only a few stragglers trailing far behind. Occasionally, the massive body of an orca swam overhead, its calls bringing a sense of safety. "Excuse me, could you spare a cigarette?" Nicole heard someone speak to her. It was the female sentinel with the long braid, the first to board the airship. She sat leaning against a wall, her hands hanging down, with white bandages stained red with blood wrapped around half her body. She had somehow retrieved a crumpled pack of cigarettes and was holding one in her mouth. Her only mobile wrist trembled violently, lacking even the strength to light a match. Beside her, the overexerted Shujin lay unconscious, protected by the sentinel's body and the corner of the wall. Nicole struggled over and took the match from the sentinel's hand. The cigarettes used by the sentinels were different from ordinary tobacco. They were a kind of mental comfort, made by soaking dried grass and diluted artificial guide hormones. This helped soothe the irritability caused by mental overload. Though the effect was weak, it was convenient and hard to overdose on, making it popular among the lower-ranked sentinels. Nicole struck the match several times before lighting it, and the sentinel leaned over to light her cigarette from Nicole's hand. "Thank you," the female sentinel said, cigarette in mouth, glancing up at Nicole. "Do you have any more cigarettes?" A weak voice came from the corner. It was the sentinel, who had lost both legs. He sat in the shadow of the corner, his legs gone from the knees down, with countless wounds on his body, asking his companion for a cigarette. The female sentinel shared his cigarette, lighting it from her own, and handed it to Nicole to give to him. Nicole passed the cigarette to the severely injured man, sitting down beside him against the wall. He was so gravely wounded, his face as pale as death, that he couldn't even lift his hand to take it, only holding the cigarette in his mouth, head bowed. The entire airship was filled with such critically injured soldiers. Nicole didn't know how many would survive when they finally got out. But with her mental energy completely exhausted, she could do nothing now, not even light a match without her hands shaking. She could only sit there dryly, accompanying her gravely injured comrades, exchanging a few words now and then. "Is this stuff any good?" Nicole asked them. "You wouldn't like it," the female sentinel said, cigarette in mouth, leaning against the wall, looking at the sky above. "For us it's something to save our lives. When we get back, you can find me at the Empire's counseling room," Nicole said. "I work there 2.5 days a week. I'll give you mental counseling then." These sentinels were young, yet the negative states in their mental landscapes were mostly severe. After a battle, Nicole had entered the mental landscapes of several sentinels. Each one's mental world was filled with ineffective information and negative emotions that hadn't been thoroughly cleared for who knows how long. Those wastes clung together like stubborn stones, carving the sentinels' mental worlds in patches. "Thank you. My family is very poor. I've never been to a counseling room," said the man with severed legs softly, sitting beside Nicole. "This is my first time seeing a real guide. I never knew guides were such gentle people." Nicole sat with him on the ground, looking up at the sky through the damaged roof, at the beautiful clouds, and at Lin Yuan standing steadfast at the stern of the ship. That slender figure stood at the top of the ladder, facing the wind, framed by the flowing clouds, gazing at the sporadic mutants catching up from afar. She was still fighting, alongside that formidable sentinel, as if tireless. Guides are not entirely useless, Nicole thought. She remembered the year she transformed into a guy, how everyone's attitude at home changed. No matter how hard she tried, how fiercely she acted, even though her mental body was beautiful and larger than her brother's, her father and brothers still treated her like an insignificant pet. "Just a guide, go learn your flower arranging," they often said, as if family affairs had nothing to do with her. "Do you have siblings?" the sentinel beside her asked. "Two brothers. They are both annoying." "That's nice. I have 5 younger siblings. I'm the oldest." The sentinel's voice was light and airy, gradually fading. "The youngest sister is only 2, not even steady on her feet. If I'm gone, I don't know if she'll starve." "Don't talk like that. Hang in there. We're almost out," Nickel encouraged him. "The exit is just ahead." The sentinel said something more, but Nickel didn't catch it, because the airship had reached the massive, rectangular door. Under everyone's expectant gaze, the metal goddess figure on the airship's prow entered the dark portal. In the next moment, the sky abruptly brightened. No longer the orange-red sky, the mysterious canvas. The world was clear and bright, vast green fields, blue skies, the sun high in the sky. It was the same beautiful, safe green fields they had left. They were back to their normal world. Surviving such a hellish ordeal made life seem all the more precious. On the airship, everyone who was still alive and able to speak cheered loudly, crying tears of joy. They embraced any partner nearby. "We made it out, we made it out." Nickel almost jumped up, happily shouting to the sentinel beside her. But the sentinel didn't respond, remaining silent, head bowed. Nickel's voice faltered. "Hey," she called softly again. The young sentinel's lowered face was shrouded in shadow, his features unclear, only the cigarette in his mouth glowing with a faint red light. His hand lay open at his side, calloused, with 2 empire coins rolling from it. Just 2, enough to buy an apple. Under normal circumstances, someone like Nickel, a noblewoman, would never deign to stoop for 2 empire coins fallen on the ground. But at this moment, she bit her lip, bent down, and carefully picked up the 2 coins still warm from his hand, clutching them tightly in her palm, not letting her tears fall on them. It was only then that the sentinel's final words echoed in her mind. At the brink of the escape door, with his last strength, he had entrusted his final wish: "They might not return my belongings to my family. Please, take this little money to my sister." The airship wobbled as it landed in the green wilderness. After a long while, the rescue team from the White Tower finally arrived. The wounded were carried away on stretchers, but there were too many dead sentinels, and they had to be piled onto trucks. Several guys wrapped in blankets stood by the roadside, unable to hold back their tears. Guides, inherently sensitive beings, faced with such a tragic scene, who could refrain from sorrow? Among all the surviving guides, perhaps only Lin Yuan showed no expression. Her face remained as calm as ever, even having the presence of mind to take a towel from the medical staff and carefully wipe her hands clean. Truly cold, she was still that peculiar person, unmoved even at such a time. Did she have no heart? Some couldn't help but think. Lin Yuan finished cleaning her hands, silently walked to a sentinel's body, and bent down to take something from it. It was the body of a sentinel who had lost both legs, completely lifeless. "What did you take?" Nickel came over to ask her. Lin Yuan extended her hand, showing the back of an identification tag. It bore the sentinel's name and personal information: Jiang Xiaoi, blood type B, family address, Black Street, District No. Emergency contact, Mother, Jiang Wang. "Give it to me." Nickel choked up, taking the small identification tag from Lin Yuan's hand, stacking it with the 2 empire coins she had been holding. "I can handle it." As she took it, she brushed against Lin Yuan's warm skin. Her hand is so warm, Nickel thought. She had overheard their conversation, and had deliberately retrieved the soldier's identification for her. Classmates always said Lin Yuan was cold and difficult to get along with. But that's not true, Nickel thought. She's kind with a warm heart. She just doesn't smile much. The rescue team's officer and the airship's captain stood at a distance, talking. When they realized only a few guides had died and most of the casualties were sentinels, they visibly relaxed. Han Shu also joined them, and the 3 exchanged cigarettes. These weren't the inferior goods found in low-ranking sentinels' hands, but high-quality ones with expensive spices. Their conversation grew lighter, praising and complimenting each other, saying it was just bad luck, no one's fault. Someone mentioned how Han Shu from the security office had discovered the situation in time and sent sentinels to rescue them. At least there wasn't a large-scale guide casualty event, so it wasn't a big loss. In short, it wasn't a big deal. They even chuckled lightly at a certain topic. As if those bleeding, lifeless sentinels being loaded onto trucks were just insignificant, expendable items. Neji stood at a distance, watching everything with cold eyes. Such scenes were all too familiar, he had seen too many. The young lives lost, the unfulfilled wishes, the family ties left behind, all unnoticed. He had seen it too often, again and again, piercing his eyes with pain. It stirred anger within him, making him feel he should do something, yet he was powerless. Until he saw her again in the crowd. The girl who had just come off the battlefield, cleaning her hands, bending down to retrieve a dead sentinel's identification tag. She and her companion leaned in to read the information on the back of the tag. Neji knew well the significance of this action, collecting the identification tag to fulfill the deceased's last wishes. The actions of these two guide girls were almost the only warmth in the cold aftermath of the battle. Neji wanted to go over. He wanted to speak to that girl face to face, to thank her for helping him, to ask if she was hurt, or to request that if they met again, she wouldn't let those tentacles, well, best not to mention the topic. He now understood why sentinels yearned for guides. If he missed today, who knew when he might have another chance to see her? No, in fact, it would be best for the guide not to get involved with someone like him. He saw Lin Yuan's companion, a girl with a wild mane, wiping her tears, while Lin Yuan stood there unmoving, only a single tentacle emerging from the ground to gently pat her crying companion's shoulder. She is truly gentle, Neji thought. He clenched his hand at his side, turned, and walked away. Somewhere faintly, a low orc call sounded. Reluctant, it moaned softly before being quickly stifled. Neji turned away, not looking back, heading toward where Tanshu stood. Entering that foul-smelling circle. Tanshu saw him, smiled, offered him a cigarette, and praised him for a job well done. He lowered his head, accepted it, and stood there taking a drag. The artificial guide hormone's pungent sensation and the thick aroma of spices spread through his mouth, rushing to his brain, a taste and sensation many were addicted to. How unpleasant, Neji thought, not wanting to take another drag. Real guides weren't like this at all. Real guides. His long fingers paused over the cigarette. The skin on the back of his hand seemed to still hold that strange feeling. As if something wet and slippery still clung there, ready to suddenly lash out at him, leaving half his body numb. So vivid and unforgettable. Unable to see, yet unforgettable. He tucked those feelings into the deepest part of the sea, to remain there forever. The officer of the rescue team, with a demeanor as gentle as a summer breeze, extended his sympathies to the surviving guides. He confessed to his own negligence, lamenting the undue fright they had endured, and labeled the incident as a most unfortunate accident. He lauded his own timely and effective rescue efforts, which had ensured that the guides were well protected within the airship, sparing most from any fatal physical harm. The rescue officer inquired about their future plans, mentioning that vehicles had been arranged to transport them to various outposts. However, he acknowledged the significant trauma they had suffered and expressed understanding if anyone wished to return for recovery. In his heart, he assumed that these frightened guides would surely be too shaken to continue to the outposts, shivering and crying to return. This would allow him to effortlessly take everyone back to the White Tower, fulfilling his duties without the hassle of sending them individually to those dangerous and impoverished areas. As for whether the soldiers at the outposts needed guides or awaited their aid, that was not a concern for an official residing comfortably within the White Tower. After all, it was merely a formality, wasn't it? I am willing to continue to the outpost. The soldiers there are still waiting for us, spoke a young man. His face was pallid from overexertion of his mental strength, unable to stand, yet he sat on the ground, raising his pale arm. Ah, it was Shijintong, the top student of his class. The rescue officer recognized him. Inwardly, he scoffed at the inflexibility of good students, finding them incorrigible. Outwardly, however, he donned a smile, praising the boy's loyalty, selflessness, and sense of the greater good. "I will go too, I still want to go," said a girl with a wild, bird's nest-like hairdo, her face streaked with dry tears and snot. Ah, the pampered daughter of the Marquis family, the officer thought, typical of a sheltered young lady. "I will go too," another hand quickly shot up. "Yes, count me in. Although I'm a bit scared, I'll still go. Count me in." One by one the guides raised their hands. Although not everyone did, the number was enough to astonish the rescue officer. These guides, who once led refined lives in the White Tower, now appeared disheveled and grimy, scattered weakly around. Yet each raised hand was resolute, their eyes holding a spark incomprehensible to the official perched high above in the White Tower. The rescue officer could only grumble internally as he took out his notebook, recording each guide's destination, and beginning to arrange transport and personnel. Some were headed to Luang, others to Zidane, and one guide in a peculiar dark tracksuit claimed to be from the Special Research Division, bound for Dongbin Outpost. Having already departed with the team, Niji suddenly stopped in the wilderness. "Dongbin," he murmured softly, as if hearing something, uttering a place name. "What's wrong, Brother G?" asked Song Saiwan, walking beside him. "You're mistaken, we're not going to Dongbin Outpost, we're headed to Zidane, though the two outposts are quite close." The morning sea, under the faint blush of dawn, bore witness to fishermen returning with fresh catches, dragging them up the seawall. The pier bustled with people, forming a small market for trading seafood. A woman selling fish wielded her knife with precision, severing a massive fish head. Lead mixed with scales pooled on the ground, forming thin streams that trickled along the road's edges. Passers-by trudged through the muddy terrain. The market was a cacophony of haggling voices and loud sales pitches, mingling with the pervasive fishy odor, creating an atmosphere both chaotic and noisy. Standing amidst this muddy bazaar, Captain Shen Fi, somewhat ill at ease, adjusted the silk scarf around his neck. Wearing a formal suit from the imperial capital in such a place felt unfamiliar. It had been years since he'd worn one. Behind him, several soldiers, lounging or leaning against a jeep, teased him. "Captain, look at what you're wearing, like a peacock. Haha, everyone's staring at you." "Captain, this outfit might be suitable for a White Tower ball, but standing here in the market is quite amusing." "Shut your mouths," Shen Fi scolded them. "People from the imperial capital dress like this, it's formal attire, showing we value her." Shen Fei hailed from the imperial capital, raised in a noble family's branch, and unlike the locally born soldiers, he understood the White Tower's etiquette. He considered himself once a man of elegance, but after spending years at Dongbin Outpost with these rough soldiers, he'd adopted their coarse language, nearly forgetting the manners he learned as a child. "Stop teasing the captain," a female soldier with a buzzcut said from atop the jeep. "This is his last suit. His wife dug it out the night before we left, washing and ironing it all night to have it ready for him." The soldiers fell silent, recalling that when the captain first arrived, he had many such colorful clothes, most of which he had sold over the years, leaving only this one for occasional formal occasions. They realized they shouldn't laugh. "Boss, is that guide coming or not? We've been waiting since yesterday, and there's no sign of a guide. What if she doesn't come at all?" asked a burly soldier, thick-browed and bearded, over 2 meters tall, growing impatient. "She will come, Big Tiger. The guide from the Special Research Division is coming for the No Contamination Zone." Shen Fei shook his head. "She has a research task there. She should come." Despite his words, he was worried, constantly scanning the horizon. Strange, she should have arrived by now. Guides usually wear those conspicuous white silk dresses, so keep an eye out. Closer to the No Contamination Zone was actually another outpost nearby. Normally, the guide wouldn't come here, but Shen Fei had specially requested a distant cousin's brother, Roy, who had influence in the Special Research Division. Shen Fei had promised Roy he'd take good care of their guide, convincing him to allow her to stay at Dongbin Outpost during her research. If the guide came and stayed, there might still be a sliver of hope. A tiger snorted, even if she comes, so what? Over the years, the White Tower has sent guides here, but they either complain about the living conditions or the food. Every time, they want to leave as soon as they arrive. Has any of them sincerely helped? Someone chimed in, yeah, the one who came 2 years ago fainted at the sight of Big Tiger's beast form, and refused to stay after waking up, packing up, and leaving without unpacking. So you better behave this time, Shenfi admonished. No swearing, no beast forms, and keep your spirit animals in check, don't let them roam. Why should we? We'll suffocate. Yeah, who cares about guides, who needs them? I don't want to serve them tea and carry their luggage, only to be snubbed. Those White Tower folks never see us as human. The soldiers erupted into a chorus of complaints. What do you want then? Shenfi turned and shouted, do you not care about Rachel's life? The mention of Rachel silenced the soldiers instantly. Shenfi's fiery gaze swept over each soldier, and those caught in it lowered their heads. What's Rachel's condition, do you know? Shenfi's gaze finally settled on Big Tiger, the instigator, his voice cold. Big Tiger, you tell me. If you say you don't care about your deputy's life, I'll stop talking right now and walk away. Who has the patience to wait for a guide? Boss, that's not what I meant. The burly soldier shrank back, apologizing. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Listen up, when the guide arrives. Put away your bad habits. Shenfi pointed at each of them. My words are clear. Bow your heads, bend your backs, serve tea if needed. If anyone messes this up, I'm not letting it go. Boss, you don't need to say more. Big Tiger pounded the vehicle, swearing, if she can save Deputy Rachel, I'll lick her shoes, not just serve tea. What shoes? A girl's voice interjected. Shenfi turned to see a young woman standing before him. She wore a dark, loose-fitting outdoor outfit, sleeves rolled to her elbows, a gun at her waist, and a small backpack on her back. Aside from her fair face and delicate hands, she bore no resemblance to the guide he imagined. Are you the soldiers from Dongbin? She asked. Yes, I'm Shenfi, the Dongbin captain. Shenfi, though having seen her photo, was still uncertain. You are Lin Yuan from the Special Research Division. Lin Yuan presented her work badge. The airship had some issues mid-journey. I hitched a ride. Her tone was calm, neither timid nor enthusiastic. But Shenfi was overjoyed, as if he'd found a treasure, so excited he didn't know where to place his hands. He eagerly took Lin Yuan's backpack, handing it to the group of soldiers peeking from behind, and personally opened the car door for her. I heard. You got caught in the contamination zone, Shenfi said warmly. It wasn't easy. I've been worried you wouldn't come. The guy who came 2 years ago brought 7 or 8 large cases, nearly filling the car's trunk, so Shenfi had brought several brothers to help carry things this time. But this guide was different, only bringing a backpack. The soldiers all piled into the jeep's back. Shenfi drove, inviting Lin Yuan to sit in the front seat. This jeep was the only vehicle at the outpost. Old and patched, though still functional, its interior was less than ideal. Despite a thorough cleaning before their departure, it still appeared somewhat shabby. From the pier to the outpost was a long, bumpy dirt road. To leave a good impression on the new guide, Shenfi had dismantled his daughter's only doll, and his wife had sewn a soft velvet cushion with its stuffing overnight, placing it on the seat for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan sat on the cushion, and Shenfi couldn't help but glance over. The young guide adjusted the seat casually, making herself comfortable, and then remained still, silent, with an expressionless face, her wrist supporting her chin as she gazed out at the retreating mighty road, looking utterly bored. A person with a cold demeanor. Shenfi began to feel nervous. He knew the 7 or 8 soldiers in the back were undoubtedly listening intently for any sound from the cabin, waiting for him to speak. Those soldiers had excellent hearing. This journey, with the airship and the car, must be tiring, right? Shenfi finally mustered the courage, starting with a trivial remark. The guide didn't respond, merely turning her gaze from the window to him, her face showing no desire to converse. Shenfi was at a loss for words, but had to continue speaking. He pushed through the awkwardness and continued, originally, We wanted to let you rest for a couple of days, adjust, before asking for your help. Shen Fi's smile was a bit stiff. It had been a long time since he had to humbly request anything, and he was unaccustomed to it. However, a few days ago, he said awkwardly, you might have heard, the nearby contamination zone suddenly expanded. One of our soldiers got trapped inside. When we finally rescued him, he'd been tormented by those mutated creatures for several days. His mind nearly shattered. Lin Yuan interjected, you want me to perform mental guidance? Yes, that's it. Shen Fi's eyes lit up, earnestly pleading. We hope you can help. That soldier is on the brink of collapse, barely holding on. We've given him several doses of guide serum, but it's not working. But my mental guidance skills aren't advanced. I may not be able to help a soldier on the verge of collapse, Lin Yuan replied calmly. She was merely stating a fact. Mental guidance was a delicate task. In the capital, the soldiers who received her guidance often wore expressions of pain, and few dared to seek her help again. It seemed she was not very proficient in this area. Yet, paired with her expressionless face, the statement seemed cold. In the back, Big Tiger stood up with a huff, only to be forcibly seated by 7 or 8 hands. The short-haired female soldier glared at him, preventing any impulsive actions. Though each of their expressions mirrored his, filled with anger and sorrow. In the cabin, Shen Fi felt a surge of anxiety. Unsure where to begin explaining to Lin Yuan, his words became hurried. He risked himself to save others. When the contamination zone began to spread, he had time to escape. But there was a temporary village there, with elders and many children. The children got out, but he couldn't. He was the fastest soldier in the whole outpost. I watched it happen, saw him get grabbed by those things, dragged into the black mist. When we finally got him out, 3 days had passed, and he couldn't even speak. Shen Fi realized he was too agitated, his words jumbled. He opened his mouth, forcing himself to swallow the boiling emotions in his chest, managing a strained smile. Look at me, getting all worked up. Let's get back first, we can discuss it later. This isn't right, he told himself. The guide's emotions must be stable, mental guidance cannot be forced. If she's unwilling, it won't work. Once they arrived, he would settle her in, then slowly plead for her help. There had to be a way. Don't mess it up. The fear was that little Lei couldn't wait. Rachel was his best soldier, having joined the army yet, growing from a boy to a trusted deputy under his watch. He had watched him turn into a half-dead figure, helpless. The White Tower had a wealth of guides capable of healing soldiers, yet they never willingly came to the outposts. Finally, he had secured one. He couldn't mess this up. Growing up in the White Tower, carefree guides couldn't possibly understand the hardships of soldiers at the outposts, couldn't fathom the searing urgency and pain he felt. It was understandable, Shen Fi told himself. In his childhood, living in the city protected by the White Tower, in that dreamlike world of peace, he too had never imagined that people lived such harsh lives, in such barren places, surviving on the edge, never knowing if they'd see another day, never having enough to eat. What had he thought about every day back then? Whether the cake had cream or fruit, whether he had a decent outfit for the dance. This young guide from the White Tower, so young, must be just like his past self. He couldn't blame her. People couldn't truly understand others' pain until they saw and experienced it themselves. The car stopped, the outpost gates in view. Shen Fi realized his eyes were a bit wet. He composed himself, stepping out to open Lin Yuan's door, offering a smile. Come, let me show you where you'll be staying. You can rest a bit, see if anything's missing. Are we going to see that soldier first? Lin Yuan asked, puzzled. Shen Fi was taken aback. I thought you were in a hurry. Lin Yuan gestured for him to lead the way. Since it's urgent, and there's no other guide, I'll have to try. This person is strange. Clearly almost crying in urgency, yet talks about resting. Exactly, can't understand. Humans are so hard to understand. The big fish got away. No fish to catch, so boring. Boring. Shen Fi and a group of sentinels led Lin Yuan to the treatment room. This room was specifically designed for injured sentinels. To prevent those with fragile minds from being disturbed during treatment, the walls were lined with thick soundproof materials, ensuring that the mental worlds of those inside would remain untouched by external noise. Lin Yuan stood outside, peering through the multi-layer laminated glass window at the treatment room. Inside, a gentle light illuminated a jumble of medical equipment with tangled wires. On a solitary bed lay a sentinel, tightly restrained. The sentinel appeared calm at the moment, with golden hair and handsome features, his eyes vacant and staring silently at the ceiling. His hands were crossed over his shoulders, bound securely by thick straps, with additional heavy iron locks on his neck and feet, and a cylindrical gag in his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue. One could only wonder what kind of violent struggle had occurred here to necessitate such extreme precautions. How is he? Shen Fei and the sentinels outside watched Lin Yuan anxiously, as if her mere glance through the glass could determine life or death, offering either reassurance or a death notice. I need to know more details, like his spirit animal and his current state. It would be best to know what he encountered in the contaminated zone, Lin Yuan said. Shen Fei's expression darkened. You know, right? The contaminated zone is like a bizarre nightmare, each one entirely different. The aberrations inside vary greatly. Some crave human flesh, while others prefer to corrupt the human mind. Some, if you don't cross their boundaries, can even coexist peacefully with humans. The aberration that captured Rachel wanted to turn him into one of its own. Lin Yuan admitted she was well versed. During her studies at the White Tower, she had watched numerous propaganda videos of humans battling aberrations. Those monsters were uniformly vicious and bloodthirsty, killing instinctively, engaging in fierce battles with heroic fighters without a hint of reason. In the contaminated zone she had just experienced, head-shaped monsters pursued human blood, their sharp appendages claiming many lives. Of course, if one were to speak of unique aberrations, Lin Yuan did know one that had been hiding in her home. The ones you mentioned are the lowest forms of aberrations, Shen Fei said. They mostly appear in newly formed contaminated zones. In fact, the powerful aberrations in these zones are not just simple beasts. They are cunning, with varying personalities, each with its own quirks and habits. There's an aberration in zone that particularly likes strong sentinels. Any sentinel that falls into its hands is never killed, only imprisoned and tortured repeatedly, until their mental barriers are broken, and their minds corrupted, until they completely collapse, go berserk, and become an aberration, forever trapped in the monster's world. I'd always had a feeling, Shen Fei mused for a moment, that it just likes keeping people there, turning them into monsters, to live forever in the contaminated zone. His experiences in the contaminated zone. As if recalling something he did want to remember, Shen Fei's face twisted in pain. He wiped his face, but continued speaking. When we arrived, a creature had Rachel on a high platform, torturing him. The worst part was, it created many fake people with its spores, those that looked very much like real humans. Among them were me, these brothers, and some of Rachel's family. They were all the people he held dearest in his memory. They surrounded him with our faces, watching him being tortured bit by bit, laughing by his side. His fist pounded the wall. When I got there, I smashed the one with my face to pieces. But it was too late. Rachel had been tortured there for 3 days. When we carried him out, he didn't recognize anyone. The atmosphere outside the treatment room was heavy, the sentinels red-eyed and silent, each one having participated in that rescue, harboring an unforgettable anger. Only Lin Yuan maintained her characteristic, expressionless face. She touched her chin, murmured, "All right, you'll give it a try." With that, she turned and entered the room. The sentinels crowded around the glass observation window, watching nervously. They held their breath as the young female guide entered the room. Calmly, she washed her hands at the sink, rolled up her sleeves, and found a chair to sit by the bedside. Rachel, bound to the bed, showed no reaction, his eyes indifferent to the ceiling. He seemed unconcerned about who sat by him or what might be done to him. The personal terminal on Lin Yuan's left wrist lit up, projecting several virtual screens, connecting to the Sentinel's life monitoring equipment. She studied the various physical data, then reached out her right hand, pressing it steadily over the sentinel's brow, covering his azure eyes. She just went for it. He nearly jumped, earning glares from 7 or 8 people, quickly covering his mouth with hands as large as fans. Despite the excellent soundproofing, ensuring no noise from outside reached within, they were cautious, fearing any disturbance to Lin Yuan's treatment. "Is it starting?" he whispered to the short-haired female sentinel beside him, gesturing with his hands. "Little bird, I thought there'd be a change of clothes, incense, and music before the treatment." The female sentinel, nicknamed Little Bird, shook her head, eyes fixed on the room. She didn't understand either. It was her first time witnessing a guy's mental treatment, starkly different from the flamboyant scenes on TV. She has been on the road, hasn't even had a sip of water before going in. "No matter the outcome, we should thank her," Little Bird said. "After all, Captain Lee is already—" She swallowed the ominous words. "Anyway, once the treatment starts, it must be interrupted. What we need to do now is keep quiet, guard the door, and ensure no one disturbs the inside." Through the glass, the girl sitting by the bed closed her eyes. The soft glow of the virtual screen cast a serene light on her calm, indifferent face, inexplicably reassuring. Lin Yuan opened her eyes, finding herself in a half-collapsed room. "This is Rachel's mental landscape." She looked around. This small room must have once been a cozy place. Striped wallpaper, a pretty wall lamp, and a small wooden bed. A potted plant, and several photo frames, sat on the bedside table. Lin Yuan glanced at the photos, mostly group shots of sentinels with arms around each other, beaming smiles on their faces. Upon closer inspection, she recognized several faces. Sufi, Dehu, Little Bird, the ones guarding outside the treatment room, were all in the photos. This was the warmest, safest place in Rachel's heart, holding images of those he valued most. The cozy room was now half ruined, most walls and the roof collapsed, leaving only a small corner. The broken floor was uneven, seeping tar-like black liquid, which dripped continuously downwards. Lin Yuan approached the edge of the broken floor, looking down. Below were layers upon layers of shattered rooms, descending into darkness. This might have once been a vast, sturdy castle. Now only countless fragmented rooms floated in the air. Looking up, she saw a blood-red sky, with giant eyes hanging in the crimson firmament, eerie and nauseating. Those eyes coldly watched the collapsing world. Looking down, there was no end in sight. Broken walls, floors, stairs, and various furniture floated sporadically, constantly shedding fragments, with black liquid flowing everywhere like endless black blood. In the real world, in the treatment room, a red alert symbol appeared on the virtual screen of Lin Yuan's personal terminal. "Warning, warning, the patient's mental landscape is collapsing. Please exit the treatment immediately. Danger, danger, please exit the treatment immediately." Outside the observation window, the female sentinel Little Bird jumped up. "What's happening? Why is there a red exclamation mark?" Shrinking to the side, Dehu pulled her back, gesturing for silence, trying to calm her in a low voice. "Calm down, Little Bird, calm down. You said it yourself, trust the guy, guard this door." They all watched Lin Yuan anxiously. At the bedside, Lin Yuan remained as composed as ever, eyes closed, face serene. No matter how the person on the bed struggled, her hand pressed firmly over the sentinel's brow, unmoved. In this tense, grinding moment, her eternally calm and peaceful face somehow instilled a sense of reassurance. As if no matter what perilous challenges lay ahead, she had it all under control, able to resolve them. It made one want to trust her. Gradually, in Rachel's mental landscape, the turbulent sea began to recede. On the vast expanse of water floated remnants of the ruins. A small wooden bed drifted from afar, and Lin Yuan stood on it, gazing around, occasionally picking up a frame, a lamp, or a potted plant from the floating debris. Until she saw the little lion. The solitary cub, soaked and shivering, lay on a broken plank, eyes closed, afloat. A tentacle emerged from the water, grabbing it by the scruff, handing it to Lin Yuan. The sea finally receded completely, the gentle moonlight illuminating the devastated land. A small green sprout emerged from the moist soil, unfurling two fresh leaves towards the moonlight. Lin Yuan held a wet cup, standing in the damp wasteland, everything washed away by the flood. Painful memories and the warm house, now there wasn't even a place to rest. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, dismantling the bed they had traveled on, using the wood to build a small wooden house. "Help out," Lin Yuan said to the tentacles. "We can't do this. Too many splinters, it hurts. Would you use such delicate tentacles for carpentry? You handle it yourself. Why are there no fish in the water?" "Just a dirty little cat, a bit disdainful. I still want that little fish." Lin Yuan had to do it herself, being a human living in the real world, not a whimsical spirit. She cobbled together a small wooden house barely big enough for a little boy to hide in. "This will have to do for now," Lin Yuan said. "Make do for a while, later you can slowly build your big castle." She tucked the little lion, soaked and shivering, into the dry wooden house. Leaving the lamp and frame with him, she planted the potted plant at the door. Lin Yuan stood, ready to leave. A hand reached out from the little house. A human hand, a young boy's thin arm. The hand grasped Lin Yuan's coat corner, silently. He couldn't speak yet. Lin Yuan sighed, removing her jacket and handing it to him. In the small house, the boy curled in the corner, clutching the warm jacket tightly. In the treatment room, Lin Yuan opened her eyes, feeling exhausted. Sorting out a sentinel's mental world was no easy task, even more tiring than battling monsters. Lin Yuan withdrew her hand from the sentinel's forehead, looking at Rachel lying on the bed. The golden-haired sentinel had his eyes closed, strands of hair clinging to his sweat-dampened cheeks, long lashes occasionally trembling, eyes slightly moist, as if he had fallen into a peaceful sleep. The instruments connected to his body showed readings returning to normal. The glaring red exclamation mark on Lin Yuan's virtual screen had finally disappeared. A wet little line appeared at Lin Yuan's feet at some point. It was exceptionally small, like a newborn cub, with sparse fur, soaked and shivering, tightly curled up. Lin Yuan picked it up with slight distaste, but after a moment's thought, she removed her real jacket, wrapping the tiny lion, not much bigger than a kitten, in the warm fabric. Outside, the sentinels who had waited so long burst into cheers, hugging each other tightly. Several even partially transformed into their beast forms. The appearance of Rachel's spirit animal indicated he had passed the most dangerous moment. Although his spirit animal had regressed to a very weak state, temporarily losing its combat prowess, nothing was more important than being alive, was it? Lin Yuan, wearing only a short undershirt, holding the young lion, opened the door to a crowd of sentinels. They sighed. They didn't know what to say. "He is still very fragile. Take good care of him and his spirit animal. Keep the white noise in the room on at all times," Lin Yuan instructed, then handed the small lion over. 7 or 8 hands reached out simultaneously, several still in beast form, with tiger paws, hawk wings, wolf claws. Behind Lin Yuan, Shen Fei coughed loudly, and the sentinels realized, hurriedly hiding their furry arms. The last guide who came here had been scared off by the sentinels' beast forms. "It's fine," Lin Yuan said, handing the wrapped lion to the short-haired female sentinel. "You take it." The sentinel, nicknamed Little Bird, looked surprised, extending her broad, white feathered arms to carefully cradle the kitten-like lion, wrapping it gently with her wings. Judging by her appearance, Little Bird's spirit animal should be the mighty Gerfalcon, a pure white sky dominator. Yet her comrades affectionately called her Little Bird. Lin Yuan found it amusing. When Captain Li wakes up and finds his spirit animal has shrunk so much, "Well, laugh," Little Bird said, tears falling. 4 or 5 burly sentinels surrounded her, eyes red. "Don't mind them, a bunch of roughnecks with no manners," Shen Fei said, eyes red but smiling broadly, happily inviting Lin Yuan to see the room prepared for her. Lin Yuan, without her jacket, wore only a short undershirt, exposing her slender neck and pale arms. She sneezed as she reached the door. A sentinel hurried out after her. It was the burly, thick-browed sentinel. They who held a female sentinel's uniform, scratching his head with one hand, awkwardly offering it. Your clothes are wet. This is little bird's uniform. Do you want to wear it? Afraid of offending, he added, don't worry, it's clean, washed but never worn. Lin Yuan said nothing, calmly accepting the clothes, dragging them over her shoulders. Actually, this place isn't bad. Big cats and little cats. And little birds. They seem to like us. I like it here. If only the fish were here. Why do you keep talking about that fish? Amid the tentacles' chatter, Lin Yuan looked back. The towering sentinel still stood at the door, bowing deeply, a perfect 90 degrees, not yet straightened. Lin Yuan touched the clothes on her shoulders, feeling a bit happy. In the early morning, Lin Yuan stood by the window of her single dormitory, cradling a steaming enamel teacup, and gazed out at the street scene. The dormitory was old, with peeling paint on the wooden frames of the doors and windows, and the bed was a small wooden plank. Yet, the room had evidently been cleaned thoroughly in advance, with new furnishings, and the view was excellent, stretching all the way to the mist-shrouded sea in the distance. The hot water in her cup had been fetched by the sentries early that morning. The tea leaves, specially delivered by a little bird the previous day, were said to have been personally plucked from the sheer cliffs. During her time at the White Tower Academy, hot water was available all day, and the housekeeper's brewed black tea was of high quality. But for some reason, Lin Yuan found the steaming wild tea in her hands to be far more fragrant. Perhaps things harvested from cliff edges truly were unique. Wiping the thin mist from the window with her sleeve, Lin Yuan looked down. The residents near the sentry post lived in cramped conditions, with various dilapidated low houses crowded together, and a distant wall encircling this enclave of life, enclosing the small sentry tower within high walls. Though it was still early, the nearby streets were already bustling. A ragged little boy clutched a loaf of bread to his chest, darting out of a bakery like a rabbit. The shopkeeper's wife chased after him, brandishing a broom and cursing all the way. Under fear anger, several sentries passed below the window. The one at the front said something that angered the little bird. Strong, powerful white wings appeared, and the female sentry with the face of an eagle swooped through the air, effortlessly subduing him. The mighty talons of the sky's sovereign pinned the opponent's neck to the ground. I surrender, the defeated male sentry, provoked, sprouted a lizard-like tail that slapped against the ground as he pleaded. They seemed to be fighting, yet were actually quite happy. Humans sometimes express emotions in completely opposite ways. Joyful, relaxed, delighted. The noisy seaside morning was filled with the smoke and fire of human life. A myriad of emotions wafted upwards. Lin Yuan, upstairs, watched the lovely street through the glass. Joy, anger, sorrow, and fear, she understood and saw them all. Yet often, as now, it felt like there was always a layer of glass between her and the world, leaving her merely a spectator on the balcony. Lin Yuan slung her backpack over her shoulder, holstered the gun she had obtained from the airship at her waist, and checked her ammunition. The compact Scorpion submachine gun weighed only about 80, making it friendly for a guide without being too burdensome. During her time on the airship, she had concluded that the most efficient combat mode was a combination of mental and physical attacks, efficient, large-scale, and energy-saving. Regretfully, Lin Yuan realized she couldn't always encounter such a strong and harmonious sentry. She had to rely on herself for everything. After readying her weapon, she descended from the building to check on the injured person from the previous day in the infirmary. It was still early, and the infirmary was dimly lit, with white noise playing a sound like the rustling of leaves in the wind over a field. Rachel, on the hospital bed, had been well cared for. His tangled golden hair was now smooth, and his complexion had improved significantly. The muzzle on his mouth had been removed, and the heavy iron chain around his neck had been taken off. Only the restraint belt remained, temporarily, to prevent self-harm. Though he still looked fragile, he at least resembled a human, no longer a dying beast bound to the bed by chains. Rachel awoke at that moment, his gaze initially scattered. Before regaining a bit of focus, his weak and somewhat bewildered eyes settling on Lin Yuan outside the window. Faced with a sentry, whose mind had been tainted by a mutation, and whose mental landscape she had largely destroyed with force, Lin Yuan was at a loss. She desperately recalled the actions of Xu Jingtang and Nicole, trying her best to mimic a smile. She waved at the sentry on the bed, offering a gentle smile. If sitting the sentry post, the morning air was a bit chilly, the sea breeze carrying a hint of the ocean saltiness. The streets were muddy, and Lin Yuan looked at the mud clinging to her shoes before continuing forward. The residents here were a world apart from those in the imperial capital. Most people's clothes were patched, their skin tanned, and their hairstyles unkempt. A girl like Lin Yuan, with snow-white skin and a slender figure, walking down the morning streets, quickly attracted ill-intentioned gazes. A few rough-looking men followed Lin Yuan for a while, stopping her at an alley entrance. "Where are you from, girl, so pretty? We have a few words to say to you," one of them said. Lin Yuan calmly walked into the alley with them. Not long after, she emerged with the same calm expression, smoothing non-existent wrinkles on her clothes. "Disgust, a bit nauseous. I need to wash my hands. Don't assign me this job next time." A jeep screeched to a halt in front of Lin Yuan. The little bird leaped down from the vehicle, pulling Lin Yuan up and looking her over. "Why did you come out by yourself? Did anyone bully you? I heard some unpleasant sounds." 4 or 5 other sentries rolled up their sleeves and charged into the dark alley, quickly returning with strange expressions. "No one," Bay Tiger whispered to the little bird, fanning his nose. There were just a few cowards in the alley, scared out of their wits by something, crying on the ground and reeking of urine. They breathed a sigh of relief and asked Lin Yuan, "Where are you going alone?" "To the no contamination zone," Lin Yuan said matter-of-factly. "To the contamination zone? My God, you actually want to go there alone?" The sentries were shocked. "Why didn't you call us to go with you?" She actually wanted to go to the contamination zone alone. A guide, heading there on her own. They meant to accompany me to the contamination zone. "Why accompany me? It's my job." Lin Yuan and the sentries both wore incredulous expressions, looking at each other in disbelief. A guide actually wants to go to the contamination zone. Lin Yuan had heard such remarks countless times since she took a job with the research department. Countless people had approached her with exaggerated expressions, saying similar things, including her only friend. "Oh my, a guide actually wants to run around everywhere. Ridiculous, a guide going to the contamination zone. So worrying, why would you want to go to such a dangerous place?" People exclaimed theatrically in front of her. But Lin Yuan paid them no mind. Growing up, she knew that anything she truly wanted had to be achieved by herself. She had never relied on anyone, nor had she received much help from others. Therefore, others' surprise or ridicule held no meaning for her and would not affect her actions. She had heard that besides sentries, ordinary people living near the contamination zones also ventured in. People risked entering the zones to exchange retrieve materials for money, with many making a living this way. Lin Yuan thought that if ordinary people could enter, then a guide with arms and legs could certainly give it a try. But soon, she found that the sentries here were different from those she had known. After saying, "My God, a guide wants to go to the contamination zone," they didn't continue to make a fuss or obstruct her. Instead, they started checking her equipment, telling her how to enter and exit the no zone, and what to watch out for. "The gun you're carrying is pretty good, light and suits you. Let me see, besides firearms, you should also carry some cold weapons. Bullets can run out any time, and might not be replenished. I'll give you my dagger. It's very sharp, I've used it for many years. Better take mine, see it's smaller, more suitable for you. Here's a map of the no zone. Familiarize yourself with it, we all have one. The attributes and general locations of the monsters are here, along with how to obtain keys. The no zone is an old area, we're all quite familiar with it." The sentries began to speak, as if a guide wanting to go to the contamination zone was no big deal. "If you want to go, we'll teach you how to survive in there." Finally, they insisted on going with her. Lin Yuan was bewilderedly pulled into the car, which sped off quickly, with her sitting on a velvet cushion. A little girl's scent lingers on the cushion. A tendril emerged and said. In a warmly decorated little room, a small girl pouted, asking her mother, who was cleaning dishes by the sink, "Will my doll really not come back?" Her tone was tinged with sobs. Her mother sighed, wiped her hands on her apron, and crouched in front of the girl. The child had been upset for 2 whole days because her only doll had been taken away by her father. "Yes, Lin Yuan, Mummy told you, she's already been dismantled to help Uncle Rachel." The girl's eyes reddened, tears she was holding back brimming in her eyes. "Did she work? Did Uncle Rachel get saved?" "Yes, she played a very important role," her mother said, patting her small head. "Because your doll turned into a soft cushion, the guide was able to return. Uncle Rachel won't die now, and it's all thanks to you, Lin Yuan. You like Uncle Rachel with the golden hair, right?" The girl thought for a moment, finally smiling through her tears. She loved her only toy doll, but she also liked the golden-haired uncle and did want to never see any of the uncles and aunts who often came to their house for meals again. "Mom, what's the contamination zone like? Why do the uncles and aunts and dad often go there? What's the contamination zone like?" Her mother, back at the sink, pondered while washing dishes. "I don't know what the other contamination zones are like, but the no contamination zone was once my childhood home." Neji stood up from the smoke, a few strands of hair falling across his forehead, with bruises on his wrist from being restrained, looking somewhat disheveled. But he had ultimately escaped from the clutches of the mutation, not being dragged into the dense black smoke. The long thin black hand, just shattered by Naiji's gun, had now reformed, circling the shadows of the street and buildings, reluctantly retreating. What a pity, even this did catch him. Naiji was too alert. Tenshu stood not far away, squinting in thought. But his face quickly showed concern as he rushed over. "Naiji, are you okay?" "Strange," Tenshu feigned a puzzled look. "No. Zone is old. Countless people have been in and out, and our maps and strategies are detailed. How could such a formidable monster suddenly appear in this place?" Neji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, smiling faintly as he looked at him. "Yes, it is strange," he said. Neji and his companions found themselves on a street so silent it seemed devoid of life. This was a contaminated zone, of course. No living soul would be here. Yet, this area, locked away for years, betrayed no hint of desolation. Instead, the streets brimmed with the essence of life. Clothes stripped on balconies, lights glowed in the houses flanking the road, and the hum of television sets could be heard. A child's toy snail lay discarded by the roadside, and a missing persons notice was plastered on an electrical box, detailing the disappearance of a family's young daughter. Moments ago, a black arm had lunged from an alley to attack Neji, now vanished entirely, leaving no trace of its smoky presence. It was as if this were an ordinary street, bustling with life just moments before, only to have all living beings vanish inexplicably. On this desolate street, Lin Yuan walked beside Neji. "Something's not right, brother Nai," Lin murmured, lowering his voice. "It's daylight now, this should be a safe zone. Why would a mutant attack you?" Sentinels have remarkably sharp hearing, capable of catching even the faintest whispers. Neji remained silent, gesturing with his hands in front of his chest. "It's spreading." This was the first message. "Move to the back, keep your distance from me." This was the second. Far behind, Tenshu was also exchanging gestures with a trusted confidant. "Don't act rashly, brother Shu. Neiji is formidable, and the item the teacher wants is still at the ocean's floor," the confidant signed. "Let's keep him around for now, he might be useful." Tenshu glared darkly at Neiji, who led the way. Eventually, he signaled his agreement. To Tenshu, Neji was like a persistent thorn lodged in his throat. Though currently subdued and seemingly quiet, Naiji's presence unsettled him deeply. No one knew Neji better than Tenshu did. Powerful, reckless, self-assured, and impervious to others' influence. Of late, Neji seemed changed, more reticent, harder to fathom. Even when silent and still, His presence could, at times, instill fear in Tanshu's heart. Tanshu resolved to seize this opportunity in the contaminated zone to eliminate this constant threat to his peace of mind. He clutched intelligence from Zone 5, information known only to him. It concerned a fearsome mutant, lurking in shadows, preying on the strongest sentinels. With the contamination spreading, only Tanshu knew the creature's new range. This crucial advantage could be exploited. Once the teacher's item was secured, he planned to ensure Neji remained here forever. Tanshu brooded darkly. The deed would be silent and unnoticed. In the contamination zone, casualties were common. The teacher couldn't blame him for anything. Lin Yuan's jeep rolled into a makeshift coastal settlement. Here, numerous fishing families gathered, living together most of the time. Only in emergencies, such as contamination spreading or mutants spilling over, would they rush to the sentry posts for protection. In the morning, most adults had gone to sea, leaving behind only some children and the elderly. The jeep halted in the village, and Deha knocked on the door. Zone 5 contamination, searching for sunken ships, need an aquatic spirit, 20 imperial coins. Who's in? At the mention of 20 imperial coins, a throng of ragged children swarmed forward, raising their skinny arms high. An 11 or 12-year-old boy leapt down from a high spot, spat out a straw, and pushed through the crowd to the vehicle. "Brother Hugh, I'll go." Hugh nodded, tossing him a small pouch of money. "Seamu, get in." The boy, receiving the pouch, opened it with a joyful grin under the envious eyes of his peers. He handed the pouch to his little sister, pointing to a shabby shack. "Run back and give it to Mom. Tell her I will be back tonight." The little girl clutched the pouch tightly, barefoot, sprinting through the mud. The boy deftly climbed into the back of the jeep. "They're bringing him because we need someone to die for things," explained Xiao Niao, who was driving, to Lin Yuan. "Don't worry, these kids have been into the contamination zones far more times than you. Ever since their spirit forms manifested, they've been venturing in. Sometimes, if they're lucky, they find something valuable enough to support their families for a year or more. Going with us, they get paid up front, and it's safer than going in alone," Xiao Niao continued. "They can't afford to attend the Sentinel Academy. By 15 or 16, most join the military. Some don't even make it to that age." Before long, a thin, dark-skinned mother came running after them. Lin Yuan thought perhaps she was coming to stop her child from going to such a dangerous place. Instead, the mother handed the boy a dry, cold wheat cake through the vehicle's bars. She loudly instructed her son, only about 10 years old, "There's nothing to eat at home, make sure to bring back plenty." There was a sense of no return in her words. "See, even the adults at home don't mind. Around here, most parents don't really care about their kids." Xiao Niao gripped the steering wheel. She had a short crop of hair, her face slightly freckled from the sun, and the faintly pale headlights reflected on her face, adding a touch of indifferent coldness. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Yuan saw the newly boarded boy. He was ruffling his hair, and the boy grinned, showing a row of white teeth, as if they were old friends. 20 imperial coins, Lin Yuan murmured to herself, calculating in her mind. 10 apples. 10 apples were enough to make a child of this age happily venture into the contamination zone, and everyone here seemed to think it perfectly normal. Xiao Niao chuckled. "What did you expect? This time, you came down with special funding from the research department, 5 slots, and for sentinels like us, it's 50 imperial coins each, which is already considered generous. Everyone wanted to come with you, and we even had a fight for it this morning. We won, so we got the chance." The vehicle drove along the road, initially flanked by numerous homes, bustling with life and the smell of cooking fires. Gradually, the lights and sounds faded, leaving only desolate ruins, scattered dilapidated buildings sitting silently by the roadside, shrouded by dense vegetation. This place was once home to many. As the contamination zones expanded, humans had no choice but to retreat again and again. The jeep stopped before a row of red warning signs. "It's right there," Dehu said, getting out of the vehicle and pointing to a large red warning sign ahead for Lin Yuan to see. "That's the boundary of Zone 5. Don't get too close, sometimes the boundary expands suddenly, and you can't guard against it, the sentinels advised Lin Yuan. They were constantly teaching her everything about the contamination zones. Educating her was the best way to protect her. Rachel had been swept into a contamination zone due to a sudden boundary expansion, while trying to save someone. The sentinels remembered that lesson well. After disembarking, the sentinels unloaded a lot of supplies from the vehicle, preparing to set up camp and cook. Xiaomu even began roasting the wheat cake his mother had given him over the fire. Lin Yuan stood there, bewildered. She checked her personal terminal on her wrist, then looked up at the sky, confirming it was nowhere near lunchtime. "Is this your first time in?" the boy roasting the cake asked, looking up at her with a smile that made his eyes curve into crescents. "In the contamination zone, there's also daylight and night. It's not time yet, we can't go in." He offered the warmed cake to Lin Yuan. "Do you want some?" In his impression, this fair-skinned sister from the big city would surely refuse his cake. But he was a clever child, well-versed in social niceties, always polite, regardless of whether others accepted his offers. Lin Yuan pinched off half of the cake with her fingers. "I'll try a little." Xiaomu was completely taken aback. He doesn't want to part with it. Quick, eat it in front of him. Reluctant yet voluntarily sharing, what a strange person. Not hasty, deceived. Why does the emotion he conveys make it smell so fragrant? Not hasty, like that apple, deceived. Stupid seal. In the contamination zone, there was also a distinction between daylight and night. Each zone had different patterns of switching between them. During daylight, the mutants within the zone were mostly inactive, dormant, making it relatively safe for people to enter. But come night, the entire zone turned into a hellish parade of monsters, and ordinary people could hardly survive. The sentinels spread out a map, calling Lin Yuan over to discuss their entry plan. "We'll enter at the start of daylight. Our destination is Shinan Bay," Xiaonaya gestured on the map. "We must exit before night falls. The distance isn't far, and we have enough time. Stay alert and don't make any mistakes." Lin Yuan's target was a sunken ship within Zone 5. There was substantial evidence suggesting that this colossal vessel from the bygone era, the Mary, laden with countless treasures, sank in Chainan Bay during humanity's most glorious age. For millennia, countless have sought it, all to no avail. But recently, during a severe expansion event in Zone 5, someone witnessed the Mary, like a ghost, emerging from the water in pristine condition, its lights dazzling, only to vanish hours later. It was then discovered that the Mary was hidden within Zone 5. Xiao Niao mentioned that the Special Research Department's task this time wasn't a big deal. The ship's location wasn't far, and they could easily make a round trip within a daylight period. Since the Mary was discovered, wave after wave of search teams had been dispatched from the White Tower. Most of the valuables had been salvaged. Even their team had been sent in several times and were familiar with the sea in that area. Their primary task was to ensure the safety of Lin Yuan, their guide. They actually preferred Lin Yuan to stay at the sentry post, to state her needs, allowing them to retrieve what she sought. They believed this would be more convenient and safer for everyone, far better than bringing in inexperienced, non-combatant into the contamination zone. The White Tower often issued search tasks to the sentry posts. Most of the time, they specified the items to be retrieved. Occasionally, like this time, they would send a researcher down, escorted into the zone. These researchers often sought secretive items, unwilling to disclose their objectives. The sentinels didn't care to pry, focusing only on assisting and protecting during the mission. Most researchers from the capital looked down on the sentinels at the sentry posts. The sentinels, in turn, despised the haughty researchers. Frankly, in extreme situations, when lives were at stake, Xiao Niao thought she would decisively abandon a burdensome researcher to prioritize her own life, and that of her comrades. But this time was different, they all wanted to protect Lin Yuan, the guide, at all costs. This was the sentry chief's instruction and their personal wish. Hence, the strongest sentinels from the post were chosen for the mission. They even enlisted Xiaomu, with his seal spirit, to assist, accelerating the underwater task and ensuring absolute safety. After launch, the sentinels prepared their weapons. When the sun reached its zenith, Xiaonayo stood up, checked her watch and said, "All right, let's go in." The group proceeded along the road on foot. The long abandoned road was carpeted with moss, with wild grass taller than a person on either side. At noon, the chirping of insects and birds filled the air. Walking among the shadows of the grass and trees was like traversing the wilderness. They reached the large red warning sign. Crossing it, the scenery changed entirely. The street remained the same, the buildings vaguely similar. Yet, the street became clean and orderly, stretching straight into the distance. It was as if time had reversed, the moss vanished, and the wild grass disappeared. The roadside buildings were renewed, their interiors aglow with soft lights, and whispers floated through the air. It was as if people lived in those tightly shut houses. But this was a contamination zone, inhabited only by mutants. The noon sun was gone, replaced by a sky adorned with misty stars. These weren't normal stars, they resembled a master's painting, with rich yellows and mottled blues swirling slowly overhead. "Follow me and don't touch anything," Xiaonayo instructed, leading the way. She walked without consulting a map, her steps assured and swift, as if she had lived there all her life. Xiaonayo was originally from Zone 5, Dehu whispered to Lin Yuan. 10 years ago, this area expanded significantly, covering her home. He glanced at the female sentinel scouting ahead, afraid she might hear, and said no more. How Xiaonayo escaped the zone back then, whether her family survived, these stories were best left unspoken. Anyone living near a contamination zone had their share of untouchable, painful memories. Under Xiaonayo's guidance, they soon reached the beach. The sand was golden, like real gold. The sea was mirror-like, reflecting the starry sky that swirled like a painting. The entire world felt like someone's dream. Something immense slumbered within this dream. The sentinels quickly found 2 small boats, which glided silently into the water, moving across the mirrored surface. For a moment, the line between sky and sea blurred, and it felt as if they were sailing through the stars. Everyone moved quietly, as if afraid to disturb something. "We're here," Xiaonayo suddenly announced. The boat stopped, leaving only faint ripples behind. Looking down, the water mirrored the brilliant stars, hiding the sea from view. "Relax, I've been down here many times," Xiaomu said, removing his shirt to reveal his slender arms, preparing to dive. "Wait," Lin Yuan called out to him. "Can you share your vision with me?" Xiaomu didn't understand. "Share what?" Something cold touched his forehead. "Like this," Lin Yuan said. Xiaomu blinked, realizing that although he was standing across from Lin Yuan, looking at her, he could simultaneously see his own face from Lin Yuan's perspective. This was shared vision, seeing the world through another's eyes. "Whoa, that's so cool," he said, and kneeling during resentment over the cake instantly forgotten. The boy bit down on a short knife and dove into the water with a splash. When he resurfaced, the smooth lines of a seal's tail splashed water everywhere, drenching everyone on the boat. Half boy, half seal, Xiaomu waved and dove into the depths. Lin Yuan closed her eyes, sitting on the boat. She saw bubbles rising in the water, dancing upwards. The light dimmed, and she saw the boy's arms occasionally appear in her vision. Small schools of fish swam nearby. Through shared vision with the Xiaomu, she watched the underwater world unfold through his eyes. The sea always evoked a sense of familiarity and longing, as if she had lived in its depths since childhood. Yet, the deep ocean also brought a sense of danger, as if infinite secrets awaited her discovery in its deepest recesses. Before long, she saw the ship resting on the sea. This colossal relic from the past lay silent in the mud. Barnacles encrusted the decks and railings, the windows shattered, gaping like open mouths, with schools of tiny fish darting in and out. Xiaomu reached the porthole, peered inside, and swam in with a flick of his tail. It was dark underwater, almost devoid of light. But Xiao Mu's eyes adapted, becoming like a seal's, large and round, allowing him to see the dim interior of the ship. Lin Yuan followed his gaze, swimming through the ship's corridors as planned, passing algae-covered dining rooms, decayed bridges, and across decks. He opened a hatch and swam down a wooden staircase. In the dim corridor, all the doors were ajar, the sailors' quarters filled with floating debris. Many searchers had come before. Passing through those disordered cabins, one could see a few skeletal remains of sailors. These bones lay in their beds as if they had sunk in their sleep, never waking, forever resting in the silent depths. Here it is. Xiao Mu reached the corridor's end, grasping the handle of the last cabin door. He pushed it open effortlessly, a school of vibrant blue neon gubbies darting out. Accustomed to diving, Xiao Mu avoided the fish and looked into the cabin. This was the captain's quarters. The room had long been stripped bare. The captain's remains still sat at a desk, the chair and table bolted to the floor. The captain's body seemed fixed there, eternally poised with a pen in hand, sitting through endless years in the silent passage of time. Previous searchers had taken everything, leaving the desk and drawers empty, even prying a small gem from the captain's hat. Bring back a relic of Captain Mary. Xiao Mu remembered his task, also assigned by the Special Research Department. It seemed simple enough. What to take back? There was nothing left. Xiao Mu thought of taking the captain's hat. Whatever material it was made of, it hadn't rotted after all these years underwater. Things from the past era were exceptional, even the fabric for hats was unique. Then, he suddenly heard a voice. It was strange, not like a person's voice, yet it clearly reached his ears. He sensed his vision split, seeing the dark sea and simultaneously the sky above the sea. It was Sister Lin Yuan, opening her eyes briefly. So it was Sister Lin Yuan speaking. Xiao Mu followed the voice, reaching for the pen in the captain's hand. The metal pen, soaked in seawater for years, was encrusted with green rust, worthless. It hadn't drawn the attention of any previous explorers. Xiao Mu took the pen from the captain's hand. Inserted into the small hole on the desk, the strange voice spoke again. Xiao Mu indeed found a small, inconspicuous hole on the desk's lower right corner. He tentatively inserted the rusty pen, finding it a perfect fit. With a gentle twist, the pen's body crumbled under pressure, but a drawer popped open beneath the thick wooden desk. Neither he nor Lin Yuan heard it, but as the drawer opened, a mysterious sound from the sea's depths seemed to echo from the ship's bottom. Like a ghostly sigh from the ocean's depths, or the cryptic murmur of a dinghy. Something awoke the moment the drawer opened. In Xiao Mu's eyes, he saw the drawer filled with gleaming imperial coins and a small, worn wooden box. Xiao Mu was dazzled by the coin's golden glow. Take only the wooden box, the voice in his mind instructed. Yet the golden hue seemed to tempt him, its beauty flowing into the boy's heart. So many imperial coins. If I take just a handful, Mom will worry daily, and my sister can get new shoes. Maybe I could even buy a better short sword. Or perhaps enroll in the Sentinel Academy, study for a few years, and become a captain, or live near the White Tower. As if enchanted, he thought further, reaching for the golden coins. I'll just take a little, I must take some. Don't touch, a voice thundered in his mind. Xiao Mu hesitated. Do not touch. Don't take. Open your eyes. Wake up. It was a command. A series of firm instructions entered his mind. Xiao Mu shivered, snapping back to reality. His seal eyes were clear. Before him, the drawer held no gleaming imperial coins. The small wooden box lay inside, surrounded by tiny, colorful sea worms, covered in long hair. How could he have mistaken these colorful, obviously venomous worms for imperial coins, and even wanted to grab a few? He hadn't considered how there could be modern imperial coins on an ancient ship. What would have happened if those colorful worms had bitten him? How many people had come down to the ship? How had no one discovered these mind-bewitching worms? Thankfully, Sister Lin Yuan woke me up in time. Xiao Mu broke into a cold sweat. He used an iron rod to move the wriggling worms, wrapped the small wooden box in cloth, I caught it, he said in his mind. Come back immediately. The voice echoed in his mind. Task completed, the young seal was delighted, flipping his tail to swim out of the cabin. On the surface, the sharp-eared sentinels reported the underwater situation. He's completed the task, ascending now. Everything went smoothly, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Lin Yuan, sitting on the surface with closed eyes, moved slightly. It was as if she heard something. Like a fish. Huge and fierce. Swimming through the deep sea, heading this way. Oh well. An orca. There are other sentinels approaching. Xiao Niao stood up on the boat. A group, unknown if friend or foe. Everyone be alert. The sentinels possessed extraordinary vision and hearing, so acute that even the most stealthy intruder could not escape their notice. In the distance, along the shoreline, a formidable group of sentinels approached, silently, and with intent. By the time they were detected, the figures had already positioned themselves far ahead, effectively blocking any path of retreat. Beneath the sea, an even mightier presence lurked, having somehow drawn perilously close to the sentinels. Senan Bay, a crescent-shaped inlet, was where these figures stood, at the deepest point reaching into the sea. Their presence was imposing, all of them high-ranking sentinels, standing or crouching, their eyes aglow with a cold, battle-ready luminescence. Reflected in the water were the silent, dark shadows of the sentinels' spiritual manifestations. The veterans at the outpost knew well that within the pollution zone, the greatest danger was not always the monstrous creatures, but often one's own kind. Especially if one had stumbled upon a treasure and been careless enough to be seen. Here lay the dark forest, the godless land of extinction, where life held little value in this lawless, unregulated domain. They're all skilled, well-equipped, he murmured to Xiao Niao. Unlike us, they seem to be from the White Tower. Especially the one coming from underwater, Hu said, removing his coat. Keep an eye on those above, I'll go below. The sentinel transformed into a magnificent tiger, and slipped into the water. Xiao Niao clutched her gun, eyes fixed on the figures by the water's edge. We are no match for them. Not just because of the oppressive spiritual power they exuded, but also due to the weapons they carried. They were armed with electronic pulse guns, a far cry from the bullet-reliant firearms in their hands, relics of a bygone era. It was common knowledge that the sentinels from the White Tower far surpassed the local forces. Supported by the Empire's formidable economy, they were equipped with the most powerful weapons of yesteryear, collected from all corners. Those standing by the sea appeared distant, yet for a sentinel's speed, the distance was nearly impossible to escape. With her keen eyesight, Xiao Niao could discern the relaxed, indifferent expressions on the faces by the water, the mocking curl of their lips. Surely, they could also see her tense, battle-ready stance, even a cold sweat trickling down her temple. Xiao Mu, beneath the sea, was in a state of utter panic. His senses were extraordinarily sharp underwater. He knew he was being watched. From the ocean's depths a colossal creature was approaching him, silently, with astonishing speed. In mere breaths, it was upon him, swift as a ghost in the deep sea. It was a sentinel. Xiao Mu had encountered many powerful sentinels, but never one that instilled such fear. The sentinel's overwhelming presence engulfed the entire sea, leaving him almost incapable of even contemplating escape. For the first time, he felt pathetically small. And that sentinel spirit form was a natural enemy of seals. My God, it was an orca. The orca's distinctive call resonated through the waves, making his tail go limp, driving him nearly insane. There was no escape. He was marked. Should I just surrender? He thought, despairing, as he almost saw the looming, dark figure. It's okay, don't be afraid, come aboard. The voice that occasionally echoed in his mind sounded again, a lifeline that soothed his frantic heart. Xiao Mu saw the hull of the ship, now very close, and the tiger brother who had come down to fetch him. The young seal gathered his courage once more, using all his strength to swim desperately towards the surface. Huge, mysterious tentacles appeared in the ocean around him, encircling him protectively, separating him from the looming shadow in the water. Tentacles. Where did they come from? Though they were mysterious and strange creatures, Xiaomu inexplicably felt a sense of security. These unseen beings offered him comfort as if they had accompanied him on his journey, spoken to him, shared stories. The seal boy leapt high out of the water, landing with a splash in the familiar ship's cabin. Lin Yuan handed him a blanket, which he wrapped around himself, emerging in human form with his head poking out. Seeing his fully armed comrades and Lin Yuan's calm face, he finally began to calm down from his shivering. Lin Yuan and his shared perspective had ended. Yet he instinctively sought out the guide's sister. She sat at the prow, peering into the depths as if she knew what kind of monstrous creature lurked in the Black Sea. But she didn't seem afraid, just a little curious. Now slightly calmer, Xiaomu understood what had just happened. Those tentacles that appeared at the last moment to protect him were Lin Yuan's spiritual form. It turned out that guides could also possess such powerful and reassuring spiritual forms. He had always thought guides only had soft, cute little animals. No, Lin Yuan's spirit forms were indeed soft and adorable, just a bit larger. Xiaomu had seen many Empire broadcasts and films about guides. He knew that a guide's spirit form could soothe sentinels, but was not particularly combative. As an Empire sentinel, he had been taught from a young age that sentinels had the duty to protect their gentle guides. Yet today, he had been protected by a guide from the White Tower. Remembering his trembling state in the sea, the proud young man blushed with embarrassment. But he had to admit that at that moment, when he was nearly overwhelmed by the powerful sentinel, those mighty, mysterious tentacles had come to his aid. Their protective gesture in the water brought him immense security. Fortunately, the orca had stopped at the last moment. Strange, why had that powerful orca stopped, not attacking us? Under the sea, the starlight filtered through the surface, shimmering on the orca's black back. Neji, swimming stealthily in the water, saw a small seal. It wasn't even a proper sentinel, just a boy of about 10. Though still far away, his sensory abilities underwater were unparalleled. He didn't even need enhanced vision to perceive that the boy was clutching a wooden box, emerging from the cruise ship, happily swimming upward with the seal's broad tail. Take him out, get what the teacher wants. Tianchu's voice came through the deving herpes. We'll deal with his companions. Things were a bit complicated. The box the boy held might be the very thing Kojamin had sent them from the White Tower to find. The wreck of the Mary had been discovered in Pollution Zone 5. The ship, which had slumbered on the sea for years, had been looted by adventurers. But its most precious cargo had yet to be unearthed. It was a box of rare, ancient energy stones, hidden in the captain's quarters, known only to a select few in the White Tower's upper echelons. No one wanted to report this to the Empire. Everyone had their own plans to secretly pocket these rare treasures. Kojamin aimed to use this box to establish his image with a new patron, deploying his most elite fighters for this mission. Coincidentally, someone had beaten them to it. Yet, unfortunately, these people hadn't managed to escape. Neji knew there were many injustices in the world, and he had long since become indifferent, no longer a hot-blooded, impulsive young man in the academy. But some things, if he didn't want to touch them, he wouldn't. Like using a boy's life to pave Kojamin's path to promotion. A little scare take the thing, and that would be enough. Just as he was about to approach, the panicked little seal was suddenly surrounded by a familiar, unsettling sensation in the surging sea. Like flowers blooming in the night, or spirits extending their hands from a hidden place. Tentacles appeared suddenly, surrounding the panicked seal in a protective stance. They were huge, powerful, and all pointed warningly in his direction. That guy. Meiji stopped in the water. Such a coincidence. Just 2 days ago, he and Jia fought side by side in the clouds. But now the tentacles that had guarded him were protecting another sentinel, their sharp tips all pointed at him. Taking a stance of aggression. This was normal, perhaps. Friends who fought side by side could become enemies overnight. For Neji, it wasn't unusual. Tianchu had once been his brother in arms, but now Tianchu was scheming to kill him. Neji felt nothing about it, only a bit disgusted. Moreover, he and the girl had never really had any genuine connection. They hadn't even exchanged a complete sentence. Just that when those tentacles coiled in the sea, pointing at him as if he were an enemy, Neji felt a strange pain of sadness. Like a soft spot in his heart had been pierced by the sharp tentacles, leaving him inexplicably pained. He thought he had no such place left in his heart. If I had to go against you, what could you do? Neji squinted, a flicker of anger rising within him, knowing it was unnecessary yet unable to control his emotions. A patch of skin on the back of his hand itched inexplicably. If it were with that person. He realized that if he did that, she might just smack him hard, like last time, though this time it might not be on his hand. The giant orca halted. He didn't advance further, half his body transforming into human form as he swam upwards, surfacing, revealing half his head above the rolling waves. On the rippling sea, he saw the guide. It was her, such a coincidence. The sentinel emerged from the depths, wet hair, water droplets tracing the line of his jaw, flowing down his throat. On the sea's surface, only his head was visible, but through the water, one could faintly see the black markings on his body. Yet inexplicably, Lin Yuan felt a strange familiarity, as if she didn't need to look to know what lay beneath the unseen parts of the sea's beautiful black back, the sleek lines, and a smooth tail. She didn't know why it felt so familiar, almost as if she had once touched it herself. The sentinel was peculiar. Every time she saw him, Lin Yuan felt a mix of novelty and intimacy. They hadn't even officially spoken a word, yet it felt as if they were already well acquainted. The last time, just 2 days ago, on that airship in the sky, Lin Yuan had heard this man's wild laughter. He had leapt from the sky, slicing through a monstrous head with a single stroke, a true force to be reckoned with. Then, that laughter had been infectious. This time, he rose from the depths, silently, without greeting, watching her from afar. Lin Yuan vaguely sensed an odd emotion, a human complexity called resentment. Like a mermaid princess betrayed by a prince, gazing at the ship with the look of grievance. Lin Yuan thought she must be mistaken. Her tentacles had been unreliable lately, often bringing her things she couldn't comprehend. Did you believe just now? Lin Yuan quietly asked her spirit forms. No, you issued the first command, protect the seal. We executed the first command, didn't have time to notice the big fish. Ah, it's the big fish, let me see. I'll just give it a hey, little fish seems unhappy, no worries, just a bit of stroking and he'll who covered my mouth. While Lin Yuan's tentacles chattered, the sentinel's boat had already reached the shore. For them, if a fight was to break out, land was the better choice. The figure floating in the water, exceptionally strong yet neither approaching nor retreating, was unsettling. It's rare to encounter a guide in the pollution zone, Tenshu said, smiling at the sentinels disembarking. No need to be so tense. In consideration of a guide from the White Tower, we won't do anything. His smile was like that of a nobleman at a high society banquet, courteous and polite, as if he were a reasonable man. But Xiao Naya and her comrades weren't buying it. They gripped their weapons, on high alert. This man smiled, but his men spread out, stepping heavily, blocking all escape routes. Their pulse guns were ready, the energy bars on their guns glowing ominously, ready to commit murder at any moment. I wouldn't be rude to a guide, Tenshu said, bowing slightly and extending his hand to Lin Yuan. If the guide would kindly hand over the box. Lin Yuan was reluctant, pouting as she clutched the wooden box Xiao Mu had painstakingly brought back. The box was old, seemingly worthless, yet the slightly open crack revealed a mesmerizing, colorful glow. Xiao Naya's mind raced through escape plans. None feasible. The Hugh's face turned red as he clenched his teeth. Sister Lin Yuan, Xiao Mu gently tugged at Lin Yuan's clothing. They all felt a deep sense of humiliation, but had no choice. They knew that in the face of such formidable foes, they had no room for rash actions. When forced into a corner, survival was more important than completing the mission. Lin Yuan glared at Tenshu, biting her lip, her face a mix of shame and anger. Finally, as if in utter helplessness, she hurled the wooden box at Tanshu in fury. As a guide, she lacked strength, and in her anger, the box hit the ground. The precious, colorful energy stones rolled out onto the golden sand. Even the yellow sand couldn't conceal their bright allure. The old wooden box, which had contained the jewels, bounced a few times on the beach, landing open and empty. Tanshu spread his hands, understanding the outburst of an angry guide, not holding it against Lin Yuan. He opened his backpack, picking up the beautiful energy stones one by one, leaving the empty wooden box lying far away. Perhaps he considered it, but some unseen creature quietly swam by, taking the thought away. How did I do? Did I look like it? Lin Yuan asked internally. Very much so, a bit human-like, like when humans are angry. Not quite, the teeth should be clenched tighter, cheeks puffed up. Eyebrows should furrow, brow furrowed. Too hard, how many muscles to control. Look at Xiao Niao, copy her expression. Doesn't matter, as long as the plan works. Tanshu packed the energy stones, clapped his hands, and turned to leave. As if truly honoring his promise, taking the items and departing. In that moment of slight relief, Tanshu, with his back to Xiao Niao and the others, smirked and made a thumbs-down gesture. It was a well-known sign of extermination. But before his thumb could fully turn down, his wrist was seized by a hand wet with seawater. Neji. Tanshu hissed through clenched teeth. What are you doing? Let them go, Neji said calmly. Here he goes again, Tanshu thought irritably. This guy always did this, suddenly going mad. Killing whatever he wanted. Never giving me, the captain, any regard. Tanshu tried to shake off Neji's grip, but the hand on his wrist was like an iron clamp, immovable no matter how hard he tried. His face turned various shades of blue and white, the thin veneer of civility long gone. Meanwhile, Neji, holding his wrist, raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at his lips. I said, let them go, Captain. He had just come from the sea, drenched, barefoot, holding a towel around his waist with one hand, effortlessly restraining Tanshu. This guy was always like this. No matter how well behaved he seemed usually, when he decided on something, there was little room for negotiation. Tanshu knew that if they fought here, he couldn't beat Neji, might not even break free from his grip. He couldn't afford the humiliation. He could only grit his teeth, signal the retreat, and lead his team away, mentally rehearsing plans to kill Neji over and over. Neji was the last to leave. He didn't spare a glance at those left on the beach. As he walked barefoot, he stepped on a wooden box half buried in the sand. He hesitated, a small tentacle emerged from the shadows, curling around his bare ankle, its tip gently brushing the sand-dusted skin. Neji's whole body froze. Reluctantly, he realized he had been longing for this. Waiting for that person to give a small hint, a quiet greeting. His gray heart lifted. So, this was what she truly wanted, the wooden box. Neji pressed the box into the soft sand with his foot, covering it for her. Without pausing, without looking back, he lifted his sandy foot and followed the others. The slender tentacle slid from his ankle into the yellow sand, wrapping around the small wooden box. I remember, Tanshu suddenly halted, clapping his hands together. I have seen that guide before. Neji, upon hearing this, showed no reaction, not even a pause in his stride, as he walked straight past Tanshu. Hey Neji, Tanshu called out to him, his tone casual, as if engaging in friendly banter among classmates. It was as if the person seething with anger moments ago wasn't him. Do you remember? We saw that guy just a couple of days ago. He managed to stop Neji, his voice light, as though they were merely chatting about mundane matters. When you arrived, didn't you save a guide from that airship? The guide, the one we just saw, was among them. He watched Neji closely, drawing out the last part of his sentence. Do you remember? Isn't it quite a coincidence? Sentinels are known for their keen observation and memory. Though he hadn't paid attention in his earlier rage, as he walked on, he began to recall. He had indeed seen that guide, just 2 days prior. Among the disoriented group on the airship, this young woman stood out with her calm demeanor and striking beauty, leaving an impression on him despite only a few glances. Ganshu continued to talk, his gaze scrutinizing Naiji's reaction. Naiji remained impassive, his expression unchanged, his eyes as indifferent as ever, with a hint of coolness. Yet, Tenchu felt he had caught onto something, a barely perceptible tension in Naiji. It was minuscule, almost undetectable, but Tenchu sensed it. Beneath Naiji's glacial, expressionless facade, perhaps there lay a secret. As Tenchu pondered, he realized he had seen that guide more than once. Not long ago, at the banquet where the Earl was assassinated, she was present. Of course, he hadn't noticed her then, only aware of her as part of the gossip a guy involved in a scandal about a broken engagement. During the latter half of that banquet, his attention was entirely on A.G., sensing something odd about him that day. Now he recalled, when everyone was stripping down for injury checks in the hall, Naiji had glanced toward the guides several times. He knew Naiji well, a man who never showed interest in guides. Who had he been looking at, stripped bare before so many people? Could it have been her? Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, but Tanchu doubted there were so many coincidences in the world. Let me think, what was her name again, the guide who was jilted by Jiang Yangshu? I think her last name is Lin, he finally said. Yes, Lin Yuan. When the name Lin Yuan left his lips, he saw a fleeting change in Naiji's expression. Tenchu laughed, as if he had finally grasped some hidden leverage over Naiji. Facing Naiji always left him feeling defeated, as if he could never hold any sway over him. Not even their teacher could. The reason was simple, there was nothing left in the world that Naiji cared about. Alone, without parents, with all close friends and family gone, he was like a solitary mountain peak, detached from the world, fearless, with no vulnerabilities to exploit. But what if he did care about someone? Indeed, Naiji had been released early from military custody, reportedly thanks to a guide who cleared his name. Another guide. How intriguing, Tenchu thought. If Naiji survived this, he would definitely investigate that guide. Tenchu resumed examining the map he held. It bore a secret mark, known only to him, indicating the location of a newly discovered monster nest. Those terrifying creatures, not just one, lay dormant in great numbers within. He had meticulously planned for a long time, intending to deal with Naiji in this contaminated zone. Yet he harbored a nagging doubt that he might not succeed. Naiji's strength had left a deep shadow, making him feel that no trap was foolproof. That man always seemed to crawl back from hell, like a demon, no matter the odds. Lost in thought, Tenchu failed to notice Naiji's gaze on him. Naiji's eyes first turned cold, then slowly gained a layer of chill, like frost forming on autumn tiles, cold with a hint of moisture. His hand emerged from his pocket, and he approached, wrapping an arm around Tenchu's shoulder. Xiaoshu, Naiji leaned in, asking, how many times have you entered the contaminated zones? In the past, during their school days, they often walked arm in arm like this. But since returning this time, Naiji hadn't done so. How many times? Several, I guess. Tenchu didn't understand why Naiji suddenly asked this. How many? Naiji's fingers tightened on his shoulder, a low chuckle escaping his lips. You know, I've entered and exited the contaminated zones a total of times. Put down your map. His fingers pressed on Tenchu's shoulder before releasing. Facing everything in the contaminated zones has never relied solely on what's on paper. He left those words, his face expressionless, and walked ahead. Tenchu felt a sudden cold sweat break out on his back, a malicious heart prone to panic. What did he mean by that? Surely he didn't know, it was impossible. He stared intently at Naiji's back. Fortunately, after leaving that cryptic remark, Naiji said no more, his pace unbroken, leading the team forward. Naiji was assigned to clear the path, a task arranged before departure, one he had always complied with. The street ahead was straight, bright, and deserted, seemingly safe. But Tenchu knew it was there. Just a little further, countless black arms would emerge, seizing him, dragging him into the abyss. Tenchu clutched the secret map tightly, standing at the back of the team, in a zone he deemed safe. He watched Naiji's advancing figure, a sudden tension gripping him. That was his childhood hero, his idol, once his brother. The sentinels from the imperial capital hoisted the wounded onto their backs and began the ascent. Truth be told, they couldn't quite fathom why Naiji insisted on burdening them with such dead weight. 50 imperial coins seemed a fortune to boys from the hinterlands, but to the sentinels of the imperial capital, it was a pittance. Were it not for Naiji's orders, they would never have risked their lives in such a perilous place for so little. Yet, despite the short journey, every one of them had been thoroughly convinced by their new captain, willing to obey his directives, and not daring to defy his commands. Naiji was not only formidable in his own right, but also an experienced, strategic, and responsible leader. On several occasions, when faced with large groups of aberrations, it was Naiji's calm and precise command that ensured the team's safe retreat from danger. Such qualities were forged through hundreds of incursions into the contaminated zones, not something that could be honed within the training rooms of the Sentinel Academy. It was truly admirable. To be honest, if it weren't for Naiji leading the team through the polluted zone of night, their casualties might not have fared much better than those of the Dongban Sentinels. At the very least, they wouldn't have emerged unscathed as they had now. The Sentinels moved swiftly, braving the rain with the wounded on their backs, quickly finding a high ground to shelter from the rain. It was a stone-built house, with 3 walls and an overhanging eave. The rain couldn't reach them, and the view was excellent, making it an ideal hiding spot. Inside the stone house, they lit a bonfire, gathering around it to dry their clothes, warm their food, and drink hot water. After a day of battle, they could finally relax their tense nerves a little, sitting around the fire, speaking in hushed tones. Naiji sat alone under the eaves, away from the bonfire's bustle. His tall figure leaned against the door beneath the curtain of rain, gazing out at the sea, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors in the downpour. Sun Yan-sai handed him some food, inviting him to join them. He accepted it out of courtesy, waved his hand, and continued to sit there alone. "You all eat, I'm on watch," he said. Sun Yuan-sai had no choice but to return. Under the veil of rain, Naiji's silhouette appeared unusually slender. His tight tactical suit outlined a lean waist, the shape of his shoulder blades faintly visible through the fabric. Sitting outside the door, he was engulfed in darkness, silent, as if he might dissolve into the night itself. Sun Yuan-sai always felt that the senior seemed very lonely now. He admired Naiji greatly, wanting from the depths of his heart to be close to him. But ever since Naiji returned, he could clearly sense Naiji's detachment. It wasn't just towards him, it was a polite distance maintained with everyone, as if he no longer wished to allow anyone close, no longer wanted any ties to his heart. The terrain here was high, offering a clear view of the distant coastline. The aberrations that slumbered during the day awoke in the night, crawling up from the sea, their ghostly forms tinged with phosphorescent glows, marching back to their former homes. From here, the land resembled a chessboard, countless fireflies converging towards the illuminated homes. At the center, the glow was most intense, a massive whirlpool of luminescence swirling in the distance. The 5th contaminated zone, having spread countless times over centuries, had devoured vast tracts of land and life, sprawling wide. The outskirts were buildings from a decade or two ago. Further in, the architectural style gradually changed, with the most central area being a blend of ancient, heavy structures and high-tech neon lights. It was the relic of a bygone era, a nest where the aberrant creatures had dwelled for centuries. Lin Yuan sat by the fire, dozing off. Surrounded by sentinels, she, the sole guide, seemed like a lone sheep among wolves. She ought to have been anxious and uneasy, yet Lin Yuan slept soundly, as if she had undertaken an exhausting task. Her fair, delicate hand supported her chin, her head nodding, ready to topple over at any moment. Xiao Mu was busy, tending to the big tiger and the little bird, bandaging the wounds of each severely injured comrade. He boiled a pot of hot water over the fire, roasted some cakes, and called Lin Yuan to wake and eat. Lin Yuan rubbed her eyes, waking up, and took the roasted cake from Xiao Mu, munching on it while checking on the little bird and the others. Both the little bird and the big tiger were gravely injured, their strong sentinel physiques sustaining their lives. If they could get out in time and receive proper treatment, they shouldn't be in mortal danger. But if they remained here, it was uncertain. When can we get out? Lin Yuan asked. Without the key. Xiaomu said, troubled. The night in the 5th contaminated zone lasts hours. It's only just begun. Entering a contaminated zone was easy, but the exciting required a specific key to open the door. In each zone's core, there was always one most powerful aberration, known as the pillar. Any part of the pillar's body, be it eyes, fingers, teeth, or hair, could serve as the key to open the door. During the day, the pillar mostly slumbered. Stealing a part of its body quietly wouldn't usually wake it. The creature's healing abilities were strong, and it would self-repair in its sleep, possibly never realizing a key had been taken. But at night, the pillar was fully awake, and stealing an organ then was a nightmare of a task. Waiting for the night to pass completely would mean 3 days later. Lin Yuan cast her gaze on the unconscious face of the little bird, knowing they couldn't afford to wait. Someone just went to get the key, Xiaomu whispered in Lin Yuan's ear. Maybe he'll bring it back. There was no need to ask who had gone. The moment she woke, the tentacles were already murmuring complaints that the big fish had disappeared again. You think he can get the key? Lin Yuan asked Xiaomu. I don't know, I think it's difficult, Xiaomu pointed out to Lin Yuan. There, at the center of the whirlpool, the brightest spot, that's where you get the key. It's the most dangerous place, and even the strongest aren't guaranteed to succeed. At the fire, 2 sentinels from the security hull were talking. I really don't get Naiji. Why does he insist on getting the key now? Wouldn't it be safer to wait 3 or 4 days? The speaking sentinel glanced at the wounded lying on the ground. Surely it's not for these country folks, right? His companion laughed. How could it be? I guess he's just bold and wants to report back to the principal early. Yeah, we can't fathom their thoughts. Speaking of which, this mission is too strange. It's the first time I've heard of the night in a contaminated zone arriving early. Exactly, who could have thought? Brothers should died here, the night came early. The aberrations are more twisted than imagined. Everything's odd. And to think we even met a guide in this ghostly place. Strange, where's the guide gone? When Lin Yuan sneaked out, Xiaomu was anxious. Sister, what did you say you were going to do? I'm going to try to get the key. But that sentinel already went. The more important the task, the more it should be done personally, Lin Yuan said matter-of-factly. How can you place your hopes on someone unrelated to you? Xiaomu was speechless, unable to respond. He no longer saw guides as weaklings relying on sentinel protection. But Sister Lin Yuan's courage was indeed too great. She always managed to do something astonishing, often frightening him, even as a sentinel himself. For instance, she intended to get the key herself in the night. Then I'll go too. You can't yet. If you go, you'll be a burden to me. Lin Yuan's words wounded the boy's pride. Hey, that's too much. A seal is a person too. Seals are cute. He's still a child. Lin Yuan had to mimic the little bird, reluctantly patting the boy's head. In 2 or 3 years, work hard to become an official sentinel. Then we can cooperate. Now's not the time. Besides, the little bird and the others need care. Lin Yuan forced Xiaomu to stay, heading down the high ground alone. She first encountered the 3 identical women with baskets buying eggs. Previously, the aberration that had been split into 3 by the big tiger showed a ferocious, angry expression upon seeing her, preparing to pounce. Lin Yuan stopped, opened her eyes, and calmly gazed at the 3 snarling creatures. A light shone in her eyes, borrowing the moon's glow, bright and clear in her gaze. The 3 aberrations halted under her gaze, their twisted anger fading, replaced by confusion. The market's having a sale on eggs, they mumbled to Lin Yuan. Yes, you should hurry, Lin Yuan replied. The 3 women clapped their hands, happily marching forward. Yes, we should hurry. Plan succeeded. It's manageable. No different from humans. As long as there's emotion, it's negotiable. They may be aberrations, but their thinking isn't much different from humans. Lin Yuan continued forward, reaching a street dense with aberrations. She didn't evade them like a sentinel, leaping from roof to roof. Instead, she slowed her pace, tentatively, stepping slowly forward. One step, then another, drawing nearer. The tentacles guarded her, surging beneath the ground, connecting to all creatures with thoughts and emotions, linking to their mental worlds. Strange images continuously flowed into Lin Yuan's mind. Chaotic scenes, incomprehensible mutterings, a world twisted and clawing. These eerie images echoing in her mind didn't frighten Lin Yuan. She had never experienced fear. She had always lived in a chaotic and inexplicable world. Lin Yuan stepped forward, her breathing gradually easing, her steps becoming lighter. The bizarre aberrations looked at her, some slightly puzzled, others indifferent, allowing Lin Yuan to pass through them as if she were one of them. "My cat is missing, have you seen it?" A 3-story high aberration, childlike in appearance, asked her. "No, I haven't. I'll look for it ahead," Lin Yuan said. The somewhat sentient aberration stared at her for a moment, then let her pass. The journey was fraught with odd occurrences, requiring constant vigilance, dangerously like walking a tightrope. Perhaps one moment of panic, one misstep, and she would be engulfed by the monsters. With her current abilities, Lin Yuan barely managed to sustain herself through the dense crowd of creatures. But such a task filled her with a slight thrill. Lin Yuan suddenly felt it resembled her time in the White Tower. Each time she escaped from the White Tower, she walked slowly through a crowd of humans she didn't quite understand. To her, those people were not much different from monsters. She knew they disliked her, saw her as a monster. So she didn't like them much either, treating them as different creatures. She enjoyed playing tricks, making everyone unable to see her, sneaking into the outside world right under their noses. No one ever saw her. It was fun, albeit a bit lonely. She had never been caught, except at one time when a young sentinel descended from the sky, scattering snowflakes at his feet. "Found her," he said. Yes, that sentinel was here too. They could compete again, see who finds the key first this time. How interesting, Lin Yuan thought.